quarrels with you. We are not engaging you directly, and we have no animosity with you. But then the fact is, if we are being fired and if we are being downed in every aspect, economically, militarily, etc., then we will take everybody along, and we will also target anybody who is helping our adversary, that is America. So this is the messaging which is going on.
Yes.
And the capabilities are also there in a manner that you gave out as to how many missiles have been fired and things like that. Now, let me also, as a military analyst, I must analyze that to say that, see, Iran doesn't have the unlimited quota of missiles.
Yeah.
So what is going to happen is
but
they will
even
initially
if not
fire.
Unlimited, sir, it has a very large quota of missiles, and will the Middle Eastern countries be able to continue for that long? Because Khamenei has made it very clear, Mujtaba Khamenei has made it clear that you are not our target. Our targets are the US bases, and you should immediately remove those bases and they should be shut down. Has the message been received by the other Middle Eastern countries as of now, amidst the conflict that is ongoing right now? Because the US also knows how to cash upon the Shia and Sunni conflict of the nations that are in the entire Middle East region. It's also about the dominance. Who is the main leader of the entire Gulf countries, Middle East, sir?
Certainly, this message is being delivered, and it's not only being delivered by talk, it is being delivered by action, by targeting. That action is speaking for itself. And also, the message is very clear. Remove the bases.
I'll want your response, but we are getting live pictures from Tehran right now as Iran marks annual Quds Day. Sir, if you can speak on the visuals that you see right now. These are live pictures coming from Tehran now as Iran marks annual Quds Day. This amidst the war in the Middle Eastern region. Right now on your screen, sir, your comment for what's happening right now in Tehran. These are the pictures which are coming from Tehran, sir.
See, I read these pictures in a manner that Iran is giving a message to America and Netanyahu that irrespective of the kind of information warfare which we have loaded all over the world, the fact is that we are not that badly off as you think. We are coming out openly. It's not that everything is destroyed in Iran. We are celebrating also whatever we want to. We are also coming out in large number for processions. And therefore, it is not that Iran is sinking as you would like to believe. Or as President Trump is saying, that there are no more targets left. Everything has been scrapped to ground. So that's not the case. So they are actually trying to tell everybody else that we are still up and alive and continuing the life as usual. So that is one part of it. But then we know that in today's warfare, information warfare, psychological warfare, narrative warfare, that goes on side by side, as well, along with the military warfare. So I think it is both sides as well. So I'm sure this must be a procession, and that must be highlighted by Iranians too. So there is an element, and when we as analysts analyze all the news which is coming, so obviously truth lies somewhere in between, because every side would like to exaggerate as to the confidence and the level of shall I say, the dominance which it is having amongst their own people. Also, there is a clear-cut message that if there is any, shall I say, iota of doubt in the mind of Americans that there can be a regime change or the whole country is against Khomeini's and the new Khomeini, and all those videos which are being floated around to say that death to Khomeini, I don't think all sections of society don't subscribe to that. There is a fair amount of people who are with the regime and who are flying the Iranian flag. Back to you.
Yeah, General Asthana, but did the war have a detrimental impact on what was happening in Iran? Because earlier there were protests happening, and that time Donald Trump was saying, keep on protesting, help is on the way, help is on the way. And after they did attack Iran, the statements were totally different from Pete Hegseth and the like, because it was mainly about US strategic interests. Right now, do you think that the war has brought the citizens of Iran together and in favor of the regime now? Has US failed in its narrative war against Iran as of now? Because the pictures tell a different story, sir.
Sir, absolutely. You are a very good question and very appropriately read for the simple reason. See, there was anger against Khomeini because of economic reasons, and also a certain tightness which the regime was showing towards their public and also ladies. So there was anger, there is no doubt about it. But then the problem is the anger against Khomeini was of a particular level, and as where US has miscalculated is that their hatred towards US and Israel is even more than that anger.
Yes.
So that is why when when the strikes took place and when incidents like the girls' school being targeted and 150 more than 150 girls being killed, and finally, irrespective of what the US may say, but then the fact is it was Tomahawk missile.
Yeah.
So after that, I think the public opinion is to stand with the regime, and their hatred towards US and Israel is no less than the anger towards the regime at that point of time. Now, I think after these strikes, a fair amount of concentration towards or alienation, or shall I say, support to the regime is quite visible, and they are now rallying around their leader and also the new leader.
Mujtaba, yeah.
And it was all.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So,
yeah, we are having a bit of a network issues with your audio, and video. But these are the live pictures, live visuals also on the screen. General Asthana, yeah, these are the live visuals which we are showing of the march that is happening, a long march as seen in Iran. It's a long Friday march live from Tehran as the war rages on. The people are together, people of Tehran are marching together, and this is Al-Quds Day, and it's an annual event held on the last Friday of the Islamic holy month of Ramadan to express solidarity with the Palestinian people and oppose Israeli control of Jerusalem. So there's a lot of messaging that is going on, General Asthana, on the television screen, as you can see. How long do you think America would be able to continue this war? And also the statements that are coming from Donald Trump and the US senators that they are going to make a ton of money, a lot of money. So was this always about money and about oil? All right, so stay with us. We have another big breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. We'll go to that big breaking news and go for a comment later. Now, and this comes from the IDF. Israel now says that the IDF has just begun a wide-scale wave of strikes targeting infrastructure of the Iranian regime across Tehran. Now, this is a very big development that is coming in from the IDF, from the Israeli Defense Forces, and the visuals tell the story. The Israel now says that the IDF has just begun a wide-scale wave of strikes targeting the infrastructure of, in their words, of the Iranian terror regime across Tehran. Now, we have shown you the various pictures of the bombardments being done by the Israeli Air Force, by the Israeli Defense Forces, and they also post the pictures and they show proof of their attack and what their targets are. Now, Israel has said, the IDF has said that they have just begun a wide-scale wave of strikes targeting the infrastructure of the Iranian terror regime. They want to completely annihilate the Iranian regime. Many strikes being conducted by the Israeli Defense Forces. War is raging on, and they are bombing Beirut, they are bombing Tehran, they are fighting a war against Hezbollah in Lebanon, they are fighting against the Iranian regime in Tehran. While Iran is not ready to back down, it's warning that it will take revenge from the United States of America, from Israel. You can see people going for a long march on the annual Al-Quds Day, and these are the visuals, and this is the big statement coming from IDF. They have said they've begun wide-scale wave of strikes in Iran. All right, we have another big breaking news coming in right now at this moment. Now, Iranian missiles were spotted over Iraq. A big breaking news: Iranian missiles were spotted over Iraq as they flew towards al-Rashrash Eliat in occupied Palestine. Now, this is a very big development happening in the war. Now, missiles flew over Iraq. Now, entire Middle East, ladies and gentlemen, is caught in this war that is raging on, and no Middle Eastern country is safe as of now. The Iranian missiles were spotted, and as you can see, the visuals, exclusive visuals, first on Republic Visuals, as you can see on your television screen, they were seen over Iraq as they flew toward al-Rashrash Eilat in Palestine, over Palestine. Now, this is the Iranian claim, and the visuals tell the story. The Iranian missiles were spotted over Iraq. Now, entire Middle East is caught in the war, and missiles flew toward Eilat in Palestine, over Palestine. Now, they call it occupied Palestine, and this is the war that is happening right now. Iranian missiles are spotted over Iraq. First visuals, first on Republic. Major General Asthana with us for a comment on what's happening right now. Sir, your response, your take on these Iranian missiles which were spotted over Iraq as they flew towards al-Rashrash Eliat in Palestine, over Palestine, as they say. They call it occupied Palestine, sir.
Certainly. In fact, this is the fresh wave of these two visuals which you just showed. This is basically continuation of the stand of attack, and both sides are engaging each other, because obviously they can't engage with the ground troops, neither Israel nor Iran. So obviously both of them are launching stand-off attacks on each other. They are intensifying each other because nobody wants to back down as well. You asked a related question before that, how long is it going to go on? You see, what has happened is that both sides, their aims are impractical, have become impractical. For example, US says Iran must surrender unconditionally, and I should have a say in selecting their leader. It is impractical. I don't think Iran will ever agree to that. From Iranian side, they say that America should pay reparation. America should give us our credentials and respect our sovereignty, integrity, and all that. And also, they should remove all the bases from here. And so these are certain and revenge, of course. The new leader has also worked it out. And just imagine this new leader, he has lost his father, mother, wife, and children in the same strike. So you can imagine his level of vengeance, and you can also imagine he being a soldier earlier in the IRGC too. Yes, so you can see his level of motivation to take revenge. So under these circumstances, it is going to go on because now it is not up to one party to stop it.
We are a little short of time, Major General Asthana, a little short of time, but thanks a lot for your insight and your in-depth analysis of what is happening in the Middle East region. Thanks a lot, sir.
Okay, welcome.
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break now, and don't go anywhere. We'll get you more details of the war, live pictures from the war. And coming up next, after US CENTCOM claims KC-135 crashed in Iraq due to an accident, latest reports have emerged in which an Iraqi group has claimed that they shot it down. Coming up next, don't go anywhere.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राज masala.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellency Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू अरे अनुसार नहीं होगा तुमचा कुणाल गिरा तो नीचे अजून गाडी पूर्ण होला त्याला कुठे गाडी मारला
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellency Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू अरे अनुसार नहीं होगा तुमचा कुणाल गिरा तो नीचे अजून गाडी पूर्ण होला त्याला कुठे गाडी मारला
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. I'm Gesu Bharadwaj, and Iran's second supreme leader Mojtaba Khamenei has addressed the nation. We're getting you all the details on that, and also the fact that the US has been saying that Iran is losing the war, when in the middle of this war, Iran is deciding which country now gets its energy delivered. Getting you all that and a lot more, but first here's a check on your headlines for the hour. Take a look. Prime Minister Modi dials Iranian president for the first time since the war broke out 14 days ago, expresses deep concern over the escalation of tensions and the loss of civilian lives. After US CENTCOM claims KC-135 crashed in Iran due to an accident. Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi issues a clarification on Iran's conditions amid the war, says Iran's no nuclear proposal was dismissed by the US. One French soldier killed and 6 were injured in an Iranian drone strike on the joint base of the French army and Kurdish Peshmerga forces in northern Iraq. Sensex sinks 550 points and Nifty opens below 23,500 as the war in Iran continues to affect stock markets across the globe due to the concerns over energy and oil. Viewers, we're getting in a fresh breaking development. Now, External Affairs Jay Shankar has spoken to his Iranian counterpart Araghchi over the ongoing turbulences inside West Asia. Now, this was the 4th call between Iran and India's foreign ministers since the war began. Now, remember, this comes at the feet of Prime Minister Modi also dialing Iranian President Pezeshkian for the first time since the inception of this war. Now, External Affairs Minister S.J. Shankar has held what is being reported as the 4th call between Iran and India. He has spoken to the Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi over the death of civilians amid the ongoing escalations between Iran, Israel and the United States. As India continues its peace demands, it continues its neutral mediation amid the ongoing war. Remember, External Affairs Minister S.J. Shankar has spoken to his Iranian counterpart Araghchi for the 4th time over the mounting civilian casualties amid the war, attacks on energy infrastructures and the stalling of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, remember, this also comes as Prime Minister Modi spoke to Iranian President Pezeshkian for the first time since the war broke out at least 14 days ago. And now the External Affairs Minister S.J. Shankar held what is being reported as the 4th phone call with Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi. Now, also remember, the External Affairs Minister also condoled the death of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei after the war broke out between Iran, Israel and the United States. And now India's mediation efforts continue to make the rounds as External Affairs Ministry gets in touch with the Iranian counterparts over the ongoing destability in the West Asian region. That's the latest that we're getting in. Now, S.J. Shankar has spoken to the Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi for the 4th time since the war began on the 28th of February. In fact, we're also being joined by Group Captain Augustine Vinod, who is a former Indian Air Force pilot, to speak to us about the mounting escalations in West Asia. Viewers, while we try to reconnect with Group Captain Augustine Vinod, let me just reiterate that India has held its 4th phone call. Now, S.J. Shankar, the External Affairs Minister, dialed the Iranian Foreign Minister Araghchi to speak about the mounting civilian casualties, turbulences and the violence in the Strait of Hormuz amid the ongoing war between Iran, Israel and the United States. Now, also remember, this comes at the heels of Prime Minister Modi dialing the Iranian President Pezeshkian for the first time since the war began. In fact, we have a regained connection with Group Captain Augustine Vinod, who joins us live on the broadcast. Group Captain Vinod, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. I want to understand from you, the West keeps claiming that this is a war that Iran has been losing and their armaments are completely down. But when we see the drone capacities, of course, the defense expenditure of Israel and the US is unmatched if it's compared to Iran. But if we look at the drones that are being used, the kamikaze drones, Shahid 136, I think Iranian supremacy is far higher in this regard, since they have cheaper drones which are completely lethal and they have a lot of these drones.
Absolutely. In fact, a couple of quick points that I thought I would tell our viewers.
Yeah.
At the moment, if you look at the Southeast Asia, especially Middle East, South Asia, and parts of Europe, the world is at war. World War II was not called World War II while the World War II was on. It was post-World War II, it was called World War II. So the world is at war. There are many countries who are at each other's throat. And if someone who can bring some sanity, who can bring some peace, at the moment is one of the largest democracy, which currently is not at loggerheads, not loggerheads with anybody. That said, your point is absolutely valid. Very low cost, I wouldn't call it cheap, very low cost drones that Iran has been making in terms of whether it was Shahid or even smaller drones. And mind you, not many people know, 100 kilometers from Dubai, maybe 70, 80 kilometers from Ras Al Khaimah, Iran has stranglehold on very small islands. These islands are called the Siri, the Tom, the Greater Tom, the Lesser Tom. All of it has much smaller runway, and all of it visually, as I can see, underground facility where these drones are stored. Not now. It has probably been stored months in advance. They anticipated this kind of attack from US, and their game plan was very, very clear.
Yeah.
As we can see it on the screen, the conventional air force of Iran may be down and out, maybe, but their sub-conventional or unconventional air force, which is in form of drones, they are absolutely there. And see what is happening to UAE, Dubai, Ras Al Khaimah. I was a couple of days ago in Ras Al Khaimah when intercepted drones flew right next to me. So things are not tickety-boo in Middle East. Middle East is facing the brunt. Smaller nations are facing the brunt because the Hormuz is closed. And Iran has a stranglehold on Hormuz. In fact, I've written an article as early as February 5th talking about how Hormuz to Iran is more important than nuclear missiles for Iran.
Yeah.
So Iran can bring Qatar to its knees, Kuwait to its knees, UAE, of course, and many other nations in this region, including the oil that is coming out of Iraq. Over to you, ma'am.
Group Captain Vinod, thank you for bringing this situation to round for us. In fact, I also want to understand from you, do you think that at the beginning of this war, solely based on the military might or the expenditure that US and Israel have been making in their defense sectors, do you think that these two countries in partnership highly underestimated the damage that Iran can cause? Because while the West on one hand continues to claim that Iran is losing the war, it is actually Tehran that is deciding which country gets energy because of their volatile hold on the Strait of Hormuz. So,
absolutely. In fact, two things were made very clear to Iran, and Iran made it very clear to the belligerents of Iran, is that nobody is going to clamp down from their stated position. Stated position of Iran is very, very questionable. Jews have only one country, which is Israel. And Iran saying that I'll obliterate Israel from the face of the earth should not be acceptable to anybody.
Yeah.
That should be very, very clear. That should be on top. Now, yesterday I read that Iran is reaching out to US for peace overtures, and it is wanting to climb down from this position. The aim should be, as long as it completely gives up position that it is holding currently, that it will obliterate Israel from the face of the earth, I think peace should prevail. If peace does not prevail in less than 15, 20 days, I'm telling you, poor in non-oil producing nations like Philippines, South Korea, Indonesia, Malaysia, Cambodia, Laos, India, they will be the ones who will be on the receiving end because we will be devoid of gas and oil. This is going to spiral out of control. People will die of hunger. We have to step in fast and make the communication from both the sides clear to the world. What is happening currently is the communication from both the sides is not clear to the world. Somebody is claiming something, somebody else is claiming something else. So someone like India should mediate and put each other's position in front of the world and let United Nations take a call. We need to weigh on Iran as well as United States and Israel to stop this madness right now. Over to you, ma'am.
Definitely. In fact, Group Captain Vinod, just one more question before we let you go. Now, I want to understand, like we discussed, that Iran is using unconventional warfare. It is deploying unconventional air warfare also against the aggressors, Israel and the US. Now, do you think that this is out of desperation or out of lack of preparedness, or do you think that this is a structure which has been intentionally established by Tehran to continue a long-term war against the US, given the fact that US is already in the first 10 days of this war lost about $11 billion amid the war? Sir.
Super question. In fact, I was just telling you about some of these small islands. I'm sure, down the road today, you can maybe do a special program on this. There are 5 major islands facing Oman and UAE. And from these islands, only drones can be launched. No fixed aeroplane can be launched. These islands are Greater Tumb, T-U-N-B, Lesser Tumb, Abu Musa, and Siri. These are 5 islands which have already been stocked with Shahid drones in the underground facility, and a very small runway has been constructed here. I did not see any runway a couple of years earlier, but today there is runway. These are very pre-planned attack formation Iran had already done. And how has it done this attack attack pattern and operations plan? Because it had an operations plan 7-8 months earlier, which means they knew today's day will come and these drones will be called upon on a subconventional or an unconventional manner. Today, drones have taken over warfare, especially from a lesser enemy against a greater enemy. Ukraine, Russia in question, Iran, US, Israel in question. Over to you.
Group Captain Vinod, in fact, continue being with us. We're also getting in some more breaking developments. Now, viewers, the US has claimed that their plane, a KC-135 Stratotanker, has fallen down over the Iraqi skies during a mission. Now, the US Air Force's Boeing refueler has possibly fallen down at an Iraqi location. Now, US claims that this plane crashed due to an accident, but now Iraqi separatists have claimed responsibility for shooting down the Boeing refueler KC-135 Stratotanker, which belongs to the US, over the Iraqi airspace. Now, the core aerial refueling capability for the United States' Air Force is held together by this aircraft, and this aircraft also excelled in this role for over 60 years. Now, this unique asset enhances the US Air Force's capability to accomplish its primary mission of global reach. It also provides aerial refueling support to the Air Force, the Navy, even the Marine Corps and the allied nation aircraft. The KC-135, in fact, is also capable of transporting ambulatory patients using patient support pallets. Now, remember, the US has said that it went down over an accident. However, Iraqi militant groups have claimed that they shot this aircraft down. The aircraft in question, KC-135, US's Boeing refueler. In fact, we're continuously being joined by Group Captain Vinod to get us more updates into the matter. Group Captain Vinod, a different turn that the war has now taken. You know, KC-135 belonging to the US, a Boeing refueler which has been shot down. It's a heavy support asset for the US. It's one of the most important aircraft that they have in their armament, but that has been shot down by the Iraqi militant group is what's being claimed on one end, while the US is trying to say that it happened because of an accident. What's your take on this?
KC-135, as we call it in Indian Air Force parlance, is HBAA. We, shorten, colloquially call it HAWA.
Yeah.
HBAA stands for High Value Aerial Asset.
Yeah.
KC-135 tanker or an aerial refueler or an AWACS or an AEW&C. These are high-value aerial assets. We also call it the force multiplier.
Yeah.
How does it multiply the force? Let's understand that in 30 seconds.
Yes.
Aeroplanes like F-16, F-18, F-15s, even F-22s, F-35s, they can take off from mainland United States of America, refuel en route the Iran airspace, and attack Iran and go back and land in mainland America.
Yeah.
They do not need the help of Middle Eastern runways to carry out any attack. That is how it multiplies the force.
Yeah.
And I tweeted about it. Pakistan and United States of America in the recent times hold a great distinction of having lost HBAA in war. Pakistan lost one AWNC with S-400 fired from India, and KC-135 claims and counterclaims. KC-135 has never crashed. It worked in Vietnam War, not many people know. In Op Desert Storm, Op Enduring Freedom, Afghanistan War. It has been a workhorse and it has always proved its mettle. This is the first time a KC-135 has been shot down as claimed by Iran and an accidental loss as claimed by United States. Obviously, someone who lost it would try to put up a claim that it didn't lose because of enemy action. Be that as it may, 2 Hawas have been lost in the recent times.
Right.
One was, an AEWNC on Pakistan, which again was had a little bit of US hand in it, and the KC-135.
Right.
Very, very big loss for the United States. And very, it was a black eye with which United States has to live for a long time to come. And it will be discussed ad nauseum amongst the, military staff colleges and other colleges for times to come. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah. Definitely. Thanks very much for joining in, Group Captain Vinod, and thank you for bringing these two situations to round for us. Now, viewers, shifting focus. The US President Donald Trump has praised his military, saying what they're doing is quote-unquote amazing. He said in a public address that he had a successful first term and rebuilt the US military and even the US economy. He also said that in his third year, he cut down on drugs in the US by a considerable margin. Let's listen in to what all claims the US President Donald Trump has been making.
It used to be, at a time, we had a very successful first term, best economy ever. We did a lot of great things. We rebuilt our military. That's one of the reasons we're doing so well now with our military. I never thought I'd have to be using it so much. But when you look at what they did in Venezuela and now what they're doing in Iran, it's been amazing. But when you look at all of this, everybody was saying that this could never be done with the drugs. It could never be done. And in my first term, I was so proud of myself because I was able to cut the drugs 1/4 of a pence. Now, this doesn't sound so good, but I was proud. 28 years, drug costs went up, and it never stopped. Went up, up, up. And I had, in my third year, I cut drugs by 1/4 of 1%. And it was like a big deal because that never happened before. And I had a news conference. I announced that I cut drugs 1/4. It's the first time in 28 years. But now I cut drug prices by 80%, 75%. A low one, a bad one, would be 50%.
Viewers, now shifting focus, the war in Iran could pose even more devastating consequences if it is not brought to a standstill immediately. Officials and diplomats have spoken out in the ongoing energy crisis impacted by the West Asia war and the subsequent blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the International Energy Agency approved to release over 400 million barrels of strategic reserves, but cautioned that it could prove disastrous if the war stretches on. Diplomats have also remarked that the war in Iran is completely needless, noting that negotiations were underway prior to the whole conflict. Now, there's more in this report. Take a look.
The war in Iran has thrown the world into a global energy crisis. Crude prices are at a record high and turned markets volatile. The International Energy Agency has approved to release 400 million barrels of strategic reserves of oil. Meanwhile, former executive director of the agency warned that reserves could last for only 27 days and urged for immediate de-escalation. Concerns are rising if the war stretches on for longer than 3 months. There could be serious issue with oil reserves and supply.
So if this war continues beyond 27 days, the impact will be lost. So IA should think about the next stage. So the extension of the disruption is the issue. Certainly IA can deal with it, but 3 times more by 27 days is about 80 days. That is the maximum for the IA can compensate the disruption. So we sincerely hope that this is a temporary measure, and we sincerely wish that the disruption will stop sooner or later.
The former foreign minister of Singapore strongly condemned the war in Iran and said it will result into a global recession.
Well, because of the shortage of the supply, this certainly has an impact of the market, because the disruption means potential shortage of supply, so the price will go up. And this volatility of the fossil fuel price certainly has a very negative impact to the global economy. The high inflation may happen, and shortage may create some problem of the supply for the daily life of the gasoline or chemical products, etc. So I think this shortage should be contained as short as possible.
He noted that negotiations were going on between the US and Iran, and the war broke out all of a sudden.
That is the reason why IA, by releasing the stockpile, we will have some, let's say, buffer time for the stabilization comes back.
Meanwhile, former Indian ambassador Kanwal Sibal decried the ongoing war as completely needless, saying history has shown the region is resilient.
The Americans and Mr. Trump and the Israelis, they should answer this question. Why did they start this war? Totally needless, taking on a country like Iran after having experienced how their earlier interventions in this region failed miserably and left behind more chaos and instability and economic dislocation and terrorism and sectarian strife. And then taking on a country like Iran and thinking nothing of this will happen, no lessons learned from the past.
The focus is now shifting to US President Donald Trump over the real motive of this war. As the Iranian regime remains unchanged, the cost of war has surged to billions of dollars and thousands have been killed in the strikes. While in India, oil tanker from the Strait of Hormuz has begun to arrive, it remains to be seen how the global energy politics will play out.
Viewers, that's all that we could wrap in this edition of the News Bulletin. But on the other side, Iran is now marking its Quds Day celebration. Now remember, this is an annual event that is held on the last Friday of Ramadan to express solidarity with Palestinians and oppose Israel. We're getting you all the fresh visuals from the large rally that's happening in Tehran right after this short break.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellency Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellency Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। अरे अनुसरी होगा। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला, चलो वो टका गाड़ी मारवा।
Prime Minister Modi dials Iranian president for the first time since the war broke out 14 days ago, expresses a deep concern over the escalation of tensions and loss of civilian lives. After US CENTCOM claimed the KC-135 crashed in Iraq due to an accident, latest reports have now emerged in which Iraqi militant groups claim shooting down the US aircraft. Iranian Foreign Minister Arakchi issues a clarification for Iran's conditions amidst a war, says Iran's no nuclear proposal was dismissed by the US. At least one French soldier killed and 6 others injured in an Iranian drone attack on the joint base of French army and Kurdish forces in northern Iraq. Sensex and Nifty plunges as war in Iran continues after stock markets across the globe now suffer. All right, viewers, we've got a breaking news amid the LPG crisis. Big news coming to life from Hapur. Police here has now claimed that a Samajwadi Party leader has turned out to be a major racketeer. He was in fact hoarding about 55 filled cylinders. They have now been recovered from his home in Hapur, and the impact of CM Yogi's directive to take strict action against black marketing and hoarding now visible amid the LPG crisis. The public, in fact, is grappling with the crisis, viewers, while the Samajwadi Party is now spreading chaos as a party leader has now been found hoarding about 55 cylinders at his home, which have now been seized during a raid by the administration to counter hoarding. Remember, across India, government has now been urging people to not engage in panic buying, because there has been a panic buying taking place, which in fact has led to increase in demand of the last few days. And amid those crises, we're looking at some people trying to take advantage of this crisis, engaging in black marketing and hoarding of these essential things at this time. And now a Samajwadi Party leader, in fact, has been found hoarding 55 cylinders at his home. Now, my colleague Raghavendra joins us from Lucknow. Raghavendra, आप हमें बताएं इस समय की ये जो एक रेड थी समाजवादी पार्टी के लीडर के घर, उसमें 55 सिलेंडर्स इस समय बरामद हुए हैं। इस बारे में हमें और जानकारी दें।
बिल्कुल, देखिए, इस जो माहौल इस समय बना हुआ है उत्तर प्रदेश या देश का, उसको लेकर के उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार ने साफ कह दिया है कि किसी भी गैस एजेंसी पर ना तो सिलेंडर्स को इकट्ठा करके आप रख सकते हैं, ना उसको कालाबाजारी में बदल सकते हैं, ना उससे आप मुनाफा कमा सकते हैं। अगर ऐसा होता है तो वहाँ पर आपके खिलाफ कार्रवाई हो सकती है, FIR हो सकती है। इसके बावजूद भी, यह निर्देश देने के बावजूद भी समाजवादी पार्टी के जो नेता हैं, उन्होंने हापुड़ में एक रात में सिलेंडर की कालाबाजारी करने के लिए 50 से ज़्यादा यानी कि 55 सिलेंडर्स को इकट्ठा किए थे। अचानक पुलिस को जानकारी मिलती है, रातों रात पुलिस वहां छापा मारती है, तो यह सब सारे सिलेंडर्स बरामद होते हैं। अब सोचिए कि लगातार इस पैनिक स्थिति को लेकर के अखिलेश यादव सवाल उठा रहे हैं और सिलेंडर्स की लाइनों को ट्वीट कर रहे हैं, सोशल मीडिया पर लिख रहे हैं, लेकिन उनके ही पार्टी के नेता इस तरह से सिलेंडर्स को इकट्ठा करके उसको कालाबाजारी में तब्दील कर रहे हैं, तो यह एक बड़ा सवाल है। क्योंकि इस समय तो जो जनता है, जो उपभोक्ता है, उनको साहस देने की बात है, उनको ढांढस देने की बात है कि आप पैनिक मत होइए, घबराइए मत। सरकार कह रही है, सरकार आपके साथ है, सिलेंडर्स आपको मिलेंगे, थोड़ा आगे पीछे हो सकता है, लेकिन रसोई किसी की खाली नहीं रहेगी। लेकिन इस तरह की स्थिति को ला करके, कालाबाजारी कर करके, अलग अलग सोशल मीडिया पे मैसेज दे देकर एजेंसी पर लोगों की भीड़ पहुंचा रहे हैं, और जब वहां भीड़ हो रही है तो उसको ट्वीट कर रहे हैं और यह बताने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि देखिए यहाँ पर सिलेंडर्स की कमी है, जबकि सरकार लगातार कह रही है कि कोई अभी कमी नहीं है, सब कुछ सामान्य है। ज़रूर ये जो आप देख रहे हैं कि कुछ देशों में वार चल रहा है या कुछ और देशों में वार का संकट छाया हुआ है, तो इसको लेकर के आप इकट्ठा करने के पड़े हैं कि आप 2-3 सिलेंडर्स घर में रख लें। ऐसी कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है। एक सिलेंडर्स लेते हैं तो खुद ही 1 महीना लगभग चलता है, 15 दिन चलता है, 20 दिन चलता है, तो कहीं न कहीं आप अपने आप को अंकुश रखें। लेकिन यह जो स्थिति आई है,
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए और हमें इस जानकारी को देने के लिए रिगार्डिंग द LPG hoarding that's now taking place. And now viewers, now moving on to another breaking news that's coming in. In fact, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said yesterday at a press conference that the objectives of the campaign striking the terror regime in Iran continues the fight against its proxies and ensuring Israel's security and future. He says we are not waiting, we are initiating, we are attacking, and we are doing it with force. Now that's the first statement that he in fact delivered to media in Israel yesterday. This was Israeli Prime Minister's first statement laying it down Israel's strategy as far as war in Iran is concerned, and he says we are not waiting, we are attacking, we are initiating, and we're doing this with force. That's the statement coming in on the 13th day of the war in West Asia from the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. In fact, this is the first media address that he has delivered since the war began on February 28th. And now he reiterates saying that we are not initiating, we are attacking, and we're doing this with force, and we will continue this to in fact secure our future. That's the statement delivered by the Israeli Prime Minister on the war in West Asia. Now, viewers, further, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has also claimed major gains in the ongoing war against Iran. In his first media address since the war began, he said that Israeli strikes have killed a senior Iranian nuclear scientist and severely weakened Iran's military leadership. He also warned Iran's top leadership while appealing directly to the Iranian people to come out and overthrow their government. Here's the report. Take a look. For the first time since the war began, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is now publicly outlining Israel's war strategy against Iran. Netanyahu claims that nearly 2 weeks of joint US and Israeli strikes have delivered major blows to Iran's military establishment. According to him, a senior Iranian scientist involved in nuclear weapons development has now been killed.
במבצע עם כלבי אנחנו פרצנו גם לראשונה את הדרך לפגיעה מקיפה גם במאגר הטילים העצום של איראן וגם במפעלי הייצור של טילים נוספים. כך עשינו גם ביחס לפרויקט הגרעין שלה, כולל פגיעה אנושה בבחירי המדענים האיראנים, הם שהובילו את פיתוח פצצות האטום שנועדו להשמיד אותנו. הם כבר אינם. ואגב, פגענו בעוד כמה עכשיו.
Netanyahu also issued a warning to Iran's leadership, including the country's new supreme leader, Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei.
תוך זמן קצר חיסלנו את הצורר חמינאי וגם בכירים רבים במשטר הטרור. חיסלנו את הרודן הישן והרודן החדש, מוג'טבה, הבובה של משמרות המהפכה. הוא אינו יכול להראות את פניו בציבור.
Even as Netanyahu spoke, Israel reported fresh missile launches from Iran, signaling the war is far from over. In a direct message to the Iranian people, Netanyahu said the military campaign could open the door for political change inside the country. As airstrikes and missile attacks continue on both the sides, the conflict seems to be intensifying with no sign of de-escalation. All right, viewers, now shifting focus into tensions erupting between Pakistan and Afghanistan. Cross-firing has been reported between the two neighbors. Pakistan here has bombed Kabul, Kandahar and other Afghan cities, condemned as a blatant aggression by Afghanistan. In fact, continuing the pattern of previous aggressions and crime, the Pakistan's military regime has once again bombed several areas that I listed before, including Kandahar, Kabul, Paktia, as well as some other areas. In some places, it targeted civilian homes as well, leading to martyrdom of women and children. And in other places, it targeted empty deserts as well as uninhabited areas. Now, on the other hand, Taliban had also targeted multiple cities in Pakistan as cross-firing continues between the two neighbors and hostility rises in South Asia. So once again, we're looking at tensions erupting, viewers, between Pakistan and Afghanistan. Now, Taliban here has come out strongly condemning Pakistan's latest attacks on its civilians, including women and children. Several areas we are given to understand, from Kabul to Kandahar to Paktika to Paktia. All of these places, in fact, have come under attacks by Pakistan, and Taliban now coming out and condemning those strikes and saying that it will take, in fact, retaliatory action as well. Tensions, once again, escalating between the two neighbors. My colleague Gursimran, who's been closely tracking the conflict between the two neighbors, joins us. Gursimran, do tell us what's the latest we are picking up as far as the tensions between Pakistan and Afghanistan is concerned.
Now the Ministry of Defense of the Afghan Defense Forces has come out with a statement and have also released a video in which it can be seen they launching a drone attack on the Pakistani installation. What the Ministry of Defense of the Afghan Defense Forces have said that they have launched an attack on the military base that is in the Kohat area, very close to the Durand line, and one of the war command center established by the Pakistani army that is roughly at 2 kilometers distance. It is all along the Durand line that they have taken the hits. So a major infrastructural damage that they have done to the Pakistani security forces, apart from the loss of the soldiers that the Afghan Defense Forces have claimed. This comes in a retaliation to the Pakistan's early morning strikes that they have done in the Kabul, Kandahar, Paktia and Paktika provinces, in which not only the fuel locations, the fuel storage capacity centers of the aviation fuel that is used by the Qam airline as well as by the United Nations for their operations in Afghanistan, that has been hit, but also it was the civilians that have been targeted in the Khost province, in which a woman along with her children, total of 4 casualties to a single family was recorded, and it was purely in the habitant area, the civilian area, that Pakistan did a strike. Apart from this, what MOD Afghanistan has said that Pakistan is now targeting the areas that are having only civilians and no infrastructure of the military, which clearly means Pakistan wants to inflict the civilian casualties, but they have no human values. That is what the Afghanistan Ministry of Defense have alleged, and now they are carrying out the retaliatory strikes that is also shown in the video that has been released by the Ministry of Defense of the Afghan Defense Forces, that how they are targeting the Pakistani infrastructure and are inflicting damage to the Pakistani military personnel.
Right, Gursimran, we're getting some more developments regarding these strikes. Do continue to stay with us. I'll come back to you. Now, viewers, according to the Ministry of Defense Afghanistan, they say that the strikes in a Kohat military fort were struck while the War Command Center along with the Durand line, located approximately just 2 kilometers from the fort, along with the office of fort's commander, was also precisely targeted. So here we've got some more details about Afghanistan and the targets they have hit inside Pakistan. So as Gursimran was also telling us, that Taliban is now retaliating to the morning strikes conducted by Pakistan. They have struck Kohat military fort inside Pakistan and the War Command Center along the Durand line as well. Gursimran, coming back to you, you were just giving us more details about the targets that Taliban has struck inside the Pakistan. I want to ask you, it looks like while Taliban is now targeting the military infrastructure, Pakistan here is going for the civilian targets.
Yes, you have rightly mentioned, and that is what has happened, because in the Khost province strikes that have been done by the Pakistan, it was civilian casualties. Women along with her children, 4 of a family, have been killed in the Pakistani strikes. While if we compare the retaliatory strikes that have been done by the Afghan Defense Forces, it were pure military strikes they have done on the Pakistani military base in the Kohat, and also one of the war control centers that Pakistan Army has established. Because Pakistan was carrying out this strike with the motive that they will completely decimate the power of the Afghans, but what we have seen that the Afghanistan is not holding back. They are retaliating to any provocation that is coming from Pakistan. And earlier also we have seen Zabiullah Mujahid, the spokesperson of the Taliban Afghan government. He has made it amply clear that they are not going to hold. They are going to go with their old strategy, and if Pakistan wants to fight a war for 10 long years, they are ready for it, because it is one of the successful strategies. If you compare the recent wars that have been fought throughout the world, Afghans have not only they have sent back the USSR, that is the Soviet Union, but have also managed to send back United States, one of the biggest military powers in the world. So they have their successful strategy that they are going to go for the prolonged wars, and they have also said that they are ready for the same if Pakistan wants to do same to happen, and they will be striking back at any provocation that will be done by the Pakistan that is a challenge to the sovereignty of Afghan.
Right. Gursimran, also, not just in terms of the military hostilities that we're now witnessing, but people-to-people ties have also seen a complete breakdown. We have seen earlier there were anti-Islamabad protests in Kabul, and now also the public sentiment against Pakistan is rising given how they're attacking civilians in Afghanistan.
Yes, that's very true, and we have seen not only this, what the result, the TTP is the result of the Pakistani atrocities on the people that are the tribal people, actually the people, the Pashto people that live on this side, that is on the Pakistani side also. They have also been subjected to the atrocities by the Pakistani side, and Afghanistan has always condemned the same. Now, even as we speak, many of the refugees, the Afghanis that were living on this side, they were sent back by the Pakistan. The condition of them that was known to everyone. So the situation continues to be Pakistan is under the pressure, not only the external pressure from the Afghans, but also the internal pressure that we have seen rising from their hinterland. The Pashto people, they are seeing it as an assault on their identity, because the Durand line is not acceptable only by Afghans, but also the people on this side, the Pashto speaking people, they are also not in favor of the Durand line, and they want that to be redrawn, and that is the main point of contention between both the sides.
Right, Gursimran, thank you for joining us and giving us all these details. We will continue to track the tensions between Afghanistan and Pakistan here on Republic. Now, viewers, moving on to another news. A Mumbai engineer has now died in an attack on oil tanker near Iraq. Devanand Prasad Singh resided in Kandivali East. An Indian engineer residing in Kandivali East, Mumbai, has now died in an attack on oil tanker at sea near Iraq. So we're looking at India now suffering another casualty. This deceased, in fact, has been identified as Devanand Prasad Singh. He's a resident of Kandivali in eastern Mumbai. And he, in fact, has been killed in an attack that took place near the Strait of Hormuz. In fact, near Iraq. That's the latest we are picking up, viewers, as far as another Indian casualty is concerned in the ongoing war in West Asia. The deceased is an engineer from Mumbai. He's been identified as an engineer who was residing in East Kandivali in Mumbai. And now, in fact, he has been killed in an attack that took place at sea near the Strait of Hormuz and near Iraq. So there's another Indian casualty that has now taken place. And that's the latest we are picking up as far as the war in West Asia is concerned. Now, the deceased here, in fact, has been identified as Devanand Prasad Singh. He was serving as the additional chief engineer aboard the oil tanker named Safe Sea Vishnu. According to available information, the vessel was near the Coral Zubair port, close to Basra in Iraq. All right, my colleague Revati now joins me with more details on this. Revati, it looks like India has suffered another casualty, unfortunately, and the resident has now been identified as a Mumbai engineer from East Kandivali. Give us more details. What exactly was his role on that tanker, and how did this take place?
Right, as you rightly mentioned, Devanand Singh was playing a role of an engineer, a superintendent engineer actually, on that specific ship, which was a merchant navy ship. And when they were stranded near Iraq, the missiles that were bombarded, it got hit to the ship, and unfortunately he was severely injured. While under treatment, he succumbed to his injuries, and unfortunately he died out of those injuries. Yeah, he originally hails from Bihar, but in 2019 he shifted to Mumbai and was currently residing in information was shared immediately with his family. Currently, his family is under utter grief, and the merchant navy company has said that they will be cooperating with the family, and they have also paid their condolences at the moment. Over to you.
All right. Revati, also, what information do we have about bringing back his mortal remains? Do we have any updates regarding that?
As of now, the company is saying that all the situation, all the matter is under investigation, that what exactly has happened and when his mortal remains will be brought back, because as the matter is under investigation, when Republic tried to contact his family is currently under utter grief, so they are not ready to talk. Also, no one is available at their Kandivali. His remains will be brought to his Kandivali.
All right. And any other response coming in from the government officials regarding his mortal remains that will have to be brought back now to Mumbai?
Right, as you rightly mentioned, the company which he works for, which belong to a merchant navy company of Mumbai, is also investigating, and also the government officials are investigating the matter. So now, once the investigation of the matter is underway, more details are actually awaited, that what exactly happened there, how did the bombing happen. So once the details are out, then only
Right, of course. Thank you, Revati, for joining us and giving us all those details. Another Indian casualty now taking place in the war in West Asia. Now, viewers, shifting focus, US President Donald Trump has praised its military, saying what they are doing is amazing. He said in a public address that he had a successful first term and rebuilt the military and the US economy. He also says that in his third year, he cut down on drugs in the US by a considerable margin. Now, let's listen in to what the claims has been made by the US President.
You know, it used to be, at a time, we had a very successful first term, best economy ever. We did a lot of great things. We rebuilt our military. That's one of the reasons we're doing so well now with our military. I never thought I'd have to be using it so much. But when you look at what they did in Venezuela and now what they're doing in Iran, it's been amazing. But when you look at all of this, everybody was saying that this could never be done with the drugs. It could never be done. And in my first term, I was so proud of myself because I was able to cut the drugs 1/4%. Now, this doesn't sound so good, but I was proud. 28 years, drug costs went up, and it never stopped. Went up, up, up. And I had, in my third year, I cut drugs by 1/4%. And it was like a big deal because that never happened before. And I had a news conference. I announced that I cut drugs 1/4. It's the first time in 28 years. But now I cut drug prices by 80%, 75%. A low one, a bad one, would be 50%.
And now, viewers, fresh Israeli strikes have once again rocked the Lebanese capital Beirut as the conflict, now spreading across West Asia, continues to intensify. Now, Israeli forces say they are targeting positions which are linked to Hezbollah, with raids and airstrikes reported across multiple parts of Lebanon. Now, entire neighborhoods have been reduced to rubble, with hundreds killed and thousands displaced as civilians continue to flee the chaos. Here's a detailed report. Take a look.
The aftermath of the Israeli airstrikes is visible all across Beirut, where streets are lined with piles of rubble and debris. Thick plumes of smoke rose from damaged structures as Israeli strikes continue to pound what Israel thinks are structures linked to Hezbollah. Israeli forces says its operations are aimed at weakening Hezbollah positions across Lebanon. The escalation began after Hezbollah launched missiles and drones into Israel on March 2nd, which came after the US and Israel struck Iran 2 days before, killing their supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. However, the war has forced massive displacement and widespread casualties all across Lebanon. One of the latest strikes hit a car in Ramlet al-Baida, a central neighborhood in Beirut, killing 8 people in the process. A local resident had this to say.
بدقوا لي بيقولوا لي استهدفوا رملة البيضاء. تتصاوب خالتي زوجة والدي وخيي عمره 8 سنين صغير، وعندي خيي كان عم بيطلع عليهم صوب براسه، وزوجتي بأصابيع ايديها.
Lebanon says that at least 634 people have been killed since the latest round of fighting began, and that more than 759,000 people have now been internally displaced all across Lebanon due to the ongoing war. However, as airstrikes continue to hit parts of Beirut, many are dead and tens of thousands remain displaced, waiting for the violence to end.
All right, viewers, coming up on the other side, one French soldier killed and 6 others injured in an Iranian drone attack on the joint base of French army and Kurdish forces.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
वाह वाह मम्मा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरी राजा
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू अनुसरण होगा हो गया चिंता कुमार गिरा तो नीचे अब गाड़ी पूर्ण वाला गाड़ी माता
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू अनुसरण होगा हो गया चिंता कुमार गिरा तो नीचे अब गाड़ी पूर्ण वाला गाड़ी माता
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Prime Minister Modi dials Iranian president for the first time since the war broke out, expresses a deep concern over the escalation of tensions and loss of civilian lives. After US CENTCOM claims KC-135 crashed in Iraq due to an accident, latest reports now emerge in which Iraqi separatists have now claimed they shot it down. Iranian Foreign Minister Arakchi issues a clarification on Iran's conditions amidst a war, says Iran's no-nuclear proposal was dismissed by the US. One French soldier killed and 6 others injured in Iran drone attack on a joint base of French army and Kurdish forces in northern Iraq. Sensex and Nifty plunges as war in Iran continues to affect the stock markets across the globe. All right, viewers, the top focus at this hour. TMC here has now submitted an impeachment motion against Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar in both the houses of Parliament, with about 193 MPs signing the impeachment motion. Now, the war between the opposition and the Election Commission now intensifying, with the opposition, in fact, now submitting an impeachment motion. TMC here has submitted the impeachment notice against the Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar. Now, there are some allegations of him behaving in a partisan and discriminatory way while in office. In fact, there are charges against him of a deliberate obstruction of investigation of electoral fraud and mass disenfranchisement. Opposition parties are now accusing the Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar of aiding the ruling party, Bharatiya Janata Party, on several occasions, specifically in connection with the ongoing SIR in several states, especially West Bengal. We have seen already Mamata Banerjee and the entire opposition coming out strongly against the SIR process, specifically TMC in West Bengal. And now an impeachment motion, in fact, has been submitted against the Chief Election Commissioner. Now, my colleague Harsha joins me with more details on this. Harsha, it seems TMC has now submitted the motion, the impeachment motion against the Chief Election Commissioner Gyanesh Kumar, so taking up their fight with the Election Commission a notch higher.
Yes, you rightly pointed out. Now, the impeachment notice against CC Gyanesh Kumar has been submitted by the opposition party leaders. TMC was the one who actually went for it and seek the support from all the opposition party leaders. Jairam Ramesh took the lead in the Congress party to make it signed from all the opposition leaders of Congress from the Rajya Sabha and from the Lok Sabha. But let me tell you, Samajwadi Party, RJD Party, RSP, the left parties, Congress Party, each and every opposition party leaders have signed the notice of the impeachment to the TMC leaders. Shatabdi Roy was leading the signature process from the side of the TMC party, and this was going on since Monday. Since Monday, they stated that they will bring impeachment against Gyanesh Kumar for the wrongful deletion in the SIR process, and how there's a conspiracy of deletion of almost 1.2 crore voters. This Mamata Banerjee has been stating, and today the impeachment notice against CC has been submitted by the TMC party leaders, not only in the Lok Sabha but in Rajya Sabha as well. They want to bring the impeachment against the CC in both houses of the parliament. 193 signatures they've already got. They are planning to get at least 200 signatures, but with 193 signatures, the copy of notice has been submitted in both the houses. To all our viewers, to understand the rules and protocol of the parliament, let me tell you that in this session only, for the notice to be brought in this session, there needs to be 15 days time. And if they have submitted the notice today, they at least have 19 days time still in their hand for the impeachment notice to be taken up in both the floor of the House, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Now, it is the prerogative of the chairman of both the houses, Speaker in Lok Sabha and the Chairman and Rajya Sabha, whether impeachment motion will be taken up in both the houses or not. But yes, they have plenty of time to take up this issue in this session of the parliament, which also Mamata Banerjee wants, because once the elections are announced, she wants that SIR should, because of the SIR, the elections in West Bengal should be postponed and the impeachment should be brought against the CEC for the wrongful deletion of the voters in the SIR process in West Bengal. So we are likely expecting that in this session only, if TMC requests the speaker in the BAC Business Advisory Committee, that might be the impeachment would be taken in this session only, but it's the prerogative again of the speaker. The notice, which was the first rule to bring the impeachment, the notice has already been submitted today with the 193 signatures. Back to you.
Right. Harsha, you say there's ample amount of time for the opposition for these motions to be taken up in both the House of Parliament. What about the numbers that we talk about? Do they have numbers in their favor? And what kind of numbers are required for a motion like this to be passed?
So the rule says you need 1/4 number. The rule says even if you have 50 signatures in the notice, you can bring the impeachment and no confidence as well. In the case of Speaker, we saw there were more than 50 signatures. And in the case of for the impeachment, they have also more than 50 signatures. They were targeting 200 signatures, the maximum signatures from the side of opposition party. But they have at least 193 signatures. 50 is the minimum what they need to bring the impeachment notice and to stand for impeachment notice to submit to the Secretary General of both the houses. Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, they have more than this 50. So impeachment notice could be brought in both the houses of the parliament. But when it will be brought, under which rule it will be brought, and when the chairman will allow this impeachment to be brought, this only the speaker will decide. But TMC wants that in this session only the impeachment should be brought. Therefore, in the proper time span, in the proper time gap of the 15 days, they have already submitted the impeachment notice today against the Chief Election Commissioner Ganesh Kumar. Back to you.
Right, of course, Sasha. So we'll have to see how this fight between the opposition and the Election Commission pans out and whether or not the motions will in fact be taken up. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us those details. And now we are shifting focus. The war in Iran could pose even more devastating consequences if it's not stopped immediately. Officials and diplomats have spoken out in the ongoing energy crisis impacted by the West Asia war and the subsequent blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. The International Energy Agency has now approved to release 400 million barrels of strategic reserves, but cautioned that it could prove disastrous if the war stretches on. Now, diplomats have also remarked that the war in Iran is completely needless, noting that negotiations were in fact underway prior to the whole conflict. More in this report. Take a look. The war in Iran has thrown the world into a global energy crisis. Crude prices are at a record high and turned markets volatile. The International Energy Agency has approved to release 400 million barrels of strategic reserves of oil. Meanwhile, former executive director of the agency warned that reserves could last for only 27 days and urged for immediate de-escalation. Concerns are rising if the war stretches on for longer than 3 months. There could be serious issue with oil reserves and supply.
So if this war continues beyond 27 days, the impact will be lost. So IA should think about the next stage. So the extension of the disruption is the issue. Certainly IA can deal with it, but 3 times more by 27 days is about 80 days. That is the maximum for the IA can compensate the disruption. So we sincerely hope that this is a temporary measure, and we sincerely wish that the disruption will stop sooner or later.
The former foreign minister of Singapore strongly condemned the war in Iran and said it will result into a global recession.
Well, because of the shortage of the supply, this certainly has an impact of the market, because the disruption means potential shortage of supply, so the price will go up. And this volatility of the fossil fuel price certainly has a very negative impact to the global economy. The high inflation may happen, and shortage may create some problem of the supply for the daily life of the gasoline or chemical products, etc. So I think this shortage should be contained as short as possible.
He noted that negotiations were going on between the US and Iran, and the war broke out all of a sudden.
That is the reason why IA, by releasing the stockpile, we will have some, let's say, buffer time for the stabilization comes back.
Meanwhile, former Indian ambassador Kanwal Sibal decried the ongoing war as completely needless, saying history has shown the region is resilient.
The Americans and Mr. Trump and the Israelis, they should answer this question. Why did they start this war? Totally needless, taking on a country like Iran after having experienced how their earlier interventions in this region failed miserably and left behind more chaos and instability and economic dislocation and terrorism and sectarian strife. And then taking on a country like Iran and thinking nothing of this will happen, no lessons learned from the past.
The focus is now shifting to US President Donald Trump over the real motive of this war. As the Iranian regime remains unchanged, the cost of war has surged to billions of dollars and thousands have been killed in the strikes. While in India, oil tanker from the Strait of Hormuz has begun to arrive, it remains to be seen how the global energy politics will play out.
Coming in from the war zone now, the IDF says it has completed the waves of strikes on Hezbollah infrastructure. The IDF says, and I quote, yesterday the IDF completed dozens of waves of strikes on infrastructure belonging to Hezbollah. Okay, we are cutting across live to Parliament where Nirmala Sitharaman is speaking right now.
आप कृपया अपनी जगह चले जाइए। आप जिस मुद्दा पे बात कर रहे हैं एलपीजी में, वित्त मंत्री जी एलपीजी के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, आप सुनना नहीं चाहते, उसी बात के बारे में बात आप सिर्फ डिस्टर्ब करने के लिए आए हैं, सुनने के लिए नहीं आए। वित्त मंत्री जी खड़े होकर बोल रहे हैं, उसी बात पे चर्चा चल रही है, आप सुनना। ये क्या जिम्मेदारी है आपकी? ये क्या जिम्मेदारी है आपकी? आप एलपीजी के नारे लगा रहे हैं, वित्त मंत्री जी एलपीजी के बारे में बोल रहे हैं, आप सुनना नहीं चाहते हैं। आप बैठिएगा प्लीज, आप कृपया आप अपने जगह पर जाके बैठिए, सुनिए मैडम प्लीज।
सो ऐसे परिस्थिति में सरकार के साथ देते हुए जो भी विदेश से जो भी दिक्कत आ रही है, हम सब पार्टी के रूपरेखा से उबर कर ऊपर आकर के देश के हित में साथ रह करके जनता को उम्मीद जताने वाले बात करना आवश्यक है। और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी इसमें पूरे अपने ताकत लगा करके इस देश में नागरिक को कोई आपत्ति ना हो इसके लिए इतना मेहनत कर रहे हैं, मगर हमारे विपक्ष तो वेल में आकर के चिल्लाना ही उनका एक काम ऐसे समझ कर रह रहे हैं। देश का दुर्गत पोजीशन दुर्भाग्य है, मैं इससे ज्यादा क्या बोलूं। सर, ये जो इकोनॉमिक स्टेबलाइजेशन फंड है, ये आई एम प्रोपोजिंग दिस टू बी partly met out of existing appropriation and partly through additional allocation. So ये economic stabilization fund कहाँ से आ रहा, यही है उसका जवाब। सर, फिर इस देश में कभी भी हमारे सैनिक के खिलाफ और सैनिक के विरोध में कुछ भी नहीं होता, ऊपर से मोदी जी के सरकार में उनका साथ देने के काम करते हैं। 41,430.48 crore डिफेंस सर्विसेज रेवेन्यू के लिए दे रहे हैं सर, ये सप्लीमेंट्री डिमांड फॉर ग्रांट में। ऑपोजिशन तो साथ देना है, डिफेंस के लिए पैसा दे रहे हैं, इकोनॉमिक स्टेबिलिटी के लिए पैसा दे रहे हैं, फिर भी वो नहीं है उनको ये सुनना अच्छा नहीं लगता क्योंकि काम हो रहा है। सर, 35,290 crore is the payment for spectrum charges to Department of Telecommunications because of defense requirements. Defense का requirement meet करने के लिए हम पैसा दे रहे हैं जो वापस consolidated fund में आएगा। और सर, ये एक मुख्य अंश है सर, दिस इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट जो हम आपके सामने आपके द्वारा बोलना चाहते हैं और हमारे सांसदगण को भी और सबको भी जानकारी होना चाहिए। 6,140 crore एक्स सर्विसमैन कॉन्ट्रीब्यूटरी हेल्थ सर्विस स्कीम्स के लिए ECHS के लिए दे रहे हैं, जिससे कोई एक्स सर्विसमैन को हेल्थ सर्विसेज में कमी ना हो, पूरे उनका व्यवस्था ठीक होना चाहिए। इसीलिए 6,140 करोड़ ये सप्लीमेंट्री डिमांड फॉर ग्रांट्स में हम प्रावधान कर रहे हैं। फिर 37,886 करोड़ ट्रांसफर टू द स्टेट्स हो रहा है। ये 15th फिनांस कमीशन ग्रांट्स लोकल बॉडीज को लिए जो ग्रांट्स देना है वो दे रहे हैं। क्यों अभी दे रहे हैं? साल में नहीं दिया, पूरे साल छोड़ करके अब क्यों दे रहे हैं? इसीलिए अब दे रहे हैं क्योंकि स्टेट्स भी चुनाव, लोकल बॉडीज का चुनाव खत्म कर लिया, बाकी सब कंडीशंस को मीट कर लिया, वो कंडीशंस मीट हो गया, इसीलिए अब इस अमाउंट को हम स्टेट्स को दे रहे हैं। ऐसे ही हेल्थ ग्रांट्स भी स्टेट्स के लिए दे रहे हैं। फिर फर्टिलाइजर सब्सिडी सर, मैं आपके सामने आपके द्वारा सभी सांसदगण को ये विषय बोलना चाह रहे हैं कि किसानों के लिए फर्टिलाइजर सब्सिडी कोई कमी नहीं होगा, पूरे के पूरे किसान के लिए प्रावधान है इस सप्लीमेंट्री डिमांड में। 19,230 crores for
Now we shift our focus back to the war zone. The IDF says it has completed the waves of strikes on the Hezbollah infrastructure in Lebanon. In fact, it says that yesterday the IDF completed dozens of waves of strikes on infrastructure belonging to the Hezbollah terrorist organization in Beirut, in Bekaa, and additional areas in southern Lebanon. In fact, in Beirut, assets of the Al-Qard Al-Hassan Association, it says, and other significant financial assets of the Hezbollah terrorist organization were struck across Lebanon. And that is the breaking news we have right now. You can see the video that has been released by the IDF. Says the IDF claims it's a structure that is Hezbollah's asset. It's Al-Qard Al-Hassan Association's assets. And in fact, in some more updates, there has been an Israeli strike that has killed 2 people. Israeli strike in Lebanon, killing 2. And Israel said it was targeting an Islamic group official that in that strike, which has led to the death of 2 people. Who are they? We do not know. Reports from Lebanon tell us about the strike on an apartment that has killed 2 people. So it is said to be targeting 2 people of an Islamic group official. Could be part of, could be linked to the Iranian regime. We do not know yet, but there has been a lot of escalation as far as the Lebanon strikes are concerned. The strikes by Israeli defense forces inside Lebanon is concerned. Meanwhile, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has claimed major gains in the ongoing war against Iran. In his first media address since the war began, Netanyahu says that Israeli strikes have killed a senior Iranian nuclear scientist and severely weakened Iran's military leadership. He also warns Iran's top leadership while appealing directly to the people of Iran. Here's more.
For the first time since the war began, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is now publicly outlining Israel's war strategy against Iran. Netanyahu claims that nearly 2 weeks of joint US and Israeli strikes have delivered major blows to Iran's military establishment. According to him, a senior Iranian scientist involved in nuclear weapons development has now been killed.
במבצע עם כלבי אנחנו פרצנו גם לראשונה את הדרך לפגיעה מקיפה גם במאגר הטילים העצום של איראן וגם במפעלי הייצור של טילים נוספים. כך עשינו גם ביחס לפרויקט הגרעין שלה, כולל פגיעה אנושה בבחירי המדענים האיראנים, הם שהובילו את פיתוח פצצות האטום שנועדו להשמיד אותנו. הם כבר אינם. ואגב, פגענו בעוד כמה עכשיו.
Netanyahu also issued a warning to Iran's leadership, including the country's new supreme leader, Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei.
תוך זמן קצר חיסלנו את הצורר חמינאי וגם בכירים רבים במשטר הטרור. חיסלנו את הרודן הישן והרודן החדש, מוג'טבה, הבובה של משמרות המהפכה. הוא אינו יכול להראות את פניו בציבור.
Even as Netanyahu spoke, Israel reported fresh missile launches from Iran, signaling the war is far from over. In a direct message to the Iranian people, Netanyahu said the military campaign could open the door for political change inside the country. As airstrikes and missile attacks continue on both the sides, the conflict seems to be intensifying with no sign of de-escalation.
There's a breaking news coming in right now. Afghanistan government has showed a video, has released a video of conducting a drone strike in Pakistan, and it claims that it targeted Pakistani troops in Kohat cantonment. Afghanistan drone strike conducted in Kohat, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and Afghanistan claimed that it destroyed Pakistani's military fortress. And that's a big escalation, of course, coming in as Afghanistan continues to pound key military infrastructure inside Pakistan. And this is the Kohat cantonment. Afghanistan strikes come in response to Pakistan's attack on Kabul and Kandahar, and Afghanistan conducting a strike against Pakistani infrastructure, military infrastructure. Gursimran Singh joins us live on a broadcast for more. Gursimran, this is a big development. Afghanistan is claiming to have struck the Kohat cantonment now, and it has also released a video.
Yes, Afghanistan Ministry of Defense has come out with a statement in which they have said that as the response to the strikes by Pakistan early this morning we have seen early morning Kabul, Kandahar, Paktia were hit by Pakistan, and now the retaliatory strikes have been carried out by the Afghan Defense Forces, in which in the Kohat, one of the military bases of the Pakistan security forces, that has been targeted, leading to large-scale infrastructural damage to the Pakistan and also some of the casualties. The numbers has not been given yet by the DGI SPR with regards to the fatal and the non-fatal casualties. Apart from this, also one of the War Command Control Center of the Pakistani Army that was roughly at a distance of 2 kilometers from this very military base in Kohat, that has also been hit in a drone strike that has been carried out by the Afghan Defense Forces. So Afghan are continuing in their retaliatory strikes. They have already warned Pakistan that if Pakistan wants the war to continue for 10 long years, they are ready for it. And for the long-term wars, Afghan have a saga of history, because they have ensured that the USSR leaves the Afghanistan in the long-term war. Even the United States left Afghanistan after a long war with Taliban. So they are trained for it. But now the kind of retaliatory strikes that they are carrying out, it clearly shows that they have lots of ammunition with them, and the precise strike that they are carrying out, it is showing that they are getting the pinpoint precision input with regards to the Pakistani military locations, and the hard strikes that they are having is leading to the fatal casualties to the Pakistani security forces. More than 55 Pakistani soldiers have been killed in the strikes in last 20 days that have been carried out by the Afghan Defense Forces, starting from the incident that took place on 21st and 22nd of February when Pakistan carried out the strikes inside the territory of Afghan, and taking that as threat to their sovereignty. Pakistan's military targets were hit by the Afghans as retaliatory strikes that they have launched then.
Right. Many thanks, Gursimran Singh, for joining us with details on that development coming in from Pakistan. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Defense of Afghanistan has said that during these strikes, the Kohat military fortress was struck, while the War Command Center along the Durand Line, that is located approximately 2 kilometers from the fort, along with the office of the fort's commanders, was also precisely targeted. So it comes as a big humiliation once again for Pakistan. It continues to be rattled and pounded by Afghanistan. And now we have this statement of a precision strike at the Kohat military fort. That's the very important cantonment for the Pakistanis there in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. And with that, it's a wrap on this edition. But on the other side, we get you more updates from the war in West Asia, as the U.S. CENTCOM, the Central Command, claims that KC-135 crashed in Iraq due to an accident. The latest reports have emerged in which Iraqi separatists claim that they have shot that aircraft down. We'll get you more on that.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellency First Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू अरे अनुसरी होगा तुम तो कमाल गिरा दो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी लो पूर्ण वाला चलो गोटे का गाड़ी मारवा
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Excellency First Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू अरे अनुसरी होगा तुम तो कमाल गिरा दो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी लो पूर्ण वाला चलो गोटे का गाड़ी मारवा
External Affairs Minister S. Shankar speaks to Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi for the fourth time since the war began. Araghchi briefs the External Affairs Minister on the ongoing developments of the war. Iran Foreign Minister asks BRICS nations to help stabilize West Asia, asks for BRICS to condemn the US strikes. Qatar strongly condemns Israeli attacks on Lebanon, calls it a blatant violation of international humanitarian law. Dubai hit with drones in another strike, smoke seen over central Dubai. US loses another big plane in Iran war. US refueler struck down by Iraqi militant group. Mumbai engineer killed in attack on oil tanker near Iraq. Republic speaks to the Indian sailors stranded at the Strait of Hormuz, urges immediate government intervention. Sensex sinks 550 points and Nifty opens below 23,500 as the war in Iran continues to affect stock markets across the globe due to concerns over energy and oil. Across India, people seen hoarding LPG, creating panic and creating LPG shortage in the country. What a pathetic scene. Afghanistan bombs Pakistan, claims it is in response to Pakistan's attack on Kabul and Kandahar. Viewers, now quickly shifting focus to Tehran, where explosions have been heard during the Quds Day march that is ongoing. Now, during the last Friday of Ramadan, in fact, Quds Day celebrations take place in Tehran, inside Iran. Now, remember, this is a protest which is pro-Palestinian in nature, and it is against Israeli aggression that's ongoing in the Gaza Strip. In fact, Israeli flags are also burnt during this march. People also chant slogans that translate directly into death to Israel. And these are the live visuals that are coming in from Iran's capital city of Tehran. A sea full of people out on the streets over the Quds march that's ongoing. And you can see huge plumes of smoke going up at the back of this march, where explosions were heard during the Quds Day march. Now, let me reiterate, this march is pro-Palestinian in nature and stands against Israeli aggression that's ongoing in the Gaza Strip. In fact, people also end up burning Israeli flags and sloganeering death to Israel amid marches as such. In fact, various cities like London have now banned the Quds Day march amid the ongoing West Asia tensions. These are the live visuals that we're getting in from Tehran. What's being reported is that Israel has hit Tehran as the long Quds Day march continues to take place in the Iranian capital. A sea full of people out on the streets over the Quds Day protest and march. Now, Iranians have taken part in this protest marking the annual Al-Quds Day, which is also called the Jerusalem Day, and this comes on the last Friday of Ramadan. Now, amid the US-Israeli conflict with Iran in Tehran, these are the scenes that are unfolding, and in fact, explosions have also been heard in Tehran as the march continues. A huge sea of people out on the streets for the Quds Day celebration, the Quds Day march in Iran. In fact, remember, this is it is an Iran-initiated, state-sponsored protest that is held on the last Friday of Ramadan, and it expresses solidarity with Palestinians and opposes Israel. In fact, this was established in 1979 by Ayatollah Khamenei. It also features massive state-sanctioned rallies across Iran, often involving anti-Israel, anti-US rhetorics. And in fact, in 2022 also, viewers, there was a display of the Iranian military hardware as part of the Quds Day march. And now, even as Israel, Iran and the United States continue to war in West Asia, Iran has still managed to mark its annual state-sponsored Quds Day protest. These are the live visuals that we're getting in from Tehran. In fact, the catch of this time's Quds Day protest is the fact that Israeli munitions have hit Tehran as the protests are ongoing. However, we do not see any change in the rhetoric on the streets. People continue to march even as attacks are being rained down. Look at the back of these visuals. You can see huge plumes of smoke that's going up. This is possibly from the explosion that took place amid the ongoing march in the Iranian capital of Tehran. Now, there is no doubt over the fact that this is because of an Israeli and US collaborated raid. In fact, we're also being joined by Shravan to get us more details into the matter. Shravan, the Quds Day march is unfolding in Tehran even as the war rages on. Shivam joins me from the newsroom. Shivam, the Quds Day march is unfolding, and even as that is happening, Israel continues to batter Tehran, yet no change of sentiment. People remain on the streets protesting against Israeli aggression inside the Gaza Strip. Shivam.
Yes, definitely. People have gathered in a very large number, as you can very well see on your television screen, the visuals that we are showing right now at this moment. Now, this also comes at a time when Israel's military has also announced a fresh wave of strikes against their targets, the infrastructure in Tehran, in Iran. Now, this comes as a very important development because this is of very historic importance for the Iranians, because this is the Quds March. Large crowds have gathered in Tehran and other cities, and this is not just happening in Tehran. Now, the Quds Day is being organized in various parts of the world across the globe by those who are showing solidarity towards Palestine. Now, this was started in 1979 by Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The first day was observed by Ayatollah Ali Khamenei in 1979. So we must remember the significance of the Quds Day annual, the march that is happening right now. Now, large crowds have gathered in Tehran and other cities of Iran because it's important. It's a Friday, the day of prayer for the people there, and for the annual Quds Day March. This is an event which is held each year in Iran and several other countries. This is a march to express solidarity, to show support for the Palestinians, and to show that they are against Israel. They are united against Israel. And so this holds a very important significance in their fight against Israel. And this was started by Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Ruhollah Khamenei. Now, Quds Day is observed on the last Friday of the holy month of Ramadan, as per the Islamic calendar also. Now, rallies have been held across Iran, as you can see on the screen. A large number of people have gathered on your screens, and then there was a strike that happened, and we have to connect the dots because Israel has also said that they have launched a new wave of strikes against Iran, against Tehran. Various infrastructure have been struck. There are strikes going on right now as we speak in various parts in the Middle East region, and they have also targeted Beirut, Lebanon. The Hezbollah infrastructure has also been targeted by the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces. And now the rally was happening, the march was happening as we speak, and the strike took place. And it was exactly the time the IDF has announced a new fresh wave of strikes against the Iranian regime. And also, as of now, there are no reports of any casualties or any injuries to those who were taking part. And actually, you can see them cheering as if they are celebrating their march, as if this is a victory against the Israeli government, the IDF.
Yeah, absolutely, Shivam. In fact, viewers, these are the scenes that are unfolding live in Iranian capital of Tehran. In fact, we're also being joined by retired Major General K.K. Sinha to get us more updates on the matter. Major General Sinha, thanks very much for speaking to Republic. You see the dramatic scenes that are unfolding on the streets of Tehran. People on one hand continue to raise anti-Israel protests and calling out Israel's aggression in the Gaza Strip, and this as Israel continues to batter Iran. Just one strike that has in fact hit the very Quds March that we see on our screens. Major General Sinha.
Good afternoon, guys. Today is the D plus 14 days of war.
Yeah.
Where the things are moving in directions. And basically, as far as the Iranian are concerned, they have got a fresh wave of discouragement because the way they have included this war in 14 days, I think their true promise 4. I think this is now 40th retribution was yesterday. It might be much more. And this rally which was taken out in Tehran is basically they are showing that, the complete regime is still active. What they wanted to actually demolish on 28th February, last month, that is intact. Especially after Mustafa Khomeini, who has come, who is a successor now, a new wave of, terrorism has come to the complete people, 9 crore people of Iranian, and I think everyone has joined. And what the narrative which was built up that, the change of regime will take place and the people will come in the street, that has been defeated. And that's why they are cheerful. The solution by the Israelis, in the form of the first wave attack, actually, that is getting saturated. Mind you, if you carry out the airstrike, has got a limitation of after that you don't get actually what you desire to do. So that is a stalemate situation. And I think the Iranians are celebrating as on today because they have now shown the determination that they can't be cowed down by these strikes, and also they have connected this to the complete West Asia, especially the American bases are being hit, and those are very, very effective, devastating. And I think, that has given them a new enthusiasm and also a determination that no one can cow down. As far their casualties was concerned, when in a school their bombing was done and Tomahawk missile, they claimed that it was done. 136 children were killed. I think that was the turning point on which the whole nation has, and elimination of the top leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, Supreme Commander, that has given the way.
Yeah.
So I think that stands there. How much it is going to affect, how much it has got, and leverage on the battlefield, that has to be seen. But I think, the whole, strike, counter-strike has gone as a stalemate. And I think they have to come out, especially Americans and Israelis, they have to see that, how they can get away from this. They are talking about the victory. I think it's to be taken because there are a lot of crises which is taking place in the form of casualties, innocent life lost, and also a lot of, the complete Hormuz is blocked, and the whole world is being affected by this. I think it's some way out they have to think. If they want to have an off-ramp, that can have an off-ramp. But I think it is moving in that direction. The talks are there, and it is not in public domain, but under the table the talks are on.
Definitely. In fact, Major General Sinha, I also want to understand from you, the West is claiming that the Iranian people are with the West in the war that they have launched against the Iranian regime. But these visuals completely counter that claim. So do you think that the West, as they're claiming that they have won or made progresses, advancements in this war, do you think that is correct? Because we don't see any regime change happening. For all that matters, the Iranian people, in fact, are campaigning right behind the regime, which was re-established after Mojtaba Khamenei was brought in as the next supreme leader within days of Ayatollah Khamenei's killing. So,
yeah, you are absolutely right on this. See, the presumption on which the Americans have gone, and this time they have joined. What happened in June last year? It was the 12 days war, rising lion by the Israelis, followed by the Americans, the Midnight Hammer. And then there was you can take it that is a false. Or they got away, there was a ceasefire. Now this time, when you say they came with the presumption that, if they will, because all this started in the month of December. When, it was artificially, initiated design where the money part in the economy, especially the dollar, vis-a-vis the currency of Iran, that was actually, many-fold. It was created artificially, and the way the people came out, including that they are not very happy with the regime, they thought that, the time has come that they eliminate the top leadership. Probably the people will come out, and then we will topple the government, the regime, and they will be able to achieve the aim what they wanted to do it. But that doesn't happen because the way this has been carried out, eliminating the Supreme Commander along with the 48 top-ranking people of the of the regime. I think people have understood that it can't be this is not the way they wanted to have. There are problems, internal problems which can lead to a civil war. And if they thought that they will initiate and the people will join and they will come out in the street and IRGC and Bajit forces, they will not able to take on. But the thing have not gone that way. And that because the people are very, very nationalist over there. It has gone, absolutely in opposite way. I think the 9 crore people are now with the regime because their national identity has been hit very badly.
Yeah. In fact, sir, just one more question before we end the conversation. I also want to know, we've been seeing that the defense expenditure when it comes to Israel and US is much, much higher than it is in Iran. However, Iran has strategically used the Strait of Hormuz, and now Iran gets to decide which country on the globe is going to get its energy. And the European Union countries, US and Israel are definitely not a part of that list. So do you think that this is a desperate move because the Iranian military is weak, or is this a strategic one to be long-standing in the war that doesn't see a resolve? Sir.
See, in a conflict, there is a proverb which generally in military we think everything is fair in war. Everything is fair.
Yeah.
You go, there is a collateral damage. What you are talking about, the Strait of Hormuz, basically, economically they want to do it because Strait of Hormuz, when you say the Persian Gulf, there are 19, the American bases are there. They have been given by all the countries starting from, if you say, from Kuwait down up to Oman. They have got a lot of bases. It has been given by the Arabian states. So if they have given, they have to do something. They have to choke this. I think it is a part of their design. They have not done it earlier. It is not that, the Persian Gulf has been closed first time. It has happened earlier also, even from 53, 54. If you take it, when there was Arabian embargo on the oil, that time also it was closed. But this time it is 100%. That time it was 10 to 15% effect was there. So they have used it as a strategically strategic weapon. They may not have the intention to keep it all the time. They have got a demand that all the military bases of Americans should move out from there. Americans don't have anything to do with business over here to have a military bases. So I think that is very genuine. You can't do it. It started, just after the Second World War and going on before First World War. Iranian oil was under, basically the British control.
Yeah.
So it is the same thing. Petrodollar came. So there is a design by the West.
Yeah.
That they wanted to defeat it, and this time they have read it wrongly. See, as far as Iran is concerned, they have also a lot of mistakes they do, like axis of resistance, terrorism. That is, but the point is there, if they are being used, their oil, their resources are used against them, sanction of 4 decades. That is, and in the garb of that, they can't make nuclear, they can't go for use nuclear for the peaceful purposes also, like Busra. It is for peaceful purpose. That is also closed. So I think, that is the hegemonic behavior of the West which wants to do it, and in which the people of the, basically the Arabian countries have joined the hand to have in the form of security. See, Iran is not a country which is going to, just dominate in this area. They should be given the space. So they have got legitimate right. However, Iran has to understand that they can't have this fundamentalism. They can't do the terrorism, axis of resistance to, fulfill their desire. And I think, this they have also understood. The time will come, and as India, we have got a lot of stakes in this area. And we are for the right things. And I think, it is going to settle because they have stood. Otherwise, hegemonic behavior by the West could carry on like.
Right. Major General Sinha, in fact, also the definition of battle, the traditional battle has now shifted in the modern warfare. Now global oil has a gatekeeper, that's Iran, in the West Asian tensions. And also the fact that they are using drones, Shahed 136, kamikaze drones, which are produced at much cheaper rates, but are completely lethal. So do you think that the West, along with Israel, somewhere in the beginning of this entire conflict, underestimated Iran's non-conventional and economic warfare capabilities?
Was on something. There was some noise in the background. Can I carry on? Yeah.
Yes, definitely, sir, definitely.
Their presumptions was there, the way they have done it in Venezuela and things like that, there will be not much resistance. But as far as wrong calculations and wrong, assumption, in spite of the caution by the Joint Chief of Staff of American itself, who allowed, the American Donald Trump to do it in Venezuela, he thought it was a very, easy cake, because there are two gentlemen, his envoys. One is Steve Witkoff, and Javed Kushner, his son-in-law. They were the special envoy, and the talk which was going on. These people are not absolutely seasoned diplomats. They are not seasoned, politicians. They are not seasoned, veterans like, warfare, but they have been given. They are a businessman. They have gone, and anyone has to be blamed, as in the top leadership of America as of today, who has, taken, this is not even calculated this. See, as far as the Israelis is concerned, what they did it is absolutely right when they were hit, in 2023 on 7th October. After that, they did it with all the axis of whether it is Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthi. But thereafter, stretching to that extent that, Iran doesn't exist, Iran, change of regime takes place as per the design. I think that is wrong. I think they have gone far beyond in a strategic domain in their mandate in the Mediterranean area. This is a trans-Mediterranean area. Regional conflict is taking shape. And it has been done by the design, because Iran is also a very, very nationalist country. They have got a military to reckon with, and this military has proven. Like you have spoken about the drones, you have spoken about their missile capability. The missile capability they have not shown. Once you see the Khurram Sahar 4 will come, whether the anti-ship missiles they have not used. If they will open up, no one can dare to, to intervene into the Persian Gulf, because they have got anti-ship missiles. I think it is YJ-12 anti-ship missile.
Right,
has come, which is I think it has come from from China. If they open up with this, no, aircraft carrier can venture in this area.
Right, sir. Sir, thanks very much for joining us in this conversation. In fact, viewers, were also being joined by retired Major General Sanjay Soy to further this conversation that's ongoing over Tehran. Major General Soy, thank you very much for speaking to Republic. We see these dramatic scenes unfold in Tehran. Thousands are now rallying against Israeli aggression in Palestine, while Israeli aggression continues to batter Tehran and Iran. In fact, this very rally also saw a strike, visuals of which are on the screen. Your first reaction, do you think that the spirit of the Iranians has shifted in this war, which was the first thing that the West thought that it will achieve as part of the strikes on Iran?
Yeah, absolutely right. This is probably the biggest miscalculation the West had done. They thought that after the strike, the people who were supporting US and Israel and who were against the regime will rally, and then they will rise, and then they will overthrow. Unfortunately, this thing did not happen. The whole country considered Ayatollah Khomeini as a martyr, and everybody rallied around them. And little bit of opposition was there, which has been silenced and which do not actually are raising any voice at present. Second thing is, today was the Al-Quds Day and Al-Wida Jummah, what we call it, last Friday of Ramzan. So it's a very, very holy day, and lots of people were out again, because in a couple of things. Iran, whatever we say, is very religious-minded country. Second thing is, they have been supporting Palestine. This is the day they take out rally every year to support Palestine. Thirdly, they are being anti-American, anti-Israel. So that mindset has been made. It is not made overnight or something like that. Right from years, since 1979, over a period of whole generations have come up with this idea of debt to America, debt to Israel. So it is not easy to change that mindset overnight. So that is an issue that these kind of things are there. Unfortunately, the blasts have taken place on the civilian casualties are there. So that is a very unfortunate part, because earlier there was a strike on the school, which they say it was a miscalculation. Now there's a bombing or blast on the rally. So these are I think the ultimate sufferers will always remain the common man, whether it is in Israel or Middle East or in Iran. So that is the unfortunate part. I think somewhere these things need to be controlled, need to be thought of, but I don't know who will tell them, because international organizations have become totally defunct at the moment, whether it is human rights or UN. They have literally no say in anything or anything happening against human rights. So I think this is the situation at present. Yeah.
Right, Major General. So that's in fact a very interesting take that you've just put forth. Now, viewers, let's just quickly listen in to the visuals to see the impact of the strikes and to also see how the spirit of the Iranian civilians continues to march right behind its regime. Take a look. Viewers, for now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. News and updates continue on the other side on Republic TV. I'm Desu Bharadwaj. Explosions were heard in Tehran as the Quds Day march was ongoing. We're getting you all the details right on the other side. Stay tuned.
MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू अरे अनुसरी होगा तुम तो कमाल गिरा तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी पूर्ण वाला चलो गोटे का गाड़ी मारवा
According to Rahul Gandhi, there is widespread panic across the length and breadth of India today over LPG. The problem with Rahul Gandhi is does not understand the fundamental supply chain economics of LPG. Rahul Gandhi, you were the one who went with a begging bowl across the West saying, help me, interfere in Indian democracy. So don't talk about energy, security. This is a man who said the Indian economy is dead. His name is Rahul Gandhi. Everyone knows there's a blockage in Hormuz, and the reason people of India are in no panic is because they are seeing this Indian ship having passed through the Strait of Hormuz, which supplies for India came through. We're doing enough active diplomacy, including with Iran, to make sure that we are not affected. This is not just the government's challenge. This is ours too.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, External Affairs Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू आलू से नहीं होगा तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला सादा बोलते का गाड़ी मार
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Shankar speaks to Iran Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi for the fourth time since the war began. Araghchi briefs External Affairs Minister on the ongoing developments of the war. Iranian Foreign Minister asks BRICS nations to help stabilize West Asia, asks for BRICS to condemn US strikes. Qatar strongly condemns Israeli attacks on Lebanon, calls it a blatant violation of international humanitarian law. Dubai hit with drones once again, smoke scene over central Dubai. US loses another big plane in Iran war. US refueler struck down by Iraqi militant group. Mumbai engineer Devanand Prasad Singh killed in attack on oil tanker near Iraq. Republic speaks to Indian sailors stranded at the Strait of Hormuz, urges immediate government intervention. Sensex sinks 550 points and Nifty opens below 23,500 as the war in Iran continues to affect stock markets across the globe due to concerns over energy and oil. Across India, people seen hoarding LPG, creating panic and creating LPG shortage in the country. Afghanistan bombs Pakistan, claims it is in response to Pakistan's attack on Kabul and Kandahar. Now getting a fresh breaking development from the Quds Valley that's ongoing in the streets of Tehran. Now, Ali Larijani, the Secretary of the National Security Council of Iran, was also reportedly present in the Quds Day march that was taking place in Tehran. In fact, remember, it becomes of key importance because this march also saw an explosion that was dropped by the Israeli Defense Forces. These explosions were heard during the ongoing Quds Day march, and in fact, Ali Larijani, who is the Secretary of the National Security Council of Iran, was also present in the Quds Day march. Also remember, viewers, this march is pro-Palestine in nature and stands against Israeli aggression that's ongoing in the Gaza Strip. In fact, Israeli flags are burnt as part of the march, and sloganeering that directly translates into death to Israel are raised during the Quds Day march. Now, it happens annually at the last Friday of Ramadan, and these are the visuals even as Iran continues to be in a war against US and Israel. The Quds Day march remained untouched. The march was ongoing. In fact, Ali Larijani, the secretary of the National Security Council of Iran, was also present. And right when he was present in the march, an explosion was heard from the side of the Israeli Defense Forces on the ongoing march. Now, remember, this is extremely symbolic of the Israeli Defense Forces and the United States, because Ali Larijani has been extremely vocal about threatening Trump and calling his threats in turn completely empty. In fact, he also just a couple days back warned Donald Trump, the US president, to be careful to not get eliminated himself. Now, this comes at the heels of US and Israel in joint strikes, eliminating the top military and intelligence leadership. In fact, IRGC commanders in Iran, including the now slain Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei. These are the visuals on your screens that are coming in fresh from Tehran. The march continues despite the explosions that were heard. This on your screens is Ali Larijani, one of the key figures in Israel's national security. Viewers, in fact, there is a rapid development that's happening in the same story. Now, a big update has come in that Ali Larijani has responded to the attack that struck the Quds rally, the Quds protest that is ongoing in the Iranian capital of Tehran. He said, and I'm quoting him, that the Zionist entity's attacks on the course of the march are proof of its desperation. He also said that US President Donald Trump is not intelligent enough to realize that the Iranian people are mature, strong and determined. The greater the American pressure, the stronger the people's resolve. Once again, echoing the sentiment that the Iranian regime is nowhere toppled, it's nowhere close in sight. In fact, we're also being joined by Major General G.D. Bakshi to speak to us about the matter. Sir, first things first, Ali Larijani present at a Quds Day march, which is completely anti-Israel, and that very march gets struck by the Israeli Defense Forces. Moments later, he comes out with a glaring statement saying that, see, this is the support that the Iranian regime has, and the Iranian people are marching right behind the regime, and it's nowhere close to being toppled. The American narrative stands completely flattened at this point. Sir. In fact, viewers, as we continue to look at the visuals of what's happening inside Tehran, now remember, Ali Larijani, a key figure in Iran's national security apparatus, was also present in the Quds Day march that was ongoing. The visuals are right on your screens. Do you see the huge plumes of smokes that are going up? That comes from an explosion that was struck at the march from the side of the Israeli Defense Forces. A huge sea of people campaigning against Israeli aggression inside the Gaza Strip, even as Israel and the US in collaborative operations continue to batter Tehran and various other territories inside Iran. Now remember, the war is now in its 14th day. That is Ali Larijani on your screens. In fact, we're being rejoined by Major General G.D. Bakshi to get us more details on the matter. Sir, the visuals speak for themselves, you know, a huge sea of people. Ali Larijani being in the middle of this Quds march against Israel, and this comes at a time when Israel has continued to batter Tehran and the Iranian people. Nowhere in sight do we see a regime change. Forget that, we do not even see people's sentiment budge. The Iranians are very much standing with their regime. Your first take on this, sir.
Look, as far as the Iranian regime is concerned, there is no regime change visible for miles over the horizon. You know, they have a very strong, integral kind of a chain of command and ideologically committed cadres at stake. So I don't see any damage to the state happening to the Iranian nation state per se. The murder of Khamenei has only hardened public opinion in support of the regime. Now, if Larijani was indeed attending a public rally, from the military point of view, it was a mistake, because they know that Israel and America have been targeting their leadership. So I think it would be prudent for the Iranian leadership to take cover. They have to. Martyrdom is okay, fine, but I mean, we can't allow soft targets. No? So rallies could well be postponed till the end of till the ceasefire is declared. Then you could have rallies, whatever rallies you want. So I'm not sure if Larijani has been eliminated or not, but certainly the Israelis are trying. And let me also tell you that the Iranians have been hitting with missiles the office of Netanyahu, his bunker, etc. So this tit-for-tat decimation of the leadership is now becoming a standard tactic for all sides.
Yeah, Major General
Command and control attrition.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, in fact, on Larijani being eliminated, that's absolutely not happened. In fact, just moments after that strike, he came out with a very strong statement, not just condemning the strike, but also calling Trump less intelligent. He got back at Trump immediately, and he said that, look at these visuals. This is testament that the Iranian people stand with the regime. So, keeping on to the fact that Larijani bounced back immediately and they were not threatened by the strikes that were rained down on the Quds Day parade. I also want to understand, do you think that West's narrative that Iran is at the losing end of this war is anywhere true? Because I do not see that happening at all. He came out with a rebuttal right after the explosions where he called out Trump in multiple statements. Sir.
Look, if the Israeli/Americans are indeed attacking public rallies of civilians, it is criminal. It is a war crime. They've already killed about 168 schoolgirls. If they are feeling like Tarzans about it, I think it is a military disgrace.
Yeah.
Number one. Now, number two, let me make some statements very clearly through your very popular channel. This is a decisive conflict of the 21st century. This will determine whether the world will slide back to unipolarity or a multipolar world order will solidify. I'm afraid the results of this war have clearly established a multipolar world order.
Yeah.
United States and Israel combined have not been able to defeat Iran. They have not been able to make it surrender or lick their boots.
Yeah.
As Donald Trump was triumphantly, stridently saying. The simple fact is, a guerrilla army wins if it does not lose. A regular army loses if it cannot win. That was a statement made in Vietnam where America paid 50,000 body bags and lost. Right? Yeah. So this is a defining conflict of the world because of Donald Trump's, ill-thought-out decision to attack Iran. The American military has suffered reputational damage. Yeah. The United States has suffered a lot of economic damage. It suffered military casualties. And today I am told a KC-135 tanker has gone down. Yeah. I hope the crew of 6 was saved. Otherwise, you can add another 6 to the tally of 7, which is officially being claimed.
Definitely, sir.
I have reason to suspect that the actual casualty figures are much higher. America had spent about $11 billion in the first 6 days of the war.
Yeah.
This is the 14th day, right? So I do think that there was a gross underestimate, a criminal underestimate of Israel's technological capability, military power, and will to fight. Yeah. They thought, like Venezuela, it will pack up, fold up, start kissing their boots, etc., etc. Well, Venezuela and Iran are different cups of tea.
Definitely, definitely, sir. Sir, in fact, the world now has an oil gatekeeper. In fact, definition of what a battle is supposed to look like has completely shifted. It's not about ground incursions anymore. It's not even about the generic Air Force war anymore. It is about drones. And when that comes in, Iran has a leverage above the United States and the Israel solely because of their Shahed 136 drones, which are lethal and are cheap to produce. So do you think that, Iran's shifting warfare, economically, they have blocked the Strait of Hormuz. Militarily, they're using cheap drones to target infrastructure other than the US and the Israels. So do you think that this somewhere is going to cost Iran in the longer run of this war and cause a global isolation for Iran? And how do you see that affecting the war going forward?
Look, Iran is fighting for its survival. What the American-Israeli combined was aiming for, without saying it in so many words, was not regime change. It was nation-state destruction.
Yeah.
So what do you expect Iran to do? Not fight? It's self-destroyed to please Donald Trump? I'm afraid that won't happen. Any country which is, cornered like this will have no option but to fight. But yes, Iran will now have to consider the fact that it cannot get the whole world unified against it.
Yeah.
Right? There are chances that if you press too hard, this could escalate to the nuclear level. After all, Israel has 200 nuclear bombs. America has 5,000. So, at a point in time, you will have to call it off.
Yeah.
Iran has done well. I think it would be in their best interest to call it off now. Take a bow, call it off. You survived, that itself is a near miracle, right? Again, keeping in mind what was thrown against you. But the simple fact is that America had initially said, Donald Trump had said, we will open the Gulf of Hormuz, we will escort every tanker through the straits. The American Treasury Secretary has said America cannot cannot open the Gulf of Hormuz. The whole world will have to create an international task force to do that.
Right, sir.
So why does Iran want to get the whole world united against it? Because at a certain point, we have to watch out for our national interests. 50% of India's oil comes from the Gulf.
Yes, sir.
60%.
So requesting you to hold your thought there, sir. We're getting in another breaking development. And viewers, another big breaking news comes in from the same Quds rally. In fact, one Iranian civilian has been killed in the Quds Day bombing. Now remember, the Israeli Defense Forces dropped an explosive. We could see it in the visuals, huge plumes of smoke going up. And now one casualty has been reported in the Quds Day bombing in Tehran. Viewers, in fact, we have some other breaking developments that are coming in. Now, 4 have been confirmed to be dead in the loss of the US KC-135 over Iraqi airspace. 4 people have been confirmed to be dead in the US-135 that crashed over the Iraqi airspace. Now, remember, the US said that this happened. This crash was accidental. However, Iran-backed Iraqi militia has confirmed they have taken full responsibility of downing the mid-air refueler that you can see on your screens. In fact, we're continuously being joined by Major General G.D. Bakshi. Sir, coming back to you, you were talking about the KC-135 that has crashed over the Iraqi airspace. While the US said this was accidental, Iraq's militia, backed by Iran, has taken responsibility of the crash. 4 have been confirmed to be killed from the crew that was aboard the KC-135 Boeing refueler. Sir, this is what is described as an HVA, a high-value asset for the US military, and has been struck by a militia group that is backing Iran in the war. So how bad do you think that proxies participating in the war can be for the United States of America?
Look, let me give you absolute inside news. The Russians have supplied S-400 missiles to Iran.
Yeah.
I'm given to understand that they are in place. And the United States Central Command has sent a chilling 7-word message to all its units. Assume all offensive operations are contested. So far the Americans and the Israelis were having a free run.
Yeah.
Now if the S-400s have come into Iran, we all know what they can do. Haven't you seen that in Op Sindoor?
Yes.
One AWACS 5 aircraft was shot down in just 4 days.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm sure the toll was higher. It's our people are very, very, very modest. They don't claim it. But the S-400 is deadly. So the free run that the American Air Force and the Israeli Air Force is, they are still assuming that. I'm afraid that party is over. All the more reason that this stupid war should stop, because and Iran must use logic.
Yeah.
I know they are deeply hurt, they are deeply emotional, angry, but they'll have to use their head now, because they can't push it to a point where the world seems to think that nothing short of a nuke will stop this war.
Yeah.
You understand? It is extremely dangerous. You can't push the whole world into a corner. That will go against you. They have inflicted the damage that they had to sort of teach a salutary lesson. Their aim was to deter any further attacks against Iran and repetition of these. I think they have more than made their point. And the rest of the world should also emphasize this to the United States and to Israel. Call it off now, guys. I think we've had enough.
Definitely.
You had your chance to play games, whatever games you wanted. It has not worked. Please, so give us a break.
Definitely.
Give us a break. Spare the global economy. Spare your own economies.
Right, sir. Sir, in fact, when you're talking about sparing of economies, the US has already lost about $11 billion in the first 10 days of the war, and Iran has managed to stay afloat without having to match even a single dollar of the US. And this is another example. They are not in a conventional air warfare with the US. They know they can't match up, but they are after US's strategic assets, their high-value assets, one of which is KC-135. How do you think this is going to cost US going forward? Even, do you think that they have underestimated Iran's retaliation capabilities solely based on their military capability and not their strike capabilities over US's strategic assets across Gulf and also now in the air with KC-135 being downed?
Good point that you made. You see, it is an asymmetric war. You know what an asymmetric war means? Unequal war. So Iran knew it was an unequal war from the word go. They knew they could not win this war, but they just had to survive. They had to prevail. They have done that beautifully. Last night they fired a barrage of 90 missiles onto Tel Aviv. They put the Haifa refinery on fire. We feel very sorry for our friends in Israel. But look, I think this is time to call it off. There has been a miscalculation. You don't add an error to an error. You don't complicate or, further compound the error by persisting. So I think it's time for the whole world to tell Iran, Israel, America, call it off, guys, cool it. Yeah. You are going to suffer more than us. And now Iran is claiming it has a nuclear weapon. So even if a nuclear weapon is used, you might see the world's first two-sided nuclear war. Does the world want that? Does even Iran want that? Or Israel for that matter?
Yeah. Major General G.D. Bakshi, it's always a pleasure to have you here. You bring everything to round so accurately. Thank you very much for joining us on Republic. In fact, viewers were also looking at the visuals of the KC-135 belonging to the US, a Boeing mid-air refueler which has crashed over the Iraqi airspace. In fact, we're also being joined by Colonel Shailendra, who joins us right here from the studios at Republic. Sir, thank you for joining Republic. You know, these are the visuals on your screens. We see the KC-135 mid-air refueler being crashed, and while the US said that this was an accident, the Iraqi militia has confirmed full responsibility and they're backed by Iran. Your first take on this, sir?
Jai Hind, Namaskar. One has to be very clear. This is a wartime. There are missiles flowing, there are drones flowing, there are guns flowing, there is a lot of attack going on, and if at all I have to give the benefit of doubt to USA that it was not a strike. Well, there were two aircrafts involved.
Yep.
Why it didn't happen to the second one? What went wrong? only with the first one, and I don't think it could be the correct figure of 4, because the initial report from the US, which came from CNN, that there were about 6 people who man this particular kind of aircraft. Yes. It could be a coincidence, there are 4, I don't mind that. But what I'm trying to say is that there are a lot of doubts coming up on the reports which the US is giving. Yeah. There is a strike, there is not a strike, whom to believe and whom not to believe. More important is, an aircraft of this kind cannot go down on its own. Yeah. It's a strategic weapon system. It's a strategic aircraft. This doesn't go down that easily. Yeah. And it has happened where? You see, we have to just connect all the dots. Yeah. It happens in Iraq. Yeah. What is Iraq famous for? Militia. Yeah. Militia attacks on US. Iran attacks on US. So what could have gone wrong? Yeah. Would it have gone wrong that the engine has failed? No, it wouldn't have. It just cannot be. Yeah. There has to be something more to it. Yes, I can understand US can keep hiding, but someday or the other you will see it will come out that there was a strike on this aircraft, as what even the Western reports are indicating.
Yeah. Sir, in fact, I also want to, quickly cut into the visuals of these protests that we have before we return to the conversation that we were having. These are the visuals of the protests that have broken out in India. Now, you can see people holding banners with Ayatollah Khamenei on it. In fact, this is the Quds Day protest that has broken out in India. Remember, this stands against the Israeli aggression that's been going on in the Gaza Strip. These are pro-Palestinian protests in full swing. A full sea of people that have taken over the streets. These are the live visuals coming in, and these are from India. In fact, viewers, this comes from Jammu and Kashmir. This is Budgam in Jammu and Kashmir. Also remember, the Quds Day parade has been banned in multiple cities. It's been banned in London, keeping a test the security situation over the West Asia tensions. However, in Jammu and Kashmir, a sea of people out on the streets protesting, and they are standing against Israeli aggression that's been ongoing in Palestine. You can also see flags that are being raised, Ayatollah Khamenei's posters that are being carried forward in the protest that's happening in Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, viewers, remember, this happens on the last Friday of Ramadan. This is an annual parade that stands against Israeli aggression inside Palestine. Now, even as Tehran continues to get battered by Israeli and US forces, we saw a Quds Day march that was happening, a similar one that was happening, in fact, at a much smaller scale inside Iranian capital of Tehran. And these are the visuals from India's Jammu and Kashmir, where the protesters have fully taken over the streets in March. Let's also listen into the ambient sound. You will understand what the sentiments of the protesters right now on the streets sounds like. Let's listen in. Republic continues to get you the first details of the protest, the Quds Day parade that has broken out on the streets of Jammu and Kashmir. In fact, also in Ladakh. These are the visuals that are coming in from Ladakh. We're also being joined by my colleague Zeenat live from Jammu and Kashmir to get us the minute-by-minute live update. Zeenat, what do you see around the Quds Day protest that has been launched in Jammu and Kashmir, also in Ladakh? A huge sea of people out on the streets protesting in favor of Palestine and against Israel. Zeenat.
This is nothing new. This is a day which is observed in across Muslim world. You are on this Jamitul Wida, which is the last day or last Friday of Ramzan, the month of holy month of Ramadan, and these kind of processions are usually seen across the country, whether it is Jammu and Kashmir or it is Kargil, Ladakh, where you see the presence of the Shia Muslims. So this is more like to express the solidarity with the Iran or the Palestine, or express the anger what the Israel and America has been doing in America. So Yom Quddus is observed on the last Friday of the Ramadan, and where you see the processions are have taken place, the people carrying the flags of the Iran or expressing their solidarity in many of the protests, though let me confirm that all these protests remain peaceful in the entire Jammu and Kashmir and also in Ladakh, where people were seen holding the placards, they were holding the portraits of Sayyid Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, who was assassinated recently during the US and the Israel strikes. And now we are seeing the ulamas, the religious scholars, the people on the ground and protesting what happened in Iran and expressing solidarity with the people of Syria, Palestine, Iran. So this is a normal procession that takes place every year on this very day, and this day is also known as, apart from Jamiatul Wida, it is known as Yom Qudus, where people are just expressing their anger and the oppression that they have, that the people in Iran are witnessing, or in Palestine. So in Kashmir also, as far as the Badgam, which is a belt of, which is also a Shia-dominated belt, there also the people on the ground, they carried a procession where they expressed the solidarity with the kids or those who are facing oppression, at least in the name by the coming through this Israel and the American strikes. So you see the posters, the placards, and also the bigger portraits that were on display of the supreme leader. Although the protests or the procession in entire Kashmir Valley, be it the Badgam, be it the Magam, be it the Shalimar, or the outskirts of Srinagar, or the Badgam, or in the pockets of Baramulla, or in Gongo of the Pulwama, where these kind of peaceful processes were seen.
Yeah, Zeenat, in fact, also speak to us about the security situation. Now, like you said, that this is something that continues happening in Jammu and Kashmir every year. But what makes it different is the fact that Ayatollah Khamenei was eliminated this year. There was huge anger amongst the people in Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh. The Shia Muslims were fully on the streets. What is the security situation looking like right now?
This is the day that is observed across Muslim world on this very day, where you have the Jamiatul Wida, and that's the last Friday of the holy month of Ramadan. And this is also a day of Yom Qudus, where the people express the solidarity with Iran. As far as the security scenario goes, since today, this time we are seeing in the holy month of Ramadan, the assassination of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. So there had been the anger and the protest we have seen in the recent past, when the policemen or the joint security forces had to use tear smoke shells to disperse the protesters. But since then, there had not been any violent protests, or there had not been any damage to the public property. These processions had remained quite peaceful, although the security arrangements were also seen in these processions, where security forces were also part of the process to see that nothing goes untoward on the ground. So law and order remained peaceful. It was peaceful day for the entire Jammu and Kashmir. But yes, the people expressed their anger through their sloganeering, carrying the portraits, or expressing anger through these processions, which remain peaceful. There would have not been any violent process or any damage to the property as far as the Yom Qudus in Jammu and Kashmir or in the Ladakh is concerned. These kind of processions also were carried on the 21st of Ramadan, and today being the 23rd of Ramadan, and also the last Friday of holy month of Ramadan, Yom Qudus is usually observed, and people are expressing the solidarity with the Palestine, the kids that they have faced, and it is more an expression that comes every year on this very day.
Right. Many thanks, Zeenat, for joining us with those details on that story. We will continue to get more updates from Jammu, Kashmir and Ladakh, both the union territories, as we've seen those visuals coming in right now from Ladakh. And we will now shift our focus, viewers, to more updates coming in from the war zone. In fact, in the breaking news that we have is that the IDF has claimed it has launched strikes on the Hezbollah infrastructure in Lebanon, and that it has completed the dozens of waves of strikes on the infrastructure belonging to the Hezbollah terrorist organization that's backed by Iran, the Lebanese group. It has conducted a strike, it says, in Beirut, Bekaa, and additional areas in southern Lebanon. And there you have one of the pictures that have been released by the IDF, saying that the structure serves as a Hezbollah terrorist organization cash storage facility, and is based on that that's based in Lebanon. That's Al-Qard Al-Hassan Association's assets. So these are the areas that have been hit as indicated by this map that has been released by the IDF. Colonel Sharendra Singh, defense expert, continues to be with us here on the broadcast from the studios. Colonel Singh, well, we've seen that the Hezbollah, has been firing missiles towards the Iranian territory, and now the Israelis have pounded hundreds of such facilities as claimed by them. There has been an unprecedented escalation in Lebanon, if we see, and in the latest, they have also struck a cash storage facility. How do you see this panning out now?
Jai Hind, Namaskar. I must tell you one thing very clearly. Israel will take all opportunities to degrade Hezbollah. Anything to do with Hezbollah is against Israel. And everything with Hezbollah is supported by Iran. This is a known fact, and Israel he knows it. Israel very well knows it, that a so-called strong artillery which Hezbollah has, the missiles what they have, the rockets they have, what else can be a target for Hezbollah? Lebanon is not a target. If you actually go by the geographical then you will see that Litani Nadi, that is the Litani River, northward is an absolute domination of Hezbollah. Southward, they don't exist as much. And that is where, further if you start going northward, is the Bekaa Valley. Now, these two combined is the stronghold of Hezbollah. Their leaders and all stay basically in Beirut, where they are in hotels. And that is why there is a pattern seen as to how the attacks have been taking place. There are some ground attacks also happening as far as Israel is concerned, but there are more of aerial attacks, and Israel enjoys a very beautiful thing: pinpoint accuracy, specific intelligence, and an absolute high degree of precision attack. These three combined is what you can see on your screen is happening. Otherwise, such kind of strike that in a hotel, only eastern wing, where the so-called Hezbollah leaders were staying, is stuck, and the western wing is not stuck. So Israel enjoys that, and Israel knows it, that every opportunity to degrade, destroy, eliminate Hezbollah would be their aim, because finally Hezbollah will always come back on Israel. So whether you destroy it today or tomorrow, I think going by a very specific principle of army, what I see will be used by you tomorrow, I might as well destroy it today. Israel is absolutely on that.
Right, just stay on with us, Colonel Sharendra Singh. We have some more breaking news coming in at this point in time. The Israeli Defense Forces say that they are dismantling now the weapons storage facility, missile launchers, and the surveillance equipment. Well, this has been the target of the IDF since the outbreak of this war, while they have shifted their goalposts several times. First calling for the elimination of the regime, and now they say that they are going after the nuclear program, and then they say they are going after the weapons storage facility. But this is the latest post by the Israeli Defense Forces, saying that they are doing so to defend Galilee. IDF is operating in the western sector of southern Lebanon as part of a forward defense posture to dismantle the terror infrastructure and eliminate the Hezbollah terror. Okay, in fact, there's an explosion in Tehran. Let's get you that update. Ali Larijani was present in the Quds Day march, and there was an attack. There was a blast, at least. Explosion was heard in Tehran, and this is the latest update we have as far as Tehran is concerned, which continues to be pounded by the Israeli Defense Forces and United States of America. Well, and right now, we'll just show you that visual. As you can see, Ali Larijani, who is the secretary of Iran's National Security Council, was part of this parade that saw hundreds and thousands of Iranians turning out on the streets. And Larijani calls it a low-level tactic by the enemy. But the blasts have rocked Tehran. The protest that took place during the march, you can see the plume of smoke that is billowing, but the Quds Day march continued. Colonel Sharendra Singh, how do you see this? There was a show of solidarity, show of unity, behind Ali Larijani, but the explosions continue in Tehran.
Central Tehran, this march was a scheduled march. It was an organized march, and this was supposed to be an ideological display by the Khamenei government. As on today, that is the Khamenei junior government. This specific place is Ferdowsi Square, which we are talking about. International Quds Day is being celebrated here, which is also attracting a lot of pro-Palestinian, protest in this. This is an absolute government-sponsored item. There comes the point that who else could have done it. The possibilities are, as what I can see, was it an accident? That smoke, what you see, doesn't appear to be a normal smoke of a accidental, some gas thing going on or something like that. Is it a covert strike by US? Highly likely, because US/Israel will never let such opportunities go waste. Was it a sabotage? Very much possible that there could be a sabotage. By whom? By the militia, by the people who are against the so-called Khamenei administration, which I, in my terminology, will call it, it's an internal attack possibility also. Was it an airstrike? It doesn't appear to be an air or a missile strike, the way we can see as of now. And if at all, whatever the bottom line, if Israel has stuck, then take it from me, it's a huge psychological operation done on the Iranians. Why? Because the government was sponsoring this particular thing. It also shows that the government does not have that kind of security apparatus or the safety measures in place that they can avoid such attack for such planned rally. So as far as I am concerned, it's an ideological rally which has been hurt successfully by whomsoever. That will come out very soon.
Well, how do you see the response of the Iranian leaders and the people? Because we see, be it the funeral procession just a few days back of the IRGC commanders who were neutralized. There were hundreds and thousands of people on the streets of Tehran. Today, again, we see, okay, we'll just come back to the war, updates on war, but we have Ravi Shankar Prasad holding a press conference. I think he's giving a reaction.
ये बंद नहीं होने दिया जाएगा. आप ये भी देख रहे हैं, आप लोग टीवी पे चला भी रहे हैं कि आजकल बहुत से रेस्टोरेंट इलेक्ट्रॉनिक चूल्हे की ओर भी शिफ्ट कर रहे हैं. तो चेंज हो रहा है. तो बगल का प्रदेश पाकिस्तान है, देखा होगा, स्कूल बंद, कॉलेज बंद, सब कुछ बंद है. ऐसा तो हमारे यहाँ नहीं है ना. और मैं आपको एक बात बताना चाहूँगा, मोदी जी की सरकार कोई अप्रत्याशित परेशानी आती है तो आपने देखा होगा कोरोना में हमारे यहाँ ऑक्सीजन सिलेंडर नहीं थे, हमारे यहाँ बाकी इक्विपमेंट भी बहुत सारे नहीं थे. सब बना कि नहीं, ऑक्सीजन एक्सप्रेस चली कि नहीं, और हमने 2 लोगों को बचाया. वही काम कर रहे हैं, यहाँ भी करेंगे. कांग्रेस पार्टी का काम है खाली नारे लगाना. मोदी की सरकार का काम है समस्या के बावजूद जनता को सहूलियत देना. तो उसमें सारा काम हो रहा है. बाकी जहाँ तक पेट्रोलियम का सवाल है, पूरा स्टॉक भरा हुआ है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं आएगी. मैंने गैस के बारे में बता दिया, उसमें भी जल्दी निराकरण हो जाएगा. और भारत की जनता बहुत समझदार है. और मैं एक बात कहूँगा, अगर समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता के यहाँ से 50-60 गैस का सिलेंडर निकल रहा है, तो मैं विपक्षी पार्टियों से एक अपील जरूर करूँगा, अपने राजनीतिक हितों के लिए जनता को परेशान न करें और गैस सिलेंडर की ब्लैक मार्केटिंग न करें और करवाएं. ठीक है.
अंतिम प्रश्न, ये लोकसभा स्पीकर के खिलाफ अविश्वास प्रस्ताव तो गिर गया. अब विपक्ष नया फैसला लेके आई, इम्पीचमेंट मोशन सीसी के खिलाफ.
उस पर विस्तार से बात करूँ, अभी नहीं. धन्यवाद. दैट्स ऑल. एनी अदर क्वेश्चन? थैंक यू.
All right, that was Ravi Shankar Prasad of the BJP, the parliamentarian, speaking on India's the status right now as far as the energy crisis is concerned. And we'll try and get you more updates from the parliament. BJP assuring that the government is capable of handling the most difficult crisis, and they are doing just that right now amid the struggle for the energy, comparing situation to neighbors like Pakistan, that is struggling massively, assuring that India's situation is far better and Indian government knows how to handle this crisis. Let's go back now, viewers. There's more trouble for Pakistan. It's not just the energy crisis that they've been dealing with even before the war broke out. They're dealing with Afghanistan. Pakistan now has struck oil reserves in retaliation. Yes, Pakistan has struck oil reserves of Afghanistan-based Calm Air, and Pakistan attacked Kandahar airport, and the fuel reserves have also been bombed. These are visuals from Tolo News. That's the news agency of Afghanistan, and you can see the destruction that has taken place, at least partial destruction that has taken place into the structure. We'll try and ascertain the location of this video that we've received, but the attacks and counter-attacks continue. Afghanistan has in the latest attacked one of the cantonments of Pakistan, the Kohat cantonment, and now Pakistan has struck oil reserves of Afghanistan-based Calm Air. So this is an escalation that we see in the Pakistan-Afghanistan war that also is unfolding, especially along the Durand Line. And this is the update we have from Afghanistan. Calm Air reserves stored for Hajj flights, imagine, have been hit by the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. That's where they've hit. They've hit the oil reserves that were stored for flights for Hajj in Saudi Arabia. So imagine, that's the Islamic Republic of Pakistan who tries to behave like some leader of the Islamic world. But this is the war that is seen these lines which were perhaps never there for Pakistan. Pakistan attacking the Kandahar airport, and all this happening in the month of Ramzan. Calm Air's fuel reserves have been bombed by Pakistan. And Afghanistan today has also struck the Kohat cantonment, the military fortress. So this is an escalation as far as Afghanistan and Pakistan is concerned. And Pakistan continues to pound. Pakistan also has hit back now at the Kandahar airport as well. So it does affect. Afghanistan has accused Pakistan of these air attacks on homes in Kabul and Kandahar. And Afghanistan's Taliban government, in fact, has also accused Pakistan of targeting civilian homes in overnight air attacks that has led to killing. And Pakistan are bombing a fuel depot of private airlines near Kandahar airport. This as per Afghanistan Taliban. It's a private airline, Calm Air, that has been targeted. It's a fuel depot of the private airline of Afghanistan near the Kandahar airport. And this is the escalation, a significant escalation in this war that is that's unfolding right now. And you clearly see that even China's so-called efforts to mediate are bearing no fruits. And the clashes continue. The ground clashes also continue. Pakistani airstrikes also now have begun. And they have resumed this resumed the attacks, and in fact Taliban spokesperson Zabihullah Mujahid said that the company Calm Air supplies fuel to civilian airlines as well as to United Nations aircraft as well. Gursimran Singh joins us on the broadcast. Gursimran, this is a massive escalation coming in despite the efforts from Beijing. Now, Afghanistan is accusing Pakistan of carrying out bombings in civilian areas, the fuel depot of a private airline, and this refueling would be used for, for Hajj.
Yes, if we speak of the negotiation attempts that have been made by the Beijing by involving both Islamabad and Kabul, they have fallen flat as both Islamabad first launched the strikes. It was in the Kabul, Kandahar as well as in the Paktia and Paktika districts, provinces of Afghanistan, that they have launched the strikes, after which now Afghanistan Defense Forces are carrying out the retaliatory strikes in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Strikes have been carried out in the Khost province that is very close to the border and Durand Line. One of the military bases of Pakistan has been targeted in these strikes by the Afghani drones, while another war control room that was established close to the Durand Line, that has also been targeted by the Afghan Defense Forces. They have used the drones to target these locations, and the Afghan Defense Forces have come out with a statement also in which they have said that the Pakistan has targeted their civilian locations. In Khost province, a family has been killed. 4 of a family have been killed in the Pakistani strikes that have taken place early this morning. And if we speak of the Kabul Kandahar also, there also one of the fuel storage bases for the aviation fuel is kept, not only for the private use but also for the use of the United Nations operations in the region that have also been struck by the Pakistan. So Pakistan is now targeting the vital installation of the Afghan, while in retaliation military installations of the Pakistani Defence Forces have been targeted by the Afghan Defence Forces in the recent strike that has taken place. And earlier also Zabiullah Mujahid made it amply clear that they are ready for a long-term war. If Pakistan dares to go on for a long war like for 10 years, they are ready for it. So intention is very clear from the Afghan side that they are not going to hold back anything. They are going to give it back to the Pakistan for any provocation.
Right. Thank you so much, Simran, for joining us with those details. In fact, my colleague Meenakshi spoke to Captain. Okay, we are now going back to the updates in connection with the war in West Asia. My colleague Meenakshi has spoken to Captain Virendra Vishwakarma, who was stranded near the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Captain claims that the situation remains tense with 200 vessels being stranded in Hormuz, urging the Indian government for immediate intervention. Listen in.
सीधा स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज से जुड़े हैं हमारे साथ कैप्टन वीरेंद्र विश्वकर्मा। सर, रिपब्लिक टीवी में आपका स्वागत है। पहले मैं आपसे जानना चाहती हूँ कि आप स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज के आसपास है अभी, वहाँ का क्या सिचुएशन है और आपका वेसल ठीक कौन से जगह में है सर?
थैंक यू फॉर द रिपब्लिक इंडिया। वी आर हम लोग जस्ट अभी हम लोग मीना साकर के पास खड़े हैं, जो स्टेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज से अराउंड 30 नॉटिकल माइल दूर है। और यहाँ हम लोग सारे शिप जितने भी है वेट कर रहे हैं स्टेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज खुलने का, सो दैट हम लोग ये स्टेट से पास करके अपने इंडिया में हम लोग एलपीजी गैस का जो शॉर्टेज है हम पूरा कर सकें।
हाँ सर, कितने क्रू मेंबर्स हैं आपके वेसल में आपके साथ?
अभी हमारे पास 33 क्रू मेंबर है, इंक्लूडिंग मुझे। सब इंडियंस हैं और सब इंडिया के डिफरेंट पार्ट से हैं। हाँ जी।
अच्छा, क्या दिखने को मिला? आपने मिसाइल स्ट्राइक्स देखा है क्या? आपके सामने अभी क्या दिखने को मिल रहा है?
अभी रात को जैसे मैं जब अपने ब्रिज के ऊपर गया था तो मैंने देखा कि कंटिन्यूअसली मतलब ईरान से मिसाइल फायर हो रही थी। और जो अपना दुबई है, दुबई में शारजाह से इंटरसेप्ट लोग ले रहे थे और कंटिन्यूअसली फायरिंग चली रात को अराउंड 7 बजे से लेके 12-1 बजे तक कंटिन्यूस फायरिंग चल रही थी।
अच्छा, आपके आंखों के सामने से कंटिन्यू फायरिंग आपने देखा? थोड़ा बताएंगे डिटेल्स में कैसा था सिचुएशन, और आपके क्रू मेंबर अभी क्या डरे हुए हैं?
क्रू मेंबर हैं, मतलब डरे तो नहीं हुए बट ठीक है, दे आर मेंटली स्टेबल एंड दे आर सेफ। एंड हम लोग अपनी तरफ से जो भी किसी प्रिकॉशन ले रहे हैं और शिप को जो है एक शेल्टर में है रखे हुए हैं ताकि मतलब हमको ये मिसाइल और ये सब का इम्पैक्ट ना पड़े।
अच्छा, कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जोन से अप्रोक्स कितना दूर है आपका अभी वेसल्स?
मेरा अभी दूर मतलब लीजिए अगर यूएई से लिया जाए तो हमारा अभी 24 माइल दूर है और हमारा ईरान से भी सेम ही अपना 20 माइल के दूर के करीब पड़े हैं, बीच में खड़े हैं।
अच्छा, कोई इंस्ट्रक्शन आपको मिला है क्या अथॉरिटी से?
अभी तक इंडियन गवर्नमेंट से हमें अथॉरिटी अभी कुछ मिला नहीं है। हम लोग वेट कर रहे हैं कि इंडियन गवर्नमेंट जल्दी से हमें मतलब ये अपना कॉन्वे पास करे और हम स्टेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज पास करके जल्दी से सेफली निकल जाए। हम अकेले नहीं हैं, हमारे साथ मोर देन 200 शिप्स हैं जो इधर पूरा फंसे हुए हैं गल्फ में एरिया में, जिनको बाहर जाना है। और सब लोग यही प्रे कर रहे हैं कि कोई ना अथॉरिटी हमें स्कॉट करे और हम यहाँ से निकाले जाए।
अच्छा, आप बोल रहे हैं आपके साथ 200 वेसल्स है अभी, आप जिस जोन में हो उस जोन में वहाँ पे इंडियंस है?
बराबर, जिससे जो हाँ बहुत से शिप पे इंडियंस हैं, मतलब इंडियन फ्लैग वेसल्स भी हैं जिसपे इंडियन क्रू भी बहुत सारे जहाज पे जो फॉरेन फ्लैग वेसल्स हैं उनके ऊपर भी इंडियन क्रू बहुत हैं। तो अराउंड 15,000 के ऊपर या 20,000 के ऊपर क्रू होंगे जिनको बाहर रेस्क्यू करना है इंडियंस।
अभी आप जैसे बोल रहे हैं कि सिचुएशन थोड़ा टेंस्ड है और आपसे जानना चाहती हूँ कि फ्यूल फूड ये सब है आपके वेसल्स में जहाँ पे आपको कोई तकलीफ ना हो, ऐसा एसेंशियल्स जो सप्लाईज है वो है?
हाँ जी, कंपनी हमारा पूरा इस मामले में ध्यान दे रही है और कंपनी हमें रोज सपोर्ट करती है इस मामले में। हमको ऑलरेडी कंपनी ने हमको 60 दिन का खाना दे दिया है और हमारे पास पानी भी 40-50 दिन का है, तो इसका हमें कोई इशू नहीं है। कंपनी से हमें फुल सपोर्ट है। कंपनी भी हमें इंश्योरेंस दे रही है कि हायर अथॉरिटीज और इंडिया में जितने भी मतलब बात किया जा रहा है और उनसे जल्दी से कोई ना कोई प्रॉब्लम का सोल्यूशन निकलेगा और हम निकलेंगे यहाँ से।
सर, कैप्टन सर, मेरा लास्ट क्वेश्चन है आपसे कि क्या मैसेज आप देना चाहते हो इंडियन गवर्नमेंट को या अपने फैमिली को और अपने कलीग्स को जो अभी आपके तरह फंसे हुए हैं?
मैं यही इंडियन गवर्नमेंट से रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगा कि हम लोग को जल्दी से जल्दी कोई रास्ता निकाले जिससे हम यहाँ से निकले और हमारी इंडिया को भी फिर फ्यूल सप्लाई, जैसे सिलेंडर की कमी हो रही है, गैस की कमी हो रही है, हम उसे कंटिन्यूस उसे सप्लाई देना चालू करें। हम तो यही चाहते हैं कि जल्दी से जल्दी ये चीज़ रिजॉल्व हो जाए और हमें निकाल दिया जाए।
थैंक यू कैप्टन वीरेंद्र विश्वकर्मा हमसे बात करने के लिए, रिपब्लिक टीवी से बात करने के लिए। सीधा स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज से थे कैप्टन वीरेंद्र विश्वकर्मा और उन्होंने बात किया, उन्होंने बताया कि हाउ द सिचुएशन इज़ नियर स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज और वहाँ पे कैसे मिसाइल स्ट्राइक्स उन लोगों को देखने को मिल रहा है। क्रू मेंबर्स है लेकिन अभी तक वो लोग सेफ है, चाह रहे हैं कि बहुत जल्दी ये सिचुएशन से ओवरकम करके वो इंडिया लौटे।
All right, it's time for a very, very short break, viewers. But on the other side, we're going to get you the update on Mumbai engineer, Mr. Devanandan Prasad Singh, who has been killed in an attack on an oil tanker near Iraq. We'll get you more on that. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसात, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू, भेज दे रहा है।
According to Rahul Gandhi, there is widespread panic across the length and breadth of India today over LPG. The problem with Rahul Gandhi is does not understand the fundamental supply chain economics of LPG. Rahul Gandhi, you were the one who went with a begging bowl across the West saying, help me, interfere in Indian democracy. So don't talk about energy, security. This is a man who said the Indian economy is dead. His name is Rahul Gandhi. Everyone knows there's a blockage in Hormuz, and the reason people of India are in no panic is because they are seeing this Indian ship having passed through the Strait of Hormuz, which supplies for India came through. We're doing enough active diplomacy, including with Iran, to make sure that we are not affected. This is not just the government's challenge. This is ours too.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंटू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला ना लोगों का गाड़ी में चला
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good evening, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. I am Rakshita Mishra with you on Live and Breaking. Let's get you all the latest updates coming in as far as the war in West Asia is concerned and the energy crisis that is impacting different countries. What is the status as far as India is concerned and much more. But first, the headlines. External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar speaks to Iran Foreign Minister Arakchi for the 4th time since the war began. Arakchi briefs Jaishankar on ongoing developments of the war. Iran Foreign Minister asks BRICS nations to help stabilize West Asia, asks for BRICS to condemn US strikes. Qatar strongly condemns Israel's attacks on Lebanon, calls it a blatant violation of international humanitarian law. Explosion in Tehran during annual Quds Day march, one Iranian reportedly killed. US loses another big aircraft in Iran war. US refueler reportedly struck down by Iraqi militant group. Mumbai's engineer sailor Devanandan Prasad Singh killed in attack on an oil tanker near Iraq. Republic speaks to Indian sailor stranded at the Strait of Hormuz, urges immediate government intervention. Sensex sinks 550 points and Nifty opens below 23,500 as the war in Iran continues to affect the stock markets across the globe due to concerns of energy and oil. And people across India seen hoarding the LPG, creating panic, creating LPG shortage in the country. Now, Afghanistan bombs Pakistan, claims it is in response to Pakistan's attack on Kabul and Kandahar. Brings us to Government of India's briefing on the West Asia war.
We are self-sufficient in the production of petrol and diesel, और इसलिए भारत में पेट्रोल और डीजल का आयात करने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। हमारी सारी रिफाइनरीज 100% कैपेसिटी या उससे अधिक पर चल रही हैं। रिफाइनरीज के पास एडिक्वेट इन्वेंट्री है क्रूड की, और इसके अलावा सप्लाईज आर ऑल्सो मेंटेन्ड। नेचुरल गैस ऑर्डर 9 मार्च 2026 को जो इशू हुआ था कंट्रोल ऑर्डर, उसमें कई सेक्टर्स को प्रायोरिटाइज किया गया है, और उसी ऑर्डर के क्रम में पीएनजी डोमेस्टिक सप्लाई और सीएनजी को बिना किसी कट के पीएनजी सप्लाई इंश्योर की जा रही है, और इस स्थिति में पैनिक की कोई आवश्यकता नहीं है। आज की तारीख में हमारे पास 1.5 करोड़ पीएनजी उपभोक्ता हैं, घरेलू उपभोक्ता हैं, और उन सभी को ये सप्लाई इंश्योर की जा रही है। आप सबके माध्यम से मैं ये कहना चाहूँगी कि इन 1.5 करोड़ के अलावा लगभग 60 लाख ऐसे हाउस होल्ड्स हैं जिनके बहुत करीब में पीएनजी कनेक्टिविटी है, और वो बहुत आसानी से पीएनजी कनेक्शन ले सकते हैं। सो आप सभी के माध्यम से मेरी उन सभी उपभोक्ताओं से अपील होगी कि वो पीएनजी कनेक्शन लें। ये इसलिए भी इम्पॉर्टेंट है ताकि हम जो एलपीजी के ऊपर प्रेशर है उसको हम थोड़ा सा रिड्यूस कर पाएँ। इसके अलावा हमारे मेजर अर्बन सिटीज़ और सेंटर्स में भी जो कमर्शियल उपभोक्ता हैं, भारत सरकार का ये प्रयत्न है कि वो भी जिनको अभी एलपीजी सप्लाई की वजह से जो दिक्कत का सामना करना पड़ रहा है, उन सभी उपभोक्ताओं से हमारी अपील है कि वो भी अपने लोकल एरिया के सीजीडी नेटवर्क, सिटी गैस डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन नेटवर्क, या जो भी उनका डीलर है उससे बात करें और पीएनजी कनेक्शन लें। रिटेल आउटलेट, लगभग हमारे पास 1 लाख रिटेल आउटलेट पर नो फ्यूल ड्राई सिचुएशन हैज़ बीन रिपोर्टेड। सभी पेट्रोल पंप्स पर पेट्रोल और डीजल पर्याप्त मात्रा में उपलब्ध है। आप सभी के माध्यम से मैं एक इंस्टेंस जो कल तमिलनाडु में हमारी दृष्टि में आया, आप सबके साथ साझा करना चाहूँगी। वहाँ पर एक रिटेल आउटलेट पर लूज कंटेनर में पेट्रोल लिया जा रहा था। आप सभी के माध्यम से मेरी ये गुजारिश है नागरिकों से कि इस तरह के कार्य करने से बचें। ये सेफ़ नहीं है और ये एडवाइजेबल भी नहीं है। उस रिटेल आउटलेट, उस पेट्रोल पंप पर एक्शन लिया गया है और उसको सस्पेंड कर दिया गया है। All the retail outlet dealers are also directed to strictly follow the guidelines while dispensing fuel. Any violation will invite very strict action. LPG के संबंध में मैं कहना चाहूँगी कि ये एक इशू ऑफ कंसर्न है हमारे लिए, खासकर जब हमारा मुख्यतः जितना भी आयात हो रहा है उसमें एक मेजर पोर्शन स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज से आता है, और वहाँ पर क्लोजर की वजह से थोड़ी सी मैटर ऑफ कंसर्न है। लेकिन इसके बावजूद भी किसी भी 25,000 डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स में कहीं कोई ड्राई आउट रिपोर्ट नहीं हुआ है। मैं आप लोगों के माध्यम से सभी देशवासियों से ये अपील करना चाहूँगी कि अफवाहों पर विश्वास न करें, पैनिक बाइंग न करें। वी आर शोइंग यू आर डाटा। हमारा जो एवरेज बुकिंग है वो लगभग 50-55 लाख बुकिंग पर डे है, लेकिन अगर आप देखें कि पिछले कुछ दिनों में बुकिंग हैज़ इंक्रीज्ड टू 75-76 लाख ऑल्सो। सो दिस इज़ मोर ऑफ अ पैनिक पैटर्न। ये पैनिक बुकिंग है। आप सभी से आपके माध्यम से सभी देशवासियों से हमारा प्रार्थना है कि पैनिक बुकिंग से बचें। लगभग 50 लाख सिलेंडर हम पहले भी डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करते थे अपने डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन नेटवर्क के द्वारा, और वो हम आज भी कर रहे हैं। इसके अलावा कॉल सेंटर, जो पब्लिक सेक्टर ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज़ हैं, उनके कॉल सेंटर को भी स्ट्रेंथन किया गया है। कॉल सेंटर में सीट्स को बढ़ाकर 400 और टेलीफोन लाइंस को भी बढ़ाकर 650 कर दिया गया है, ताकि लोग वहाँ पर अपना ग्रीवेंस रजिस्टर करा पाएँ। इसके अलावा एक मुख्य चीज़ जो मैं आप लोगों को बताना चाहूँगी वो ये कि ब्लैक मार्केटिंग और होर्डिंग पर भी एक्शन लिया जा रहा है। आज भी सेक्रेटरी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पेट्रोलियम एंड नेचुरल गैस एंड सेक्रेटरी कंज्यूमर अफेयर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने एक मीटिंग किया है स्टेट्स के, यूनियन टेरिटरीज़ के सभी सेक्रेटरीज, फूड एंड सिविल सप्लाईज डिपार्टमेंट्स के साथ, और उनको प्रिवेलिंग सिचुएशन से अवगत कराया है। इसके साथ ही the states have been assured of the continuous coordination and cooperation with regard to fuel supplies in the country. इसके साथ स्टेट्स को एडवाइस किया गया है कि ब्लैक मार्केटिंग और होर्डिंग के खिलाफ एक्शन लें, और स्टेट से रिक्वेस्ट है कि वो इंश्योर कराएं कि इस तरह के इंसिडेंट्स ना हो। इस संदर्भ में मैं आपको एक और बात बताना चाहूँगी कि ब्लैक मार्केटिंग और होर्डिंग को रोकने में डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का, डीएम्स का, एसपीज का एक बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट रोल है, और they are our tools to stop this hoarding or black marketing if it is happening anywhere. Honorable Chief Minister of UP and Rajasthan ने सिचुएशन को, अपने स्टेट्स की सप्लाई सिचुएशन को रिव्यू किया है और डीएम्स और एसपीज को डायरेक्शंस भी इशू किए हैं। इसके अलावा कई सारे स्टेट्स जैसे मेघालय, त्रिपुरा, मध्य प्रदेश, महाराष्ट्र, आंध्र प्रदेश, हरियाणा, राजस्थान, केरला, कर्नाटक, इन सभी उत्तर प्रदेश, इन सभी स्टेट्स में कंट्रोल रूम भी ओपन किए गए हैं। इसके अलावा स्टेट्स लाइक महाराष्ट्र, तेलंगाना, आंध्र प्रदेश, राजस्थान, उत्तर प्रदेश एंड बिहार etc. are issuing daily press brief on this situation. Now, I like to highlight some of the action taken. These are some of the cases which have come to the notice and the action has been taken. उत्तर प्रदेश में झांसी में एक ट्रक लोड सिलेंडर का थेफ्ट हुआ और पुलिस ने बहुत सक्सेसफुली उसको रिकवर किया और गिल्टी लोगों पर एक्शन लिया। उत्तर प्रदेश में ही हापुड़ में एक घर से सिलेंडर बरामद हुए हैं और वहाँ पर जो कंसर्न डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर था उसका गोडाउन सील किया गया है। कर्नाटका में भी फूड एंड सिविल सप्लाईज डिपार्टमेंट के ऑफिसर्स ने रेड की है और इसी तरह जो इलीगली स्टोर्ड सिलेंडर्स थे उनकी रिकवरी की है। इसी तरह मध्य प्रदेश में भी एक्शन लिया गया है। आपके माध्यम से मैं सारे डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स को ये कहना चाहूँगी कि हमें कुछ भी ऐसा नहीं करना है जो इलीगल है और जिसके लिए हमें पछताना पड़े। इसके अलावा जो PSU ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज़ के ऑफिशियल्स हैं उनको भी एक्टिवेट कर दिया गया है सरप्राइज इंस्पेक्शन के लिए ताकि इस तरह की स्थिति उत्पन्न ना हो। There are certain other measures. In brief, I will just list out before you. Uninterrupted supply to domestic households has been ensured. जो घरेलू हमारे कंज्यूमर हैं, उपभोक्ता हैं, उनको uninterrupted supply ensure की जा रही है। इसी तरह हॉस्पिटल्स और एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन को भी LPG की सप्लाई दी जा रही है। Domestic production of LPG has increased by 30% today. हमारी रिफाइनरीज के अंदर 5 मार्च की तुलना में आज 30% अधिक LPG का उत्पादन हो रहा है। कमर्शियल सिलेंडर्स के लिए commercial cylinders have been put at the disposal of state government for priority distribution. Commercial cylinders के लिए state government से request की जा रही है कि वो priority decide करके ensure करें कि ये commercial cylinder consumers तक पहुँचे। इसी तरह additional allocation of 48,000 kiloliters of kerosene has been done and the states have been requested to identify the locations in the district for the distribution of kerosene. जो regular allocation से अलग से ऊपर 48,000 KL का kerosene का allocation भारत सरकार ने किया है, उसके संबंध में स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स और यूनियन टेरिटरीज से रिक्वेस्ट की गई है कि वो डिस्ट्रिक्ट में 1 या 2 जगह आइडेंटिफाई करें जहां पर इसका डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन किया जा सके। ऑल्टरनेट फ्यूल ऑप्शंस को एक्टिवेट करने के लिए कोल इंडिया हैज़ ऑलरेडी इशूड द ऑर्डर सो दैट the coal is made available to small, medium and other consumers. Small, medium or other consumers, especially the hotels and the restaurants, hospitality को coal की उपलब्धता ensure कराने के लिए coal ministry के द्वारा already order issue किया जा चुका है। अंत में मेरी आपके द्वारा सभी देशवासियों से अपील है कि घबराएं नहीं, पैनिक बुकिंग से बचें। इसके अलावा एलपीजी डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर के पास जाकर लाइन लगाने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। देयर इज़ अ सिस्टम ऑफ ऑनलाइन बुकिंग एंड लार्ज नंबर ऑफ पीपल, I mean you can see almost 83% of the people have booked the cylinder either through IVRS, SMS, WhatsApp booking or mobile application of the OMCs. So IVRS के द्वारा, SMS के द्वारा, WhatsApp के द्वारा और मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन हमारी ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज की मोबाइल एप्लीकेशन के द्वारा गैस सिलेंडर की बुकिंग की जा सकती है। कृपया उसका उपयोग करें। हमारी ये भी आप सभी के माध्यम से देशवासियों से अपील है कि जितनी ज़रूरत है ज़रूरत के हिसाब से बुकिंग करें और पैनिक बुकिंग न करें। एंड in the end, I request the media to help disseminate correct information and rely on official sources so that unnecessary panic can be avoided. Thank you.
धन्यवाद। अब मैं मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पोर्ट, शिपिंग एंड वाटरवेज के विशेष सचिव राजेश कुमार सिन्हा जी से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वे मैरीटाइम और शिपिंग से जुड़े हुए मुद्दों के बारे में जानकारी दें। धन्यवाद। नमस्कार। स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज के पश्चिम तरफ जो पर्शियन गल्फ है उसमें 24 इंडियन फ्लैग वेसल्स हैं, जो कल भी उतने ही थे, आज भी 24 वेसल हैं। उसमें 677 भारतीय नाविक हैं। स्ट्रेट ऑफ हॉर्मुज के ईस्ट में पूर्वी साइड में जो गल्फ ऑफ ओमान है उसमें 4 वेसल थे कल। एक उसमें से मूव किया है जग प्रकाश, जो एक ऑयल टैंकर है। तो अब वहाँ पे 3 भारतीय फ्लैग के वेसल्स रह गए, उसमें 76 इंडियन नाविक हैं। इसके अलावा टोटल गल्फ रीजन में करीब 23,000 इंडियन नाविक हैं जो अक्रॉस मर्चेंट, हार्बर, ऑफशोर वेसल वगैरह में काम कर रहे हैं। और डीजी शिपिंग इन सभी से निरंतर तरीके से संपर्क बनाए हुए है। जो उनकी इंगेजमेंट एजेंसी है, आरपीएसएल कहते हैं उनको, रिक्रूटमेंट एंड प्लेसमेंट सर्विसेज लाइसेंसी, वो डीजी शिपिंग के लाइसेंसी होते हैं, उनके द्वारा, जो हमारी भारतीय मिशन है इन कंट्रीज़ में उनके द्वारा, और जो भी और स्टेक होल्डर हैं उनके द्वारा, इन सभी से संपर्क लगातार बना हुआ है। इस पे एक डीजी शिपिंग ने एडवाइजरी भी जारी की थी 4 मार्च को, निरंतर करती रहती है, समय समय के अनुसार करती रहती है। एक 4 मार्च को पुनः जारी किया है और वो कम्युनिकेशन डीजी शिपिंग सभी को एक साथ भेजता है। तो करीब 7.5 लाख जो इंडियन सीफेरर हैं सभी को डीजी शिपिंग ने एक कम्युनिकेशन भेजा, इस एडवाइजरी को भेजा, जिसके थ्रू जो डीजी शिपिंग की 24/7 हेल्पलाइन है उसके कॉन्टैक्ट डिटेल कि कोई भी असिस्टेंस, किसी भी तरीके की आवश्यकता हो, सहायता की ज़रूरत हो, तो आप डीजी शिपिंग से संपर्क कर सकें, इसके लिए उनको अपडेट किया है। ये निरंतर करते रहते हैं, बट इस परिस्थिति में विशेषकर से दोबारा किया है। इसके अलावा 28 फरवरी से डीजी शिपिंग की जो 24/7 कंट्रोल रूम है, डीजी कॉम सेंटर बोलते हैं उसको, उसमें 28 फरवरी के बाद, ये निरंतर चलती है, पूरे साल चलती है, बट 28 फरवरी के बाद से इस सेंटर में करीब 2425 कॉल रिसीव हुई हैं और करीब 4,500 ईमेल रिसीव हुए डिफरेंट सीफेयर से, सीफेयर के फैमिली मेम्बर्स से और अदर स्टेक होल्डर से, किसी भी प्रकार की सूचना की जानकारी के लिए या किसी मदद के लिए। और इसी संदर्भ में डीजी शिपिंग ने जो भारतीय नाविक हैं गल्फ रीजन में जिनका एम्प्लॉयमेंट का टर्म ख़त्म हो गया, वो साइन ऑफ कर चुके हैं शिप से, उसमें करीब 200-225 भारतीय नाविकों को भारतवर्ष में वापस लाने का भी सफलता से किया, और वो भी हमारी एम्बेसीज के क्लोज कोऑर्डिनेशन के साथ किया। और जैसा मैंने बताया, मैं इसको रिआइट्रेट कर रहा हूँ, दोबारा बोल रहा हूँ कि सारे भारतीय वेसल्स और सारे उस पे भारतीय नाविक, उनकी एक्टिव मॉनिटरिंग हो रही है जिससे उनकी सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी इंश्योर हो सके। जो डीजी शिपिंग की एडवाइजरीज़ हैं उसके कुछ मुख्य बिंदु मैं बता रहा हूँ। डिटेल्ड एडवाइजरीज़ हैं, सारे लोगों को जाती हैं, सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स को जाती है, सारे शिप ओनर्स को जाती है, सारे नाविकों को जाती है। बट इन एडवाइजरीज़ के कुछ मुख्य बिंदु मैं बता रहा हूँ। डीजी शिपिंग की जो कम्युनिकेशन सेंटर है, डीजी कॉम सेंटर, जो 24/7 चलती, उस हेल्पलाइन को या उसके ईमेल की मदद लें किसी भी आवश्यकता के समय। सेफ्टी इंस्ट्रक्शंस हैं वो फॉलो करें, जो भी लोकल अथॉरिटी जारी करती हैं या हमारी मिशन, जो भारतीय मिशंस हैं बाहर, वो जारी करती हैं, उसको फॉलो करें। जो भी जहाज़ हैं, हमने भारतीय फ्लैग के जहाज़ हैं, उसको शिप शोर सिक्योरिटी ड्रिल्स को कवर करें, जिससे कि किसी प्रकार की थ्रेट्स, वो ड्रोन से हो या लॉयटरिंग म्यूनिशन से हो या किसी तरीके के असिमेट्रिक अटैक से हो, उसके लिए सिक्योरिटी ड्रिल्स को फॉलो करें। और डीजी शिपिंग या मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स की कोई भी एडवाइजरी या अपडेट जाती है तो उसको रेगुलरली मॉनिटर करते रहें। ये कुछ बिंदु मैंने बताए, एडवाइजरीज थोड़ी और डिटेल भी हैं। अब मैं पोर्ट के ऑपरेशंस के विषय में कुछ बिंदु बताता हूँ। पोर्ट के ऑपरेशंस पूरे भारतवर्ष में स्टेबल हैं और सारे मेजर पोर्ट और अदर देन मेजर पोर्ट्स जो स्टेट मैरीटाइम बोर्ड के अंतर्गत भी आते हैं, उनके लिए एक स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर जारी किया हुआ है, जिससे कि वो सारी शिपिंग लाइंस और एक्सपोर्टर्स के साथ समन्वय बना के रखें, उनके साथ कोऑर्डिनेट करें और उनकी कोई भी ग्रीवांस हो उसको टाइम बाउंड बेसिस पे रिड्रेस करें। हर मेजर पोर्ट पे एक सिंगल पॉइंट ऑफ कांटेक्ट भी बनाया गया है नोडल ऑफिसर की तरह से, और वो सभी को कम्युनिकेट किया गया है। एलपीजी वेसल्स को, एलपीजी कैरियर वेसल्स को मेजर पोर्ट्स पे प्रायोरिटी बर्थिंग दी गई है, और पोर्ट्स हैव आल्सो इंप्लीमेंटेड फैसिलिटेशन मेजर्स सच एज परमिटिंग स्टोरेज ऑफ अफेक्टेड मिडिल ईस्ट बाउंड कार्गो एज ट्रांसशिपमेंट कार्गो, अलॉटिंग एडिशनल स्टोरेज स्पेस, एडहॉक वेसल बर्थिंग, prioritizing handling of perishable and returning export cargo, expediting back to town movement in coordination with customs, and enhancing bunkering support wherever feasible. इस क्राइसिस जो गल्फ रीजन में स्थिति है उसमें अनफॉर्चुनेटली, जैसा मैंने कल भी बताया था, 3 कैजुअल्टी, भारतीय नाविकों की 3 कैजुअल्टी रिपोर्टेड हैं। 1 नाविक मिसिंग है। इसके अलावा 4 नाविकों को थोड़ी इंजरी हुई थी, लेकिन अब सभी बाहर आ गए। जिनको इंजरी हुई थी सब बाहर आ गए हैं और उनको मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट दिया जा रहा है। डीजी शिपिंग सारे जो नाविक हैं उनके घरों के, उनकी फैमिली से या उनके नेक्स्ट ऑफ किन से संपर्क में है। कल की ही बात है, हमारे एक बहुत सीनियर अधिकारी डीजी शिपिंग के, वो एक नाविक के जो एमईए ने कल ब्रीफ किया था, उनके घर पे गए, उनके परिवारजनों से मिले भी थे। इंडस्ट्री और स्टेक होल्डर्स से हमारा रेगुलर इंटरेक्शन है, जिससे कि हम जितनी असिस्टेंस हो सके उनको प्रोवाइड कर सकें, अपने मैकेनिज्म के थ्रू, डीजी शिपिंग के थ्रू या पोर्ट्स के थ्रू। Authorities, ship managers and recruitment agencies are closely coordinating with Indian embassies and local authorities to ensure safety and render all assistance. Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, we continue to closely monitor the prevailing maritime situation in the Persian Gulf region, which is continuously evolving. Thank you.
थैंक यू राजेश सिन्हा जी। अब मैं एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स मिनिस्ट्री से एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी एक्सपी श्री रणधीर जायसवाल जी से अनुरोध करता हूं कि वो डिप्लोमेटिक एंड एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स के पर्सपेक्टिव से कुछ जानकारी दें।
Thank you, sir. We have continued our engagement and conversations with countries in West Asia. जैसा कि आप जानते हैं, कल हमारे प्रधानमंत्री की ईरान के राष्ट्रपति माननीय डॉक्टर मसूद पेज़ेश्कियान से बात हुई। प्रधानमंत्री ने अपनी बातचीत के दौरान हमारी जो प्राथमिकता है भारतीय नागरिकों को लेकर, उनकी सुरक्षा को लेकर, उनके हित को लेकर, इसके बारे में उजागर किया। साथ ही साथ उन्होंने जो महत्व है ऊर्जा और सामग्री के पारगमन का, इसके बारे में भी उन्होंने उल्लेख किया। प्रधानमंत्री ने गहरी चिंता जताई जो वहाँ पर उस क्षेत्र में जो सुरक्षा की स्थिति बनी हुई है उस पर, और साथ ही साथ जो हम लोगों की पोजीशन, जो हमारा पक्ष है भारत का, कि डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी यानी कि संवाद और राजनीति का रास्ता लेकर लोग आगे बढ़ें, ताकि इस मसले को, जो मसला है वहाँ पर जो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट है, उसको ख़त्म किया जाए जल्द से जल्द। आज कल विदेश मंत्री की, ईरान के विदेश मंत्री श्रीमान सैयद अब्बास अरांची जी से बात हुई और दोनों विदेश मंत्रियों के बीच में द्विपक्षीय वार्ताओं मुद्दों पर और साथ ही साथ ब्रिक्स के मुद्दों पर बातचीत हुई। We at the Ministry of External Affairs, I had told you that we have established a MEA control room which is functioning at speed. This was established on 4th of March, and till date we have received 900 phone calls and 200 emails. We also observed that the number of queries, emails, telephone calls and emails have progressively come down, which means that people are less concerned about their families in the Gulf region. Obviously, because several of them, the transit passengers, stranded people, they have come back to India. As and when we receive queries in the control room, we do real-time hand-holding for people here. We patch them up with our mission and see to it that both sides have started talking so that the issue at hand can be resolved. Over and above, I would like to add that from Iran, we have had in the last few days, including today, 170 Indian nationals have crossed through the land border into Armenia. Several of them have come back to India, and others would be coming back to India over the next few days, taking commercial flight options that are available from Armenia to India. So that is what I had to report.
हमारे साथ एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स से ही एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी गल्फ श्री असीम महाजन जी हैं। मैं उनसे अनुरोध करूंगा कि वे गल्फ रीजन से संबंधित कुछ जानकारी हम सबको दें।
Good afternoon. The Ministry of External Affairs continues to closely monitor the evolving situation in West Asia and the Gulf region. जैसे कि मैंने कल भी कहा था कि मैं दोहराना चाहूँगा कि पश्चिम एशिया और खाड़ी के क्षेत्र में रहने वाले और कार्य करने वाले लगभग 1 करोड़ भारतीय नागरिकों की सलामती, सुरक्षा और हिफाजत हमारे लिए सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। और हमारे मिशन भी नियमित रूप से जारी की जा रही एडवाइज़रों में अन्य बातों के साथ साथ भारतीय नागरिकों के लिए और सहायता हेल्पलाइंस के बारे में, उड़ानों की उपलब्धता, हम उनकी कौंसलर सर्विसेज और मिशनों और कौंसलों द्वारा स्थापित बाकी समन्वय तंत्र की जानकारी भी दी जा रही है। विदेश मंत्रालय ने एक विशेष नियंत्रण कक्ष स्थापित किया है, जैसे कि अभी बताया गया है, और सभी आवश्यकता जानकारी यहाँ से भी प्रदान की जा रही है। हम राज्य सरकारों के साथ भी लगातार संपर्क बनाए हुए हैं। यूनियन टेरिटरीज़ के साथ भी हमारा संपर्क लगातार, सबके साथ हमने मैकेनिज़्म सेटअप किया है जिसमें हम लगातार उनको हेल्पलाइंस पे, बाकी उनसे इंफॉर्मेशन शेयरिंग के लिए संपर्क बनाए हुए हैं। हमारे जो इस दूतावास और उन्होंने भी केंद्र समस्त क्षेत्र में भारतीय समुदाय को जानकारी प्रदान करने और सहायता प्रदान करने के लिए 24 घंटे काम करने वाली हेल्पलाइंस और वो भी स्थापित करी गई हैं। And mission and ports are also maintaining regular contact with a large number of resident community organizations which are spread across the region to disseminate information on a real-time basis. Let me update you on the latest flight and airspace situation in the region. Since February 28th, around 150,000 Indian nationals have returned to India. In UAE, regular non-scheduled commercial operations are operating from various airports and availability of flights have improved. Flights are available for travel. From Qatar in the last few days, about 2,900 Indians have returned to India on Qatar Airways flights. Some have come via Saudi Arabia also. And 1 or 2 flights are expected of Qatar Airways daily to come to India in the next few days. In Saudi Arabia, the airspace continues to remain open. From Riyadh, yesterday, Air India Express and Indigo have started flight operations. And regular flights are also available from Jeddah, Medina, and Dammam. In Bahrain, Gulf Air has started operations from Dammam in Saudi Arabia, and flights are coming to Delhi, Mumbai, and Kochi. So far, more than 1,000 Indian nationals have used these flights to return to India. And in Kuwait, since the airspace is shut, the Kuwait-based Jazeera Airways is operating from AQI Airport of Saudi Arabia, and it is also expected that they will start flights to India soon from this airport. In Iraq, the airspace is closed, but we are facilitating travel of Indians from Saudi Arabia. I wish to share with all of you an incident which has happened in Sohar city in Muscat today. There was an attack, and in this incident, 2 Indian nationals have died. We express our deepest condolences to their families. Of the 11 injured, 10 are Indians. Out of them, 5 have been discharged after receiving treatment, and 5 others are receiving treatment in local hospitals. None of them are reported to have serious injuries. Our mission is in close touch with the concerned company and local authorities and is rendering all assistance. Finally, an update on Safe Sea Vishnu, which came under attack on the 9th of March 11 near Basra in Iraq. The 15 crew members have been safely evacuated and are currently lodged in a hotel in Basra. Efforts are also underway to transport the mortal remains of the deceased Indian national and for safe repatriation of the 15 rescued seafarers. Our mission team is in Basra and is rendering all assistance. Thank you.
धन्यवाद। हमारे साथ सूचना और प्रसारण मंत्रालय से संयुक्त सचिव सेंथिल राजन जी हैं। सेंथिल राजन, आप मीडिया और उससे रिलेटेड कुछ पब्लिक इन्फॉर्मेशन के इश्यूज पे ब्रीफ करें।
धन्यवाद सर। Good afternoon, everyone. We just want to say that as per the media reports, there's a lot of information coming in that state governments have started acting against hoarders and black marketing. A lot of reports have come in, and our channels are also showing it. But as Madam had mentioned, I think we appeal to the public to book their LPG cylinders on the official websites and through IVRS calls, SMS booking, WhatsApp booking, and mobile applications of the oil marketing companies. So these all online tools are available for them to book, and they can book their cylinders as per their convenience. And apart from that, it is also requested that they should also be very careful. There are reports coming in that there are digital scammers who are attempting to use this occasion and trying to putting out fake, misleading advertisements on the digital media. So we ask all citizens to be beware of such digital scammers and only go to the official websites of the oil marketing companies for booking their cylinders. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now we will take the questions. So 142.
Sapna here from CNBC TV 18. We just wanted to ask the MEA basically that if some detail or some more granularity can be given to the conversation that the Prime Minister Modi had with his Iranian counterpart, because there have been reports coming that our Prime Minister sought safe passage from Iran president, which has been shot down. If you could clarify. Thank you.
So two things here. One, of course, that we have, or the PIB has given a detailed readout of the discussion that happened between our Prime Minister and the President of Iran. As also, I would urge you to look at our MEA fact check and PIB fact check to get more updates on what are the developments.
4 number left, front mein.
Hi, I'm Rajesh Roy from Bloomberg News. One question to the MEA. As Mr. Rajesh Sinha ji said, one oil tanker of India has moved. Does it indicate some sort of an arrangement we have got on safe passage? Number one. Number two, the question is to Ms. Sujata Sharma ji. Possible to get some figure on how much India has managed to buy Russian oil ever since it got exemption from the US? And now that the window has been extended to the rest of the world, what is the quantity that we are looking at? Because China is buying very aggressively.
The first part, let me reply the first part. Second part, नहीं, ये जो आपको मैंने बताया जो ऑयल टैंक का जग प्रकाश जो है ये हॉर्मुज के ईस्ट में था, so it doesn't have to cross the Hormuz to go side. It is actually lying on the east. और ये इंडिया नहीं आ रहा है, ये अफ्रीकन किसी कंट्री में इज कैरिंग गैसोलीन वगैरह कुछ एयर गैस वगैरह लेके जा रहा है. इट इज गोइंग टू अफ्रीका, या गोइंग टू अफ्रीका, बट इंडियन फ्लैग वेसल.
Regarding your question, I don't have the figures right now. I will come back to you.
Rajesh, to your question, I had dealt with it yesterday in our press briefing, so I would refer you to my remarks that I made there.
Right side, 104.
Sir, thank you for letting me ask a question. I'm Thwesh from Economic Times. Sir, my question is regarding stranded containers in India. Do we have an estimate of how many containers are currently stranded at the ports that were supposed to be bound for the Middle East? And second question is, there are some concerns raised by exporters that despite the advisories issued by DG Shipping, the prices that the shipping lines are charging are much higher than before. So is there any action that can be expected?
These numbers I currently do not have in my hand, but we can share it with you. Secondly, about the advisories जो जारी हुई है, DG Shipping ने advisory जारी की है. The point which you raised about the prices being charged, DG Shipping has issued an advisory a few days ago on this.
Center 789.
सर, मैं अखिलेश सुमन हूँ डीडी न्यूज़ से. कल ईरान के उप विदेश मंत्री ने एक बयान दिया था कि जो देश युद्ध में शामिल नहीं है उन देशों को हम जाने की इजाज़त देंगे. कल रात में जब विदेश मंत्री एस जयशंकर की बात हुई ईरान के विदेश मंत्री से, तो क्या इस बात पे कोई डिस्कशन हुआ? क्या उन्होंने कोई आश्वासन दिया कि हमारी जहाज़ों पे वे हमला नहीं करेंगे और हमें जाने देंगे, क्योंकि हम तो युद्ध में हैं नहीं?
जैसा कि मैंने बताया आपको, हमारे विदेश मंत्री की उनके विदेश मंत्री ईरान के विदेश मंत्री से कल रात बात हुई थी और उसके बारे में दोनों देशों के बीच में, दोनों नेताओं के बीच में, दोनों विदेश मंत्री के बीच में द्विपक्षीय वार्ताओं पर बातचीत हुई और साथ ही साथ ब्रिक्स के मुद्दे पर भी बातचीत हुई.
22.
Sir, I am Deepak from Times of India. I have two questions. One for Mr. Sinha. Today there was a tweet by Kandla Port saying that they are getting ready to accommodate almost like 48 ships in next 72 hours. And I know that Shipping Secretary has already directed to all ports, major ports, to be ready for ships that's coming back. So any status on how many ships are coming back to the major ports? And one thing too, ma'am, from the Petroleum Ministry, I think this LNG supply to fertilizer plants have been cut down by 30%. So is there any report with you how many plants are under maintenance or...
All right, viewers, that was a government's briefing regarding the situation in West Asia. Government clearly laying it down for the citizens across the country that there is enough stock available of oil across the country. Do not engage in panic buying. And now we are shifting focus to another breaking development that we're getting from West Asia. President of the Islamic Republic of Iran, Masood Pezeshkian, today attended the Quds rally. The rally, in fact, was bombed by the US and Israel earlier, but now we're getting some visuals where you can see the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian walking into the capital city while he attends the Quds Day rally. Remember, there was a call by the Supreme Leader just yesterday urging Iranians to come out and take part in the Quds rally. And today, not just Iranians in thousands of numbers are out on the streets, but also the president there. And this visual itself speaks of volumes. President out on the streets also assuring the citizens of Iran who are now at war with Israel and the US. And these are those visuals on your screen showing you how President is engaging with the citizens on the street, walking freely, you know. It speaks volumes to try and give assurance to the citizens of Iran who are now facing a war with Iran, with in fact the US and Israel. You can see the president there. He's also clicking pictures with the citizens on the streets. He's engaging with them. So, you know, also sending a signal that Iran stands united, all is well. And despite the attacks coming all across the country from the US and Israeli side, President here, Masoud Pezeshkian, trying to send a signal to all the countrymen that this is a moment where we need to stand united and where, in fact, we are doing great, you know. So this is exactly in contrast to what Donald Trump has been saying all along, that Iran's Navy, Air Force, all have been decimated. They are about to surrender. But then these visuals come up from the Tehran, from the capital city, Tehran, wherein you see President walking freely, engaging with citizens in the capital city. Now, in fact, we have some more visuals as well with us. You can see other top Iranian leaders also being present at the Quds rally. We'll get you those visuals as well. And we're talking about Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi was also present at the Quds rally. Now, viewers, again reiterating that there was a call by the newly elected Supreme Leader just yesterday, wherein he urged all the citizens across Iran to come and take part in Quds rally. And now we're looking at not just citizens coming together, but also the top leadership of the country on the streets while the country still remains at war with the US and Israel. So also sending a signal to not just the people of the country, but also to US and its adversaries, saying that we stand united despite Donald Trump's claim that all the Navy, the Air Force have been decimated. And, you know, despite the calls by Trump for the Iranians to come out and overthrow their government, you are looking at something which is in complete contrast. You're looking at Iranians coming out on the streets, standing in unison, standing shoulder to shoulder with their leaders and participating in Quds rally, raising slogans against the US and Israel. We're getting you visuals of the foreign minister as well, taking part in the Quds rally. These are exclusive visuals that Republic, in fact, has accessed, showing you how the top Iranian leadership was participating in Quds rally, which took place. Now, these are rallies which took place across Iran, not just in the capital city, but these are visuals from Tehran, I think, where you can see the top leadership also participating in Quds Day rally. These rallies, you can see people are coming together, raising slogans against US and Israel, denouncing their actions in this war. And the top leadership also coming out on the streets. You know, there have been warnings issued by the Israel that there is no life insurance that has been issued to the top leadership. But in contrast to that, they're showing that they're not afraid. They're coming out on the streets, and these are some visuals that speak volumes. As you see, a top Iranian leadership now coming out on the streets with hundreds and hundreds gathered to participate in Quds Day rally. It falls on the last Friday of Ramadan, and you can see how people are coming together to raise their voice against the aggression that their country is facing. From the US and Israeli side, we're looking at attacks taking place continuously. In fact, the rally was also bombed. There was a bomb which was dropped just near the site of the rally. There's been one casualty also reported from that rally. But despite those threats, despite danger looming in the sky, we're looking at more and more Iran's top leadership coming out and taking part in these Quds Day rally. First, it was President Masoud Pezeshkian, and now it's the Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi who's come out, taking part freely in this Quds Day rally with Iranian citizens on the ground, sending a signal that despite the attacks, we stand united, despite the threats, we are in this together. So it's a signal not just for the people of Iran, but also to the US, which keeps claiming that they have already won the war. We have seen one statement after another from Donald Trump's side coming that they have won the war, they've decimated the leadership, the army and the navy. But viewers, look at these visuals. We're getting you Ali Larijani. He's also present in the rally, Masood Pezeshkian, and also Abbas Araghchi. Top leadership. You know, these are leaders from across, from the political sector, from the military sector, and they are freely participating in the rally today that took place across Tehran. These are Quds Day rally that took place across the country, in the capital city as well. There are hundreds who had gathered. And the top leadership also came out on the streets to participate with Iranians, sending out a very clear message to the US and Israel that despite their attempts to overthrow the regime, despite their carpet bombing, despite their continuous attacks, they stand united. That's the clear message that these visuals on your screen are sending today, viewers. We've just seen a short while ago, Republic was covering it all throughout. There was an attack that took place in Tehran near this rally, in fact. But despite that, more and more leaders are now coming out and participating in these rallies. Right from the top aide of Khamenei, Ali Larijani, to Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister who's been at the face of Iran when you talk about any global engagements, and Masood Pezeshkian as well, the president. All three have come out. They have participated in Quds Day rally, which falls on the last Friday of Ramadan. They are engaging freely with Iranians who have also come out. They stand together, and in one voice, they are denouncing the actions of the US and Israel, which have been bombing their country since the war began on February 28th. Clearly, in terms of narrative, we are looking at this sliding towards Iran. And all of these leaders are now coming out. You can see specifically the way Masood Pezeshkian has been engaging with citizens freely, you know, kind of assuring them that despite the attacks, we are in this together and we will handle it. That's sort of messaging coming in from the top leadership now as Iran marks Quds Day and rallies take place across the country. And specifically, viewers, I want to focus on the fact that there was a call by the newly elected Supreme Leader yesterday, Mojtaba Khamenei, who called on the countrymen, who called on Iranians to come out on the streets and take part in Quds Day rally. And then after that clarion call, we're looking at these visuals today. Not just the top leadership, but people in hundreds and thousands of numbers coming out on the streets of Iran and taking part in Quds Day rally. Those are the visuals on your screen, the defining visuals, in fact, that have come out from Iran today. We're looking at President Masood Pezeshkian, Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, as well as National Security Council head Ali Larijani. He was somebody who was very close to Khamenei, works closely with IRGC as well, and all of them participating in Quds Day rally. Now, there are threats to their lives as well, specifically Ali Larijani. There were reports that he was also one of the targets in the first strike conducted by US and Israel. Now, in fact, Major General G.D. Bakshi now joins us on this broadcast. Really appreciate you, Major General, for joining us. I want to ask you, sir, these are the defining visuals that have come out today from Iran. You're looking at top leadership, from President, from Foreign Minister to National Security Council head, all coming out, freely participating, and Iranian citizens as well. Do you think this contradicts the narrative that Donald Trump has been trying to spread so far, that it is a war that he has already won? Because we're certainly not looking at regime change. We're looking at Iranians getting united instead.
The day Khomeini was murdered, the people of Iran rallied under the flag. They rallied to the support of their government. It's as simple as that. And if Israel and America are attacking unarmed civilian crowds, I hope they realize it is a war crime by any definition. Unarmed civilians on the streets and you want to bomb them, what do you think this is? No, this is a war crime. They kept us telling us of the war crimes of Russia in Ukraine. 34 killed in Bucha. You killed 168 girls. Where does that bloody count? And Donald Trump is using such intemperate, such foul language that it is great fun to capture American Iranian ships, then sink them. Is this some kind of a Cartoon Network? Is this some kind of a joke going on? It's a war, sir. A war which you avoided when you were young. When you had to go to Vietnam, you dodged the draft. And now it is shameful to hear responsible government functionaries talking in those terms. The Iranian people are full of fight. We've seen that. They have the strategic advantage by closing the Gulf of Hormuz, right? And if the only way you can get even is to kill Iranian girls and bomb civilians, unarmed civilians on the streets, that is despicable.
Right, sir. Major General, I want to ask you, you talked about the attack on Menab School. We had seen young girls getting killed in that attack, and now we're looking at all of the Iran coming together. So do you think, because there were protests before the strike took place, people were out on the streets protesting against Khamenei, but do you think what US did has now united Iran, in fact?
It had united Iran on day one, on 28th February 2026, when Ayatollah Khomeini was murdered. The whole nation sort of rallied together. Any self-respecting nation rallies together when it is attacked by a foreign power. They're not a nation of traitors. Born traitors, all of them. They are self-respecting people. It is a 6,000 years old civilization, and I think it has put up a damn good fight. Strategically, it has the advantage. All that I would advise them now is to cool off. They have proved the point. They have proved the point that the third world cannot be kicked around by a global superpower. There are limits to American power. It is a multipolar power world now. And America will think twice before it undertakes such a thoughtless adventure. Absolutely nonsensical kind of a strategy. They went in with no strategy. They started the attacks and then started looking for a strategy and a way out. Now Donald Trump wants to declare victory and go because he's had it. Iran is saying we are ready to fight. We are ready to fight. You are the one who started it. You call it off.
Right. Sir, with the kind of statements we have been seeing coming in from Donald Trump, he's time and again claimed victory over Iranian forces. Do you think he's trying to find a safe and a respectable exit to just save his face right now?
He's desperately looking for an off-ramp for a war of choice, which he started. Right? It was ill thought through. It was ill-advised. It was a gross underestimation of Iranian military capabilities and stamina and will to fight. Gross underestimation, which has cost them very dear. Now, one of the things I like to say about this attack on the rallies is, yesterday the news was there on YouTube that Russia had supplied S-400 missiles. This morning, the Central Command issued instruction to all its units: assume all offensive operations will be contested. Because we have seen what the S-400s can do. There is a American KC-135 refueler, 707, shot down over Kuwait.
Yes, sir.
Technically, that can only be done by an S-400. Maybe this was to invite the Israelis and Americans to sort of bomb the civilian population. They are so fond of bombing unarmed people, right? And if that was done, I don't know why the S-400s haven't blasted them out of the sky. But I think they'll have to be bloody careful because that free-run joyride is over. If the S-400s have come in, they better take the full precautions. The S-400s had shot down one AWAC, 5 Pakistani jet fighters over Pakistani territory.
Right, sir. Sir, I really appreciate your analysis. Thank you, Major General, for joining us and putting these developments into perspective for our viewers. Now, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live in Breaking. Thank you so much for watching. And coming up on the other side, people across India are seen hoarding LPG, creating panic and inducing a shortage in the country. What a pathetic scene.
इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। नहीं तो तुम तो अरे अनुसरी होगा। हो गया। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला। चलो गोटे का गाड़ी मारता है।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंडू। नहीं तो तुम तो अरे अनुसरी होगा। हो गया। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला। चलो गोटे का गाड़ी मारता है।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू।
नहीं तो फोन तो करा
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू।
नहीं तो फोन तो करा
अरे अनुसरी होगा। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला चलो गोटे का गाड़ी मारवा।
External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar speaks to Iranian counterpart Abbas Araghchi for the 4th time since the war. Araghchi briefs Jaishankar on the ongoing developments. Iranian Foreign Minister asks BRICS nations to help stabilize West Asia, asks for BRICS to condemn US strikes. Qatar strongly condemns Israel's attacks on Lebanon, called it a blatant violation of international humanitarian law. Explosion in Tehran during annual Quds Day march, one Iranian reportedly killed. US loses another big aircraft in Iran war. US refueler struck down by Iraqi militant group. Mumbai's engineer and sailor Devanandan Prasad Singh killed in attack on an oil tanker near Iraq. Republic speaks to Indian sailor stranded at the Strait of Hormuz, urges immediate government intervention. Sensex sinks 550 points and Nifty opens below 23,500 as the war in Iran continues to affect the stock markets across the globe due to the concerns of energy and oil. People across India seen hoarding LPG that's triggering panic shortage in the country. Afghanistan bombs Pakistan, claims it's in response to Pakistan's attack on Kabul and Kandahar. All right, very warm welcome viewers. You're watching live breaking. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. Getting in more visuals from Iran right now as we speak. Footage showing Iran's judiciary chief Ghulam Hussein Mohseni Ejai attending an international Quds rally in Tehran, where in fact, US-Israeli airstrike also targeted this rally. There was an explosion in Tehran, and it's caught on camera. While the judiciary chief was giving an interview, there's an explosion that could be heard. Listen in.
مردم از این تاپ نگاه نمی‌ترسن. مردم ملاحظه می‌کنن. در زیر این باران و در زیر این موج‌ها به هیچ وجه نخواهم آخرین نفس و تا آخرین لحظه در مقابل اونها بایستیم. مردم از این تاپ نگاه نمی‌ترسن. مردم ملاحظه می‌کنن. در زیر این باران و در زیر این موج‌ها به هیچ وجه نخواهم آخرین نفس و تا آخرین لحظه در مقابل اونها بایستیم. مردم از این تاپ نگاه نمی‌ترسن. مردم ملاحظه می‌کنن. در زیر این باران و در زیر این موج‌ها به هیچ وجه نخواهم آخرین نفس و تا آخرین لحظه در مقابل اونها بایستیم.
That actually shows that even the judiciary chief was undeterred despite the blast. They just heard that explosion. It's a loud explosion in Tehran while there was this Quds rally that was underway, and he was giving an interview live to Press TV, and he just heard that loud explosion, and there was a huge bang that could be heard. But undeterred, he continued, the interviewer and the judiciary chief continued with the interview. That's a strong message, strong imagery, strong signaling. That's messaging from Tehran to United States and Israel, that we see the chants of Allahu Akbar going, reverberating, echoing as this happens. They're showing solidarity right now. Next, we are going to show you those images. The top leaders, Larijani, Arakshi, and the President Pezeshkian, all participating in full public view for that international Quds Day rally. That's the narrative. That's the war narrative as we see. Ali Larijani, he's also giving interviews. He's at the forefront. Abbas Arakshi, the foreign minister, you can see him in the middle. And Masood Pezeshkian, he's happily taking those photographs. You can see the public, the supporters taking, selfies in times of war. They're taking selfies with the president. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the strongest messages that is being sent by Iranian leaders. The Iranian leadership, despite the supreme commander, the supreme leader, I beg your pardon, the supreme leader being eliminated, and now there is a new supreme leader, we see that the ministers, the top ministers along with the president, they are on the streets Despite the explosions, they continued with that march. And in fact, we are not going to see you another video, viewers. This is strong messaging from Iran. The same video now, a judiciary chief who was giving an interview, and that was sort of disturbed but not stopped because of that explosion. It was an Israeli strike. That was Israel conducting strikes, huge explosions rocking central Tehran. And this was nearby that rally area. So this is the Quds Day. It's very important, and it hit a site near the Quds Day rally. The Israeli Air Force carried out several waves of strikes in 3 cities, in fact. All right, as we continue to show you more pictures, we have some breaking news coming in right now. A ship from UAE has arrived at the Karwar port in Karnataka with the cargo. Uttara Kannada cargo ship from the UAE has arrived at the Karwar port carrying bitumen, and that's the latest update we have right now. The vessel has been identified as Cheng X. It reached the port with around 3,100 tons of bitumen. The ship has a total capacity of 5,500 tons, and this is said to be the first vessel to arrive at the Karwar port from the UAE after the recent war situation in the region. And in fact, the region, the ship had departed from Khor Fakkan port in the UAE on the 3rd of March itself. And it later reached Karwar, and sources say that ship movement is happening through the Strait of Hormuz. And it had earlier faced some restrictions from Iran following the conflict, and it did affect the maritime traffic. But despite the situation, the vessel has now successfully reached the Karwar port with the cargo. So bitumen, of course, is an important constituent of petroleum. It's a black substance made from petrol used for covering roads and roofs. So this is it's a binder in road construction, and it's a petroleum product, you can say that. And that, of course, was also being shipped. It got stuck. It's made of asphalt. It's asphalt, basically. And now there is this vessel that has now arrived at the Karwar port. All right, now the war in Iran could pose even more devastating consequences if not stopped immediately. Officials and diplomats have spoken out in the ongoing energy crisis impacted by the West Asia war and the subsequent blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. International Energy Agency, IEA, approved to release 400 million barrels of strategic reserves, but it cautions that it could prove disastrous if the war stretches on. Diplomats have also remarked that the war in Iran is completely needless, noting the negotiations that were underway prior to the conflict. There's more in this report.
The war in Iran has thrown the world into a global energy crisis. Crude prices are at a record high and turned markets volatile. The International Energy Agency has approved to release 400 million barrels of strategic reserves of oil. Meanwhile, former executive director of the agency warned that reserves could last for only 27 days and urged for immediate de-escalation. Concerns are rising if the war stretches on for longer than 3 months. There could be serious issue with oil reserves and supply.
So if this war continues beyond 27 days, the impact will be lost. So IEA should think about the next stage. So the extension of the disruption is the issue. Certainly IEA can deal with it, but 3 times more by 27 days is about 80 days. That is the maximum for the IEA can compensate the disruption. So we sincerely hope that this is a temporary measure, and we sincerely wish that the disruption will stop sooner or later.
The former foreign minister of Singapore strongly condemned the war in Iran and said it will result into a global recession.
Well, I think this is a disaster because all of us are being hurt by this senseless war going on, and I hope the quicker we can re-establish peace in the Gulf, the better it is for all of us. Well, to begin with, if energy prices continue to shoot up, we may end up with the world going to a global recession. And this is a possibility.
He noted that negotiations were going on between the US and Iran, and the war broke out all of a sudden. Meanwhile, former Indian ambassador Kanwal Sibal decried the ongoing war as completely needless, saying history has shown the region is resilient.
The Americans and Mr. Trump and the Israelis, they should answer this question. Why did they start this war? Totally needless, taking on a country like Iran after having experienced how their earlier interventions in this region failed miserably and left behind more chaos and instability and economic dislocation and terrorism and sectarian strife. And then taking on a country like Iran and thinking nothing of this will happen, no lessons learned from the past.
The focus is now shifting to US President Donald Trump over the real motive of this war. As the Iranian regime remains unchanged, the cost of war has surged to billions of dollars and thousands have been killed in the strikes. While in India, oil tanker from the Strait of Hormuz has begun to arrive. It remains to be seen how the global energy politics will play out.
Let's take a listen in.
Granddaughter and also some of other his families. However, these red lines, which based on the nature of human being, does not allow anyone to cross it, and we have to respect that. Additional to that, my dear brothers and sisters, there are a lot of law in the international law for bringing justice, peace in the society, because every country should be safe, every country has his own authority and should be governed by his people. But unfortunately, we are witnessing a lot of breaking of these red lines by United States of America, by Zionist regime, and it has been observed. There are a lot of people, oppressed people who are living in Palestine. Is that for a long time and years, more than decades, they are suffering and they are oppressed people, but no one here and listen to their voice. We gathered here to put our voice together, and we should say that they have to bring justice instead of conflict, instead of crisis in whole the world. We hope that Almighty Allah Tabaraka wa Ta'ala will support us by justice, by peace, and by freedom. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
शुक्रगुजार हैं नुमाइंदे मोहतरम वली फ़कीह हज़रत आयत.
All right, that was the message being sent out from the Iranian envoy to the world. He was speaking in New Delhi, saying, talking about the assassination of Ali Khamenei. And we'll tell you more about the full statement. But first, we have some more breaking news coming in right now. This is about French President Emmanuel Macron meeting Ukrainian President Zelensky. This coming in as Macron tries his ways to increase pressure on Russia, and the talks between Macron and Zelensky to focus on increasing sanctions pressure on Russia targeting its shadow fleet of tankers used to transport the oil in breach of sanctions that have been imposed over the 2022 invasion of Ukraine. And that's the big update we're getting in right now. Visuals of from the Champs-Élysées in France as Zelensky meets Emmanuel Macron, and they're expected to discuss diplomatic efforts to hold the war in Ukraine as well. And of course, mounting pressure on Russia is another important aspect there. Meanwhile, we have more updates coming in right now. Reports suggest that Donald Trump claimed in the G7 calling that Iran is about to surrender. That's been going on for a long time now. President Trump continues to give those statements, but we do see a show of strength, massive show of strength from Tehran. So let's tell you about what Trump said. Trump told G7 leaders in a virtual meeting that Iran is about to surrender. In fact, reports suggest that 3 officials from G7 countries briefed on the contents of the call. And a report suggests that Trump told the allies that he got rid of a cancer that was threatening us all. He says, this is in his words, a cancer that was threatening us all, unquote. And he was boasting about the results of Operation Epic Fury on the G7 virtual meeting. So Iran is about to surrender. That is what Trump told G7 allies. Members there in that virtual meeting. That's a bold claim that he has made, but what we see right now in Tehran, that's an absolute show of strength. There's a strong message being sent out to Donald Trump, while Iran continues to say that it is not going to surrender in any condition now. Meanwhile, Trump claims that it's going to surrender, and that's Donald Trump and his message to G7. All right, we'll shift our focus to other breaking news that we have right now. In fact, we have more updates coming in. Okay, let's just get us more updates as far as the Indian vessels are concerned. So there is the latest vessel that has arrived to the Indian port of from a port in Karnataka, and the Karwar port. We see first and exclusive visuals of that on Republic TV. You can see even the Indian flag there. That's the Indian ship. Okay, that's the first visual. And it's the second ship from UAE arriving at the Karwar port. And this is in Karnataka, and Republic TV getting with the first and exclusive visual. That's, of course, also a testimony of how India's diplomatic efforts have brought in relief for those vessels that have been stranded at the Strait of Hormuz. And this is that port in Karnataka, Indian vessel that has arrived, the second one from UAE to have arrived. And this is an important, of course, important update that we have right now. This is from the Karwar port. This is a ship from UAE, and that has arrived with the bitumen. And West Asia tensions had disrupted the operations, of course. And now we have this visual that shows you, it's a proof of how this vessel has come back safely back home, Karwar port in Karnataka. And many more have come. A few have at least arrived the past 48 hours. And ships operating between UAE and Karwar. Okay, my colleague Gesu joins us live on the broadcast from Gesu. Well, it's an important development. A ship from UAE arriving at Karwar port with bitumen cargo. Tell us more details, please.
Right, Rakshita. In fact, this is the first shipment that has come through UAE since the war began on the 28th of February. Now, remember, this is a huge diplomatic win for India. Just yesterday, one more vessel arrived for India, carrying about 135,000 metric tons of crude through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, this also speaks volumes about Iranian aggression at the Strait of Hormuz, which has allowed space for Indian and Chinese vessels to pass through. Now remember, Iran is acting as a gatekeeper for the global oil supply, and amid that, of course, European Union countries, US vessels, Israeli vessels, they have all not been cut the slack. But Indian vessels, Chinese vessels have been given some relief from the ongoing aggression in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, it's also very important to understand that this vessel is identified as Cheng X, and it reached the port with around 3,100 tons of bitumen. Now, the ship has a total capacity of about 5,500 tons, and this is said to be the first vessel that is now docked at the Karwar port and has come through UAE since the war began on the 28th of February. Now, Rakshita, also very important to point out, bitumen is a thick, black, highly viscous and sticky hydrocarbon material which is derived from distillation of crude oil. Now, it's also renowned for its waterproofing and adhesive properties, and it acts as a primary binder in asphalt for road construction. A key element, bitumen, has now been delivered to India, and not in small quantity. It's 3,100 tons of bitumen that we're talking about that has arrived through a shipment that has come from the UAE. Now, remember, UAE is also battered with strikes amid the ongoing strikes and counter-strikes that are being exchanged between Israel, Iran and the United States. Even then, India has managed its shipment. This also comes in tandem with India's statement that India will put its national interest first while also batting for peace in the region amid the ongoing conflict. And this is a testament that now another shipment from UAE has come in. This is the first one to come in since the war began on the 28th of February. Just yesterday also, we had about 135,000 metric tons of crude delivered to us at the Mumbai port. In fact, that has started. The distribution of that crude has also already begun. It's in full swing, and that vessel is one of the very few to have made it to its destination, and that came through yesterday. This one comes today. A huge diplomatic win for India. Rakshita.
Right. Many thanks, Kesu, for joining us with those details. So, yes, there are Indian-flagged vessels that continue to be there in the Strait of Hormuz, but this is the latest one to arrive, thankfully, very safely at the Karwar port in Karnataka today. In fact, the shipping ministry also informed that 24 Indian-flagged vessels in Persian Gulf towards the west of Strait of Hormuz carrying C-677 Indian seafarers exist right now, and there are, of course, work is being done, continuous contact maintained by the Directorate General of Shipping with them as well. All right, viewers, with that, it's a wrap on this edition. But on the other side, we get you how the U.S. is affected in this war. Now, there's a visual of a big aircraft that belongs to the United States crashing there. Now, U.S. refueler has been reportedly struck down by the Iraqi militant group. We'll tell you more about that. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू, भेज दे रहा है।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू, भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंटू।
नहीं तो तुम तो करा
अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला ना लोगों का गाड़ी मार रहा
External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar speaks to Iran. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi for the fourth time since the war began. Iranian Foreign Minister asks BRICS nations to help stabilize West Asia, asks for BRICS to condemn US strikes. Qatar strongly condemns Israel's attacks on Lebanon, calls it a blatant violation of international humanitarian law. Explosions in Tehran during annual Quds Day march, one Iranian reportedly killed. US loses another big plane in Iran war. US refueler struck down by Iraqi militant group. Mumbai engineer Devanand Prasad Singh killed in attack on an oil tanker near Iraq. Republic speaks to Indian sailors stranded at the Strait of Hormuz, urges immediate government intervention. Sensex sinks 550 points and Nifty opens below 23,500 as the war in Iran continues to affect stock markets across the globe. People in India seen hoarding LPG that triggers panic and shortage.
Afghanistan bombs. Pakistan claim it is in response to Pakistan's attack in Kabul and Kandahar. All right, viewers, we've got breaking news coming in. Afghan Air Forces now conducted strikes this morning on strategic military centers and installations of the Pakistani Army in Kohat area of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. During these strikes, the Kohat military fort was struck, while the War Command Center along the Durand Line, located approximately just 2 kilometers from the fort, along with the office of the fort's commander, was also struck in these strikes. Now, as a result of these strikes, the fort's military installations, the command center, depots and soldiers' residential quarters have been destroyed, resulting in significant human and material losses. That's the latest we're picking up as far as Afghans' retaliatory strikes on Pakistan is concerned. Today morning, Pakistan struck several areas from Kandahar, Paktika province to Paktia, and now we're looking at Afghanistan also conducting retaliatory strikes on Pakistan. All right, my colleague Gursimran, who's been closely tracking the tensions building up between Pakistan and Afghanistan, joins me now. Gursimran, do tell us about these latest strikes conducted by Taliban on, in fact, some military assets in Pakistan.
It is hours after the Pakistan's strikes in Afghanistan, in Kabul, in Kandahar, in Paktia and in Paktika province that Afghan defense forces have retaliated back. And this retaliation has come in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province of Pakistan, where Pakistan is already suffering from the internal breakdown due to the activities, the heightened activities of Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan under Operation Khyber. And they have carried out in the first 13 days more than 100 attacks on the Pakistani security forces. The retaliatory actions begin this afternoon when the Afghan defense forces carried out the air strikes on the locations of the Pakistani army that include one of the military base that was very close to the Durand Line, and another is the war control center that was established by the Pakistani army soon after their strikes that they carried out in the Afghanistan on 21st and 22nd of February. Now as we speak, Pakistan has not claimed any strike post early morning strikes that they have carried out on the locations. That includes the Khost province, where 4 civilians were killed in the Pakistani airstrikes. And Afghan, in a statement, the Ministry of Defense said that they all were civilians, including women and children. They have been targeted on the day, that is Friday, which is in the month of Ramzan. So they have said that this is a clear violation and it is a disregard to the human life, to the humanity that Pakistan has done. But the retaliation that has come from Afghanistan has inflicted large-scale infrastructural damage to the Pakistani defense establishment, especially in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and this is an unending retaliation that is coming and is not expected from by Pakistan, because after 21st and 22nd of February strikes that Pakistan carried out, since then we have seen that the Zabiullah Mujahid, the spokesperson of the Taliban Afghanistan government, he has said that we are ready for a long-term war. Right. If Pakistan wants this war to continue for another 10 years, we are ready for it.
All right, so we're certainly looking at escalations now. Thank you, Gursimran, for joining us and giving us these crucial inputs. And now here's shifting focus. The Taliban government in Afghanistan have accused Pakistan of targeting civilian homes overnight in overnight strikes on Kabul. The Taliban government says at least 4 civilians have been killed in this fighting, which has entered its 3rd week. Now, women and children have been killed in the latest attack, is the claim made, in fact, by Kabul.
Regime sees only 2 things on the side of aircraft: the stars and stripes and the Star of David. The evil regime's worst nightmare. Iran has no air defenses. Iran has no air force. Iran has no navy. Their missiles, their missile launchers and drones being destroyed or shot out of the sky. Their missile volume is down 90%. Their one-way attack drones yesterday, down 95%. And as the world is seeing, they are exercising sheer desperation in the Straits of Hormuz. Something we're dealing with, we have been dealing with it, and don't need to worry about it. We're on plan to defeat, destroy, disable all of their meaningful military capabilities at a pace the world has never seen before. But it's not just that Iran doesn't have a functioning air force, or that their entire navy is at the bottom of the Persian Gulf, or their missile force is shrinking daily. Even more importantly, they also don't have the ability to build more. That's the most important component I'd like to emphasize today. Soon and very soon, all of Iran's defense companies will be destroyed. For example, as of 2 days ago, Iran's entire ballistic missile production capacity, every company that builds every component of those missiles, has been functionally defeated, destroyed. Buildings, complexes, and factory lines all across Iran destroyed. So we're shooting down and destroying what missiles they still have in stock, but more importantly, ensuring that they have no ability to make more. Their production lines, their military plants, their defense innovation centers defeated. Iran's leadership is in no better shape. Desperate and hiding, they've gone underground, cowering. That's what rats do. We know the new so-called not-so-supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured. He put out a statement yesterday, a weak one, actually, but there was no voice and there was no video. It was a written statement. He called for unity. Apparently killing tens of thousands of protesters is his kind of unity. Iran has plenty of cameras and plenty of voice recorders. Why a written statement? I think you know why. His father, dead. He's scared, he's injured, he's on the run, and he lacks legitimacy. It's a mess for them. Who's in charge? Iran may not even know. With every passing hour, we know, and we know they know, that the military capabilities of their evil regime are crumbling. They can barely communicate, let alone coordinate. They're confused, and we know it. Our response? We will keep pressing. We will keep pushing, keep advancing. No quarter, no mercy for our enemies. Yet some in this crew, in the press, just can't stop. Allow me to make a few suggestions. People look up at the TV and they see banners, they see headlines. I used to be in that business, and I know that everything is written intentionally. For example, a banner or a headline, Mideast war intensifies, splashing on the screen the last couple of days, alongside visuals of civilian or energy targets that Iran has hit, because that's what they do. What should the banner read instead? How about Iran increasingly desperate? Because they are. They know it, and so do you, if it can be admitted. Or more fake news from CNN. Reports that the Trump administration underestimated the Iran war's impact on the Strait of Hormuz. Patently ridiculous, of course. For decades, Iran has threatened shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. This is always what they do, hold the strait hostage. CNN doesn't think we thought of that. It's a fundamentally unserious report. The sooner David Ellison takes over that network, the better. Another example of a fake headline that I saw yesterday, war widening. Here's a real headline for you for an actual patriotic press. How about Iran shrinking, going underground? You see, Iran's leaders are hiding in bunkers and moving into civilian areas. The only thing that is widening is our advantage. Not to mention our Gulf partners stepping up even more, now going on the offense, and have always been with us on the defense with collective and integrated air defenses. Our will, it is unshakable. Our options, maximized, and our capabilities still building. We're going up, they're going down. As I said from the start, President Trump holds the cards. He'll determine the pace, the tempo, and the timing of this conflict. His hand firmly on the wheel, as well as on the throttle setting. America first, peace through strength, in action. From day one, as our nation expects and the President demands, our warriors have fought with lethality, precision, and rapid innovation. In fact, today will be, yet again, the highest volume of strikes that America has put over the skies of Iran and Tehran. The number of sorties and number of bomber pulses, the highest yet, ramping up and only up. And quantity has a quality of its own as we continue to ramp up. Every tool of AI, of cyber, of space, EW, counter-UAS, you name it, we're employing it. Blinding, confusing, and deceiving our enemy. Because we know who the good guys are here. And the American people do too. And that makes my job simple. I serve God, the troops, the country, the Constitution, and the President of the United States, and answer only to those, all in service of victory on the battlefield and the military objectives that we've laid out from day one. Defeat the missiles, missile launchers, and defense industrial base, which I laid out today. Defeat the Navy and deny Iran the ability to have a nuclear weapon. Clear, decisive, achievable. And Admiral Cooper knows, the CENTCOM commander who we spent a couple of hours with last night, that in pursuit of those objectives, we have his back in every way. His commanders know that, and so do the troops in harm's way. Admiral Cooper gets what he needs, the assets, the authorities, the munitions, you name it. We will stop at nothing to win. War is hell. War is chaos. And as we saw yesterday with the tragic crash of our KC-135 tanker, bad things can happen. American heroes, all of them. And as I have with all of them, as we have, we will greet those heroes at Dover, and their sacrifice will only recommit us to the resolve of this mission. But war in this context and in pursuit of peace is necessary, which is why each day on bended knee we continue to appeal to heaven, to Almighty God's providence, to watch over and give special skill and confidence to our leaders and to our warriors. To those warriors who this nation prays for every single day, I hear from all of you out there who pray for them every day. Stay on bended knee and pray for them. I continue to say to them, Godspeed. May the Lord bless you and keep keep going. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us today. Before I start with an update, I also want to address the tragic loss of our KC-135 refueling aircraft yesterday. The incident occurred over friendly territory in western Iraq while the crew was on a combat mission, and again was not the result, as CENTCOM has said, was not the result of hostile or friendly fire. We're still treating this as an active rescue and recovery operation. As CENTCOM announced this morning, 4 airmen have been recovered, and the Air Force and U.S. Central Command will provide updates as information becomes available. Please keep these brave airmen, their families, friends, and units in your thoughts in the coming hours and days. Our service members make an incredible sacrifice to go forward and do the things that the nation asks of them. It's a reminder of the true cost of the dedication and commitment of the Joint Force. We're also aware of a fire on board the USS Gerald R. Ford. We're thinking about the crew there who are injured in the fire. We believe and hope that everyone will be okay, and we're grateful for that. And for any further questions on that, we'd refer you to NAVCENT or to the Navy. This morning, we enter the 13th day of Operation Epic Fury, and we continue to make progress towards our military objectives. As the Secretary said, today will be our heaviest day of kinetic fires across the operating area. CENTCOM continues to attack ballistic missile and drone capabilities so that they are no longer a threat to U.S. forces, our bases, or our partners. They're continuing to destroy the Iranian Navy to ensure freedom of navigation, and this means going after Iran's mine-laying capability and destroying their ability to attack commercial vessels. And we're targeting their defense industrial base so they cannot rebuild the capabilities that can harm America's interests or our partners in the future. As Admiral Cooper said in his update on Wednesday, Iranian combat power continues to decline as a result of the continued strikes, as the Secretary talked about. We've attacked over 6,000 targets, and our strike packages continue to launch every hour, and we've maintained an unprecedented number of sorties up overhead of Iran. CENTCOM is now persistently over the enemy, and a result, we've seen a reduction in missile and one-way attack fires, as the Secretary said. In less than 2 weeks, we've rendered the Iranian Navy combat ineffective and continue to attack naval vessels, including all of their Soleimani-class warships, which were armed with anti-ship missiles and anti-aircraft weapons. We've made progress, but Iran still has the capability to harm friendly forces and commercial shipping, and our work on this effort continues. But I want to make something clear. The only thing preventing commercial traffic and flow through the straits right now, which there is some through the straits, is Iran. They are the belligerents here holding the straits closed, although there is some traffic moving through there. We've made it a priority to target Iran's mine-laying enterprise, their mine layers, the naval bases and depots, in addition to the missiles that could influence the straits. And CENTCOM continues to attack those efforts. And we continue to make progress on the industrial base to include factories, weapons, warehouses that are stored in, and we will continue to do so in the coming days, especially today. Now, as I often do, I want to share a little bit about our incredible joint force. Today, I'm going to talk about our incredible artillery force comprised of American soldiers and Marines who've been sinking ships, destroying depots, and launching Army tactical missile systems, or ATACMS, precision strike missiles, or PrSMs, and high-mobility rocket systems, or HIMARS. From outside Iran, our Army and Marine artillerymen are hitting sites that Iran relies on to project power beyond their borders and protect our deployed. In just the first 13 days of this operation, our artillery forces have made history. They fired the first precision strike missiles ever used in combat, reaching deep into enemy territory. They've used Army ATACMS to sink multiple ships, including a submarine, and they've done all of this with the precision and determination that comes from relentless training and trust in each other and in their weapon systems. Yesterday, I had the incredible honor and privilege of speaking with some of our young soldiers from the 3rd Battalion, 27th Field Artillery Regiment out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina, the unit and the crew that fired the first precision strike missiles. The soldiers I met came from all over this great country: New York, Texas, Delaware, California. One had been in the Army only 6 months and been in the unit for 2 months and was already deployed. He was the youngest at 20, but you would not know it from the way that they talked about their mission. The others were 22 and 28 years old. They spoke with a sense of calm pride, purpose, and clarity that tells you clearly they understand the weight of what they're doing and the people who depend on them. I asked them to walk me through a fire mission. I asked not just what they do, but what they feel, especially those first crew members on this particular mission. These soldiers basically live in these vehicles behind us. The cab, very tight, 2 folks sit next to each other with the crew commander behind them. It's jammed inside there with their personal weapons and kit. And they sit and wait for a fire mission. And when that fire mission comes, they close the armored doors and begin to program the systems. They then throw 3 simple toggle switches, and 10 to 15 feet behind them, a rocket motor ignites, and the round is headed downrange to do the nation's work. I asked these youngsters, these young, awesome Americans, what does that feel like? And one of them just looked at me and said, "It's awesome." No drama, no hesitation, in the middle of the day, in the middle of the night, in the sun, the rain, in the snow, flawless execution. Their Marine counterparts are out there doing the same thing every night. Same work, same pressure, same expectations, same results. And we hand tremendous and enormous responsibility to these young Americans. And they carry it with a level of maturity, grit, professionalism, and tenacity that makes me incredibly proud to be a part of their joint force. Their parents and families would and should be incredibly proud. And their leaders and I trust them to do the deeds that they must do in difficult circumstances every single time. I also want to touch today I want to touch for a moment today on their leadership. These young Americans are led by extraordinary young leaders out at the tactical edge. Yesterday, the battery commander and her NCO were there with this crew on the same video screen. The 2 of them hardly said a word. They didn't have to. In their eyes, and in particular the commander's eyes, you could see the quiet trust and confidence she had in these soldiers and the rest of their battery. It came through loud and clear, and we appreciate their leadership. When I asked these soldiers yesterday, what is it that you need from the secretary and I, they looked at each other, paused for a moment, and looked back at me and said, "More rounds, sir." It was awesome. So thank you to those soldiers and Marines out on the firing line supporting our mission, and thank you to their families. Our joint force will continue today to deliver dynamic fires against the enemy from the land, sea, and air. We remain deeply grateful for their service, and for the third time today, I'll mention that today will be our busiest day. This mission remains complex, dangerous, and difficult, and every service member has a family waiting for them to return home. And I want to thank all of the families today who are supporting their deployed forces and those doing the work here in the States. On a personal note today, I also want to thank the Joint Staff and the team that I have the pleasure of working with, some of them right here in this room. They are working 24 hours a day to deliver the options that we must to the Secretary and to the President. Today, as I close, I ask that we remember our fallen and those participating in the recovery operations to bring home our lost KC-135 crew, that we keep those service members and their families in their thoughts and prayers. Those are very, very, very tough days when that knock comes on the door for people on both sides of the door. Again, thank you to our deployed, thank you to our fallen, and to their families, and to the Joint Force. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Alexandra Ingersoll, One America News. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Strait of Hormuz and when it might be fully operational again? And how do we ensure our objective of denying Iran a nuclear weapon?
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू अनु से नहीं होगा तुम तो कमाल गिरा तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला चलो वो तेरा गाड़ी मार चला हो ठीक है ना हम बात करेंगे कहीं क्या हुआ ठीक है ना
What impact did that original reporting have on the public, and does Iran even have the ability to conduct such a strike? And then just really quickly on another note, what role did Vice President Vance play in counseling the president on this conflict? Can you speak to some of the media reporting suggesting that there is a division there?
That reporting on California obviously had no impact on us. Also, we're used to bad reporting. We're used to ill-informed reporting. And so it doesn't change how we operate, but we engage with it to prove that it's not true, as CENTCOM has done so well. Ultimately, I look at the reports on a daily basis of our interagencies all over it. My partners across government are all over looking for indications and warnings, keeping the American people safe. There's a lot of things Iran has said it can do for a long time, thankfully, including engaging their proxies and getting them involved in the fight, which they haven't been able to do. So we're watching that very closely. And as far as the vice president, he's an incredible member, leader of this team as well, alongside the president and the Secretary of State. I can't say enough great stuff about this team, how it works together, how it provides options to the president, and the vice president every single day is a key voice in that, an indispensable voice in that, actually. In the middle there, red tie, yes.
Michael Gordon, Wall Street Journal. Iran is thought to have 440 kilograms of highly enriched uranium in at least 2 locations and several thousand kilograms of lower purity material. Can you conclude this mission successfully without physically taking control of that material, or are you counting on diplomatic negotiations to provide some measure of control leading to its removal? You've mentioned missiles, you've mentioned drones, military industry. You haven't stipulated that taking care of that material is a mission priority.
We've said from the beginning, deny Iran nuclear weapons as a core mission. We retain options across the spectrum to ensure that they never do. And President Trump has said that. And that's why this mission actually couldn't have been possible without Midnight Hammer. Without what those B-2s did going across and obliterating those facilities, that set the condition for the opportunity to do what we're doing now. So the president's kept his eye focused on nuclear capabilities. And I will say we have a range of options, up to and including Iran deciding that they will give those up, which of course we would welcome. They weren't willing to do in negotiations. I would never tell this group or the world what we're willing to do or how far we're willing to go, but we have options for sure. Right next to him.
Me?
No, right there.
Right here, sir? Right here? I'll take it, for
Quarter
sure.
zip right there, yep. No, you, yep.
Okay, thank you, sir. Can you please provide some guidance? It's been 13 days in. Can you please provide some guidance, both of you, about the strike on the girls' school? There has been reporting that indicates that preliminary inquiry, even though it's ongoing, has determined that the airstrike was carried out by the United States. Given that there is another competing narrative that this was done intentionally, can you provide us with some guidance about whether this was the case? Secondly, we are also getting, we had heard yesterday from Energy Secretary Wright that said that the U.S. Navy would not be ready until the end of the month to provide escorts through the Strait of Hormuz. Is that an accurate assessment? And if so, can you tell us why? Thank you.
Well, with an issue on your first topic, an issue of such seriousness, we're not going to let reporting lead us or force our hand into indicating what happened in a particular situation, because the truth matters. So I can report that CENTCOM has designated an investigating officer to complete a command investigation. The command investigation will take as long as necessary to address all the matters surrounding this incident. And the investigating officer is from outside CENTCOM and is a general officer. But I will note to this group and to the world, there's only one entity in
it's a tactically complex environment, and before I think we want to take anything through there at scale, we want to make sure that we do the work pursuant to our current military objectives to do that safely and smartly. So we're continuing to develop.
And we do a lot of work.
Yeah.
And like I said, it is dynamic, but this is, I think, almost by 20% the largest day of strikes. And as I said, our intelligence just gets better and better. That feedback loop feeds itself. And as we refine those targets, it exponentially increases what we can hit and why, to include strategic things the world's talking about and looking at. And it's our job to have a plan for it, which we do, to address it, and ensure that the president has options. We've done that from the beginning in this department. He'll have options on that topic as well. Right here.
The United States that strike, sir?
An investigation is an investigation. That's what it is. It doesn't mean anything other than that. Yes.
Ryan Morgan with the Epic Times. Regarding today's busy day of strikes, last week you guys discussed the progress of the air campaign to gain air superiority and to transition from these standoff weapons launched at range to more overhead strikes. Can you now say that these strikes today are going to rely entirely on stand-in over-the-top weapons, or are standoff range weapons still in play?
It's a great question. I can say, based on the report I read this morning at 0600, only 1% of the munitions we're using today are standoff munitions. The rest are over-the-top, the types of which we have a plethora, which was our goal from the beginning. You use standoff, which are more exquisite. You transition to a much larger magazine depth, ensuring that you're preserving all the capabilities you have and your options across the force. Absolutely.
Has Iran placed any mines
Right
since
here.
the war
Lisa.
started? Is Iran placing new mines?
We've heard them talk about it, just like you've reported recklessly and wildly about it. But we have no clear evidence. We have no clear evidence of that.
Thank you,
Right
sir. Mr. Secretary, given everything the U.S. have accomplished in the last 24 hours, as of today, how do you define success in this military option? And has that definition changed from day one? And also regarding Iran government telling countries hosting U.S. American bases that they could face attacks, what is the Pentagon doing about that?
First question is, what is the objective?
How do you define success as of today?
Yeah, I mean, we define success, again, 13 days in, by reaching the military objectives that we've laid out. Launchers, missile launchers, defense industrial base, their Navy, the ability to project power in the naval sense, leading toward denying them to get a nuclear weapon. And we've got internal metrics that look at that we represent to the president, who then can decide how long he'd like to continue in pursuit of those military objectives. So that hasn't changed. There's a lot of things a lot of people talk about. What they want us to do, or what we should do, or what we should stay focused on. And again, I've addressed this before, and I think it's worth saying again, mission creep, or expansive missions, or prolonged timelines, or democracy building, or nation building, you name it, has not been part of what President Trump wants us to be involved in. We're solving for something here, this particular mission set, but also recognizing this country's conditioned to previous leaders, whether it's George W. Bush or Barack Obama or Joe Biden, who had these expansive, nebulous mission sets that kept changing all the time. So the timeline kept moving, and we kept pouring more troops in and on the ground. And then pretty soon everyone wonders, like I did in Afghanistan in 2012, what's our mission here? I'm not clear what it is. We're taking the opposite approach here and saying we've defined these objectives, we're pursuing those objectives. The president has his hand on the throttle and will decide ultimately when they've been reached that serve the purposes of the United States of America, American interests first.
And regarding the threats to countries hosting...
Yeah, right here.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. Polls show over 80% of Republicans support the president's military action in Iran, but there's some consternation in parts of the party, particularly from your fellow Fox News alum, Tucker Carlson. He called the war disgusting and evil, and then said of unconditional surrender, which the president has called for, means foreign troops get to rape your wives and daughters. Have you heard these comments, and what's your reaction to them?
We're busy executing on behalf of great patriotic Americans with a clear mission that's 47 years overdue, and we're going to execute on that regardless of what people say about it. Yeah, right here.
You have said that the U.S. military has essentially aerial superiority, naval superiority over Iran, yet we're not escorting ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Why? How did you not plan for this?
We planned for it. We recognize it. Because ultimately we want to do it sequentially in a way that makes the most sense for what we want to achieve, and ensure that we're sending the right signals to the world when we do so. So when Chris Wright speaks or we speak, it's based on a full assessment of what we're up against, what we want to say to the world, how that we want them to see and understand the conflict. It's like this whole idea of the war widening. That's what the press wants to make it look like it's widening and chaos is ensuing. No, we're actually closing in on grabbing hold of and controlling what objectives we want to achieve and how we want to achieve them. It's called shaping operations and setting the conditions. But when you shape the environment, you don't always tell. I mean, foolish political leaders and foolish military leaders of the past will hang an exact deadline on it. Or here's exactly when we'll do what we're going to do. Or here's how long it's going to take us. And then if you meet that, maybe you meet it. But if you don't, you fail. And if you're far beyond, we know exactly what we're shaping and why. We're sending those signals working across the interagency. The Strait of Hormuz is something we've paid attention to from the beginning. And the American people can rest assured we will ensure that our interests are advanced, no doubt. Yeah, right there, green jacket.
Mike Brash with the Washington Examiner. How many American casualties have there been, and where were the American service members when they were injured?
I mean, it's a bunch of return to duty. So we've had the large majority have gone in for some medical treatment and return to duty. We've had in Kuwait, Jordan, down across the southern flank a little bit, a variety of places, most from one-way attack strikes.
But I want to clarify that. I think what we've
And
tried to
Saudi
do here
Arabia.
is clarify those numbers rather than saying KIA or WIA wounded. Be more clear about that because the overwhelming majority, almost 90%, thank God, are returned to duty, minor injuries returned to duty. And so that number can look a certain way, and our job is to add some fidelity to it. Absolutely, right here.
Russia, Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. David Zia, Real America's Voice. Can you share what types of munitions have been used on the attacks on commercial shipping? Have any hit mines? And are USVs, unmanned surface vehicles, being used? And just a quick follow-up, were there any arrests in Fort Campbell with the drone thefts?
I'm not familiar with the Fort Campbell thing. The strikes that Iran has taken on shipping up north in the vicinity of Kuwait have been, I believe, from surface-to-surface missiles up there. We've not seen any USV activity out of Iran that we've seen in the Gulf at this point.
Nor have any ships hit mines or anything.
Yeah, there's
like
been
that.
no
It's still flowing through the.
There's been no strikes that we.
One more time, right here.
Thank you so much. Heather Mullins, Lindell TV. My first question is, President Trump is set to meet with Xi Jinping in a couple weeks. How much support, if any, has China been given the Iranian regime? And then the second question, just, I know President Trump calling for an unconditional surrender from Iran. Given that the U.S. is working in partnership with Israel on this whole operation, is Iran expected to meet demands of both countries or just the U.S., and what are those demands?
Well, we're proud to partner with the incredible capabilities the Israelis have, but our objectives are our objectives, and so when those are met, as we meet those, we'll set the tempo of when those are met. What was the first question?
He's meeting with Xi Jinping.
Oh,
in
yeah.
a couple
The president
weeks.
has a historic relationship with President Xi. They look forward to having a dynamic conversation. Two powers. President Trump ultimately has established terms of that relationship which advance the United States of America, and that meeting will continue to ensure we advance that. That's all I've got. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Was U.S.'s Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth speaking about the West Asia tensions and speaking about U.S.'s stand into the West Asia tensions. In fact, he also spoke about the Iranian school that was struck, and he said that it was rather Iran that must have done it, and that the United States remain clear that they're not striking any civilian targets. Now, viewers, shifting focus. The Taliban government in Afghanistan have accused Pakistan of targeting civilian homes in overnight air attacks in Kabul. Now, the Taliban government said that at least 4 civilians were killed in the fighting, which has entered its 3rd week. Women and children were also killed in the attack. Meanwhile, viewers, Republic has filed a ground report right from Kabul where the tragedy occurred. Take a look at this.
Last night on 12 o'clock, Pakistani airstrike target civilian police in Kabul city. This is Burj Khalifa place, 21 district of Kabul, that last night dozens of civilians' houses are targeted by Pakistani jets, and in this attack more than 50 people, that all they are civilians, included women and children. They are injured, and one family that they have targeted on the jet bomb, they lost their life, and 4 killed, and more than 50 civilians are injured in this place. As I speak with the people in this place, they say that all the civilians residents and Pakistani army, they can't stand against Afghan Taliban on the border and the Dura land. Always they targeted civilian people. Also last day they targeted in Khost province civilian houses that killed 4 civilians and injured dozens.
کو د خلکو د اظهار کې نه پوسټر شته لږ رقم قرارګاه شته نه خو او ملکی خل دی یو کور نه چې د شپږ اته کور دی ځکه دا ټول جوړ شوی دی بشپړه توګه هغه شوی چې څنګهاري هم پاتې نه ده او څلور نفر خو شهیدان شوي دي او نو زخمیان تعداد لا معلوم دی چې زخمیان څو ته رسیدي د ساحه کې نه پوسټر شته دا نه خو نه باده.
Viewers, as the West Asia tensions between Iran, Israel and the US continue to mount on one side, on the other, Afghanistan and Pakistan are constantly warring for what has entered its third week. Now, Afghanistan has also blamed Pakistan of striking cities including Kabul and Kandahar and killing civilians amid its ongoing aggression. Take a look at this.
Kabul, Kandahar, Paktia, Paktika, all these Afghan cities are under attack. Pakistan is relentlessly bombing the Afghan cities. Talibani spokesperson Zabihullah calls out Pakistan. Says Pakistan is continuing the pattern of previous aggressions and crimes, carrying out blatant aggression against Afghanistan. The explosions in Afghan cities are the fresh ones, as earlier as well, similar attacks were carried out by Pakistan, leaving dozens of people dead. Taliban says civilian homes were also targeted in the latest bombings, leaving women and
असम सहित पूरे नॉर्थ ईस्ट में गैस पाइपलाइन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर अभूतपूर्व निवेश किया जा रहा है। नुमालीगढ़ सिलीगुड़ी पाइपलाइन के अपग्रेडेशन का काम भी पूरा हो चुका है और असम के गोलाघाट में दुनिया का पहला सेकंड जनरेशन बायो एथेनॉल प्लांट भी स्थापित किया गया है। इन सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स का बहुत बड़ा फायदा इस पूरे क्षेत्र को होगा। साथियों, रेलवे की विदेशों पर निर्भरता कम हो, हमें विदेशों से कम तेल मंगाना पड़े, इसके लिए एक दशक में बहुत बड़ा काम हुआ है। पिछले 10 साल में आज देश का करीब करीब पूरा रेल नेटवर्क इलेक्ट्रिक रूट से जुड़ चुका है और जल्द ही हम 100% 100% इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन का लक्ष्य भी पूरा कर रहे हैं। इस इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन के कारण देश में करीब करीब 250 करोड़ लीटर डीजल की बचत हो रही है। असम में भी रेलवे नेटवर्क का तेजी से बिजलीकरण हो रहा है। आज भी यहां रेलवे के बिजलीकरण से जुड़े प्रोजेक्ट का लोकार्पण और शिलान्यास हुआ है। साथियों, असम देश में रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी से जुड़े संकल्पों की सिद्धि में भी बड़ी भूमिका निभा रहा है। लोअर कोपिली हाइड्रो पावर प्रोजेक्ट से असम सहित पूरे नॉर्थ ईस्ट को फायदा होगा और सबसे बड़ी बात, जो ये हजारों करोड़ रुपए की परियोजनाएं असम में शुरू हुई है, वो असम के युवाओं के लिए रोजगार के नए मौके बना रही है, असम की समृद्धि बढ़ा रही है। साथियों, बीजेपी एनडीए की डबल इंजन सरकार की पहचान संवेदनशीलता से है, सुशासन से है। देश के हर क्षेत्र, हर वर्ग का विकास, ये हमारी प्राथमिकता है। इसी भाव के साथ आज असम के टी गार्डन में काम करने वाले साथियों के लिए बहुत बड़ी पहल हुई है। जिनकी मेहनत से असम की वैश्विक पहचान को बल मिला, जिनकी उगाई चाय की खुशबू दुनिया भर में भारत की पहचान बनी, आज उन साथियों को बीजेपी एनडीए सरकार सम्मान भी दे रही है और सहायता भी दे रही है।
Viewers, that was Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressing the crowds in Assam, talking about energy and infrastructure. In fact, he's also set to unveil projects worth 47,000 crores. Now, shifting focus, the war in Iran could pose even more devastating consequences if it's not stopped immediately. Now, officials and diplomats have spoken out in the ongoing energy crisis impacted by the West Asia war and the subsequent blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, one of the key choke points globally for oil, natural gas and oil. The International Energy Agency approved to release 400 million barrels of strategic reserves, but cautioned that it could prove disastrous if the war stretches on. Now, diplomats have also remarked that the war in Iran is completely needless, needing that no negotiations were underway prior to the whole conflict. More in this report. Take a look.
The war in Iran has thrown the world into a global energy crisis. Crude prices are at a record high and turned markets volatile. The International Energy Agency has approved to release 400 million barrels of strategic reserves of oil. Meanwhile, former executive director of the agency warned that reserves could last for only 27 days and urged for immediate de-escalation. Concerns are rising if the war stretches on for longer than 3 months. There could be serious issue with oil reserves and supply.
So if this war continues beyond 27 days, the impact will be lost. So IEA should think about the next stage. So the extension of the disruption is the issue. Certainly IEA can deal with it, but 3 times more by 27 days is about 80 days. That is the maximum for the IEA can compensate the disruption. So we sincerely hope that this is a temporary measure, and we sincerely wish that the disruption will stop sooner or later.
The former foreign minister of Singapore strongly condemned the war in Iran and said it will result into a global recession.
Well, I think this is a disaster because all of us are being hurt by this senseless war going on, and I hope the quicker we can re-establish peace in the Gulf, the better it is for all of us. Well, to begin with, if energy prices continue to shoot up, we may end up with the world going to a global recession, and this is a possibility.
He noted that negotiations were going on between the US and Iran, and the war broke out all of a sudden. Meanwhile, former Indian ambassador Kanwal Sibal decried the ongoing war as completely needless, saying history has shown the region is resilient.
The Americans and Mr. Trump and the Israelis, they should answer this question. Why did they start this war? Totally needless, taking on a country like Iran after having experienced how their earlier interventions in this region failed miserably and left behind more chaos and instability and economic dislocation and terrorism and sectarian strife. And then taking on a country like Iran and thinking nothing of this will happen, no lessons learned from the past.
The focus is now shifting to US President Donald Trump over the real motive of this war. As the Iranian regime remains unchanged, The cost of war has surged to billions of dollars and thousands have been killed in the strikes. While in India, oil tanker from the Strait of Hormuz has begun to arrive, it remains to be seen how the global energy politics will play out.
Viewers, while the conversation continues, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. On the other side, we speak about the LPG crisis that India has been reeling with. Now, people across India are seen hoarding LPG and creating unnecessary panic over LPG shortage. Getting you all the details on that right after this short break. Stay tuned.
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू नहीं था तुम तो करा अनुसरण होगा हो गया तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम फिर गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला चलो वो टका गाड़ी मार
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
First, we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज रहा है ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू नहीं था तुम तो करा अनुसरण होगा हो गया तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम फिर गाड़ी ले पूर्ण वाला चलो वो टका गाड़ी मार
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है। स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान। अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू। आलू से नहीं होगा।
Top Iranian leadership marches with people on the streets of Tehran on Al-Quds Day. Larijani, Arakchi, Pezeshkian present. United States admits loss of refueler plane, says 4 crew members on board dead. Afghanistan bombs Pakistan, claims it is in response to Pakistan's attack on Kabul, Kandahar, among other cities. Republic speaks to Indian sailors stranded at the Strait of Hormuz, he urges immediate government action. Mumbai engineer Devanandan Prasad Singh killed in attack on oil tanker near Iraq. People across India seen hoarding LPG, creating panic and shortage in the country. What a pathetic scene. Okay, let's begin with the breaking news development at this hour, which is connected with the war in the West Asia geography. United Arab Emirates has released a statement giving details of its air defenses and how they have neutralized projectiles coming in from the Iranian side. air defenses have handled 7 ballistic missiles and 27 drones. That's a considerably less number vis-a-vis last couple of days, where you were still seeing 35 to 40 ballistic missiles or 100 drones or hundreds of drones coming in. Now the number is reduced to 7 ballistic missiles and 27 drones from the Iranian side. Since the start of the attacks, when Iran decided to diversify and broad-base the conflict, the UAE air defenses have dealt with a total of 285 ballistic missiles, 15 cruise missiles and 1567 drones. That's the latest detail coming in. And in all these attacks over the last 13 days that the war has been on in the Gulf, 6 deaths have taken place of Emirati, Pakistani, Nepalese and Bangladeshi nationalities. That's the detailed statement that keeps coming in every day from the UAE. Moving on to another breaking, staying with the war breakings, Israel and the United States forces struck an Iranian Air Force base near Desful in Khuzestan province. All right, moving on, a big message to Trump was being sent or has been sent by the top Iranian leadership as they marched on the streets of Tehran earlier in the day to mark the Al-Quds Day. That's in support of Palestine at that. And viewers, this is exactly. All right, when you have these All right, so this is when the Iranian leadership is out there in the streets, including their president Pezeshkian, including their national security advisor Ali Larijani, including their judiciary chief. And while he was giving an interview, an explosion happens because the bombings are continuing. This is during the Al-Quds Day rally through Tehran, close to where Iran's judiciary chief was present. A bomb exploded. Let's take a look at those pictures. These are pictures of, okay, full frame pictures. The judiciary chief there of Iran, and this is a still picture. Do we have, this is a still picture, and then there's an explosion that happens. All right, selfies being taken. That's President Pezeshkian, I believe. It's chilly out there. The day temperatures can be around 6 degrees. It can plummet to 2 degrees Celsius at night in Tehran. And all right. Okay, now you look at the leadership, the entire top leadership out there in the streets of Tehran. Larijani to your extreme right. That's the National Security Advisor Ali Larijani. He has been very combative on social media handles against President Trump. Then you have Syed Abbas Arakchi, and he's been interlocuting with his counterparts world over, intense period of diplomacy, trying to do as much as he can to push for Iranian interests. And Pezeshkian, Masoud Pezeshkian, the president of Iran, they're in the streets, except for the supreme leader of Iran, Mujtaba Ali Khamenei. Every other leader is there on the streets. We had Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, just a while back mentioned that the supreme leader of Iran perhaps now is disfigured and injured and cannot come out. But more details, more information through graphics of the war situation. If you look at it, recognize these are demands being made by Iran. They have said they accept uranium enrichment plan, accept regional allies, proxies like Hezbollah. This is like a non-starter. These demands seem to be like more aimed at stopping any dialogue from happening, and that's that seems to be the strategy of Iran now. Go for the broke. Compensation, seeking compensation for all the damage, pay damage for all oil sites that have been hit and struck and damaged and destroyed. Pay all the reparations of war is one that seems like legitimate. All right, more pictures. These are images of strikes going on inside Iran, and which means the American and Israeli bombings are not stopping. And parallelly, we are having to your left a graphic on the demands made by Iranian leadership if their low-intensity conflict and warfare has to stop. They want international guarantees that future attacks like the present one, Operation Epic Fury, or earlier one, Midnight Hammer, would not happen. All right, Republic spoke to representative of Iran's supreme leader in India, Abdul Majid Elahi, on the ongoing conflict in West Asia. Let's take a listen.
To the Indian vessels passing from Strait of Hormuz.
Inshallah, we hope that.
So, what are the conversations between the Prime Minister Modi and the current President of Iran?
Please, the conversation between two leaders, officials, the Prime Minister of India and the President of Iran was very good, successful. And by conversation, by dialogue, we could overcome all problems, difficulties, and misunderstanding. And the conversation will provide a lot of opportunities for collaboration and good relationship. And this conversation was very good, and we will see the result of that conversation.
Sir, what do you want to say about a Thai ship which was heading to India, was attacked in Strait of Hormuz?
Actually, we didn't want to attack anyone. We didn't want to create any war. We didn't want to have any problems and conflict in the area. But all of this is posed on us and created to us, and we hope that will be solve everything. We are ready for 2, 3, 5 years, because the dignity is not something cheap. Can you sell it easily? We are ready to share our blood on the earth, but we are not ready to submit ourselves and sell our dignity, our independence, our freedom. We are very strong. We have very good experience in the last 3 decades. We have experience of 8 years war. Iran was alone at that time, and Iraq at that time, the Saddam Hussein regime attacked Iran, and supported by a lot of European countries and a lot of other countries. But finally, we stood up and we defend ourselves, and we defend our dignity, freedom. At that time, the situation of Iran was less than now. Really, we didn't have missiles, we didn't have any weapons, but now our situation is very good, and we are really independent country.
Sir, can we say that no more vessels, Indian vessels, will be attacked by Iran in the Strait of Hormuz?
Never attack the Strait of Hormuz. We didn't attack it. All of this is from America, from Zionist regime. They don't want peace in this regime. Who created this war? Who initiated this war? Never Iran initiator of this war, and Iran also is not a starter of this war.
All right, still more on the war scene. This could pose the war, or the continuation of the war could pose even more devastating consequences if this does not stop immediately. Officials and diplomats have spoken out in the ongoing energy crisis impacted by the conflict. And the subsequent blockade of Strait of Hormuz, which seems was not taken into account by the planners of Pentagon. The International Energy Agency, for example, now has approved release of 400 million barrels of strategic reserves but still cautions that it could prove disastrous if the war stretches on. Diplomats have also remarked that the war in Iran is completely needless, noting that negotiations were underway prior to the whole conflict. Let's look at what the world is thinking now, 12 days after President Trump has started Operation Epic Fury.
The war in Iran has thrown the world into a global energy crisis. Crude prices are at a record high and turned markets volatile. The International Energy Agency has approved to release 400 million barrels of strategic reserves of oil. Meanwhile, former executive director of the agency warned that reserves could last for only 27 days and urged for immediate de-escalation. Concerns are rising if the war stretches on for longer than 3 months. There could be serious issue with oil reserves and supply.
So if this war continues beyond 27 days, the impact will be lost. So IA should think about the next stage. So the extension of the disruption is the issue. Certainly IA can deal with it, but 3 times more by 27 days is about 80 days. That is the maximum for the IA can compensate the disruption. So we sincerely hope that this is a temporary measure, and we sincerely wish that the disruption will stop sooner or later.
The former foreign minister of Singapore strongly condemned the war in Iran and said it will result into a global recession.
Well, I think this is a disaster because all of us are being hurt by this senseless war going on, and I hope the quicker we can re-establish peace in the Gulf, the better it is for all of us. Well, to begin with, if energy prices continue to shoot up, we may end up with the world going to a global recession. And this is a possibility.
He noted that negotiations were going on between the US and Iran, and the war broke out all of a sudden. Meanwhile, former Indian ambassador Kanwal Sibal decried the ongoing war as completely needless, saying history has shown the region is resilient.
The Americans and Mr. Trump and the Israelis, they should answer this question. Why did they start this war? Totally needless, taking on a country like Iran after having experienced how their earlier interventions in this region failed miserably and left behind more chaos and instability and economic dislocation and terrorism and sectarian strife. And then taking on a country like Iran and thinking nothing of this will happen, no lessons learned from the past.
The focus is now shifting to US President Donald Trump over the real motive of this war. As the Iranian regime remains unchanged, the cost of war has surged to billions of dollars and thousands have been killed in the strikes. While in India, oil tanker from the Strait of Hormuz has begun to arrive. It remains to be seen how the global energy politics will play out.
Well, this discomfiture is not just with the former foreign ministers. In fact, as we speak, many European countries are having live contact with the Iranians. European capitals are talking to Tehran to negotiate an agreement for the safe passage of their ships through the Strait of Hormuz. We had President Emmanuel Macron of France, for example, announce that they would send in safety patrols in the Gulf if need be, which means that everybody is concerned that this war is American business or Israeli business or Iranian business, but the rest of the world should not suffer. And so France is going to hold talks on the safe Hormuz passage, as also the EU nations. All right, from one war zone to another one, even closer home, Afghanistan and Pakistan tensions are back to square one. In the latest round, Taliban has claimed that Pakistan bombed multiple Afghan cities, including Kabul, including Kandahar, including Paktia and Paktika. And then, of course, they hit back. And they hit back deep inside and targeted military installations. Here are the details.
Kabul, Kandahar, Paktia, Paktika, all these Afghan cities are under attack. Pakistan is relentlessly bombing the Afghan cities. Talibani spokesperson Zabihullah calls out Pakistan. Says Pakistan is continuing the pattern of previous aggressions and crimes, carrying out blatant aggression against Afghanistan. The explosions in Afghan cities are the fresh ones, as earlier as well, similar attacks were carried out by Pakistan, leaving dozens of people dead. Taliban says civilian homes were also targeted in the latest bombings, leaving women and children dead. Taliban called the attacks by Pakistan a kind of oppressive aggression in the month of Ramadan. Afghanistan spokesperson says the attacks demonstrate that Pakistan is bound to no human principles or moral values.
Pakistan has carried out a series of airstrikes on the Kabul once again. Afghanistan spokesperson Zabihullah Mujahid has come out with a statement in which he has alleged that there have been airstrikes on the civilian areas and also the fuel storage stations of the private airline of Afghanistan, which not only provides the fuel for the local air operations but also to the United Nations. He said that this airstrikes has come targeting the civilians that live close by to this storage facility.
But Taliban did not just condemn the attacks, but also gave out a warning to Pakistan. Taliban says injustice being carried out by Pakistan will not go unanswered.
Okay, with that, we slip into a short break and come back on the other side with more on the war situation. The Pentagon briefing with Pete Hegseth admitting loss of refueler plane. On the other side of a short break, America has lost 4 crew members on board.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू अरे आलू से नहीं होगा तुम तो कमाल गिरा दो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला ना बोलते का गाड़ी में चला चला हो ठीक है ना हम बात करेंगे कहीं क्या हुआ ठीक है ना भैया बोलेंगे गाड़ी जा ही रहा है गाड़ी नहीं जा रहा है गाड़ी तो चारों बजे निकला हुआ है आप पता है लोग
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट. अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से.
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MDH.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We are all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, Executive Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू भेज दे रहे हैं ठीक है ना भेज रहे मंडू.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा मसाला.
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, we will work on that.
ठीक है मंडू, भेज दे रहे हैं। ठीक है ना, भेज रहे हैं मंडू। आलू से नहीं होगा। तुमको कुमार गिरा दो नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला, दादा बोलते का गाड़ी माता है। चला हो ठीक है ना, हम बात करेंगे। क्या हुआ? ठीक है ना, भैया बोलेंगे आप।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching a continued special broadcast of the World at War. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the 14th day of the war, and the big question that remains: has Iran been completely battered? Are they still in a position to fight? In fact, from the images that came into our newsroom earlier today, it seems that they are still up for a fight. United States of America says that they will continue with their bombing till the time their objectives are met. Over the next 30 minutes, we're going to take you through all the defining images of the war and where is it really headed. Joining me in the studios are my colleagues Abhishek Kapoor and Rakshit.
Well, thank you, Shravan. And when you mentioned defining images, I would pick mine, and those were the dare pictures coming in from Tehran with their President Pezeshkian, with their Foreign Minister Arakchi, and with their National Security Advisor Larijani hitting the streets, walking almost with negligible security or none, it seemed, with them, taking selfies, essentially telling the Americans, here we are, if you can come for us, come. Even as Pentagon again failed to explain cogently in which direction this war is heading. Right, Rakshita?
Right, Abhishek, and we will be bringing you more and more pictures from the war field, viewers, from the battlefield, from those powerful pictures that Abhishek is talking about, to what the Defense Secretary, the War Secretary of America, Pete Hegseth, has said in the latest, and the live updates only on Republic TV. First, a quick check of the top stories we're bringing to you. UAE air defenses stop 7 ballistic missiles and 27 drones coming from Iran as war in the Middle East goes on for 14 days. Explosion in Tehran near the country's judiciary chief during annual Quds Day. March, 1 Iranian reportedly killed. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar speaks to Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi for a 4th time since the war broke out. He briefs Dr. Jaishankar on the latest developments. Iran asks BRICS nations to help stabilize West Asia, asks for BRICS to condemn US strikes. Qatar strongly condemns Israel's attacks on Lebanon, calls it a blatant violation of international humanitarian law. And Afghanistan bombs Pakistan, claims it as a response to Pakistan's attacks on Kabul and Kandahar, the military facilities in Afghanistan.
All right, friends, let's begin with what the United States wants the world to believe insofar as their loss of a refueler mid-air over the skies of Iraq is concerned. We had Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, say that this was a friendly territory and that it just had some malfunction. He did not use the word malfunction, but something happened. He said something happened and the KC-135 refueler fell from the skies, crashed, making America lose 4 of its airmen that were on board. But what is important is that there is an Iran-backed guerrilla group which has claimed that no, it was their act. Whether the Americans failed to identify friend or foe is something. Let's take a listen.
Today, the US lost its core aerial refueling aircraft, the KC-135. The aircraft was last seen over the skies of Iraq. Shortly after it was seen, it came crashing down. The KC-135 has served the armed forces in the US for nearly 60 years. The Islamic Resistance in Iraq, an umbrella group of Iran-backed armed factions, claimed responsibility for the downing of the KC-135. However, the US claims that there was no friendly fire or any sort of attack on the refueling aircraft. CENTCOM, however, has confirmed that 4 out of the 6 crew members were killed after the crash. Even after the crash, the CENTCOM still maintains its stand that there was no attack on the jet whatsoever.
The incident occurred over friendly territory in western Iraq while the crew was on a combat mission, and again was not the result, as CENTCOM has said, was not the result of hostile or friendly fire. We're still treating this as an active rescue and recovery operation. As CENTCOM announced this morning, 4 airmen have been recovered, and the Air Force and U.S. Central Command will provide updates as information becomes available. Please keep these brave airmen, their families, friends, and units in your thoughts in the coming hours and days. Our service members make an incredible sacrifice to go forward and do the things that the nation asks of them.
However, the US has still declined to provide a reason for the crash or the cause of the accident.
Well, as part of Iran's Quds Day, what we saw through the country in various parts of Iran, there were protests that were taking place chanting slogans against America and Israel. But what turned out, and as Abhishek earlier today was also pointing out, the defining image of how the Iranians are perhaps standing as a resistance force right now. In fact, while the protests were actually taking place in Tehran, what we saw was explosions that took place right in the heart of Tehran. All this while, Americans have been saying that Iranian leaders have been in bunkers. But the reality is completely different. Their top leadership, which also includes, you have Khamenei's close aide, that is Ali Larijani, and also the Iranian president and the chairman of their Supreme Court. All were basically seen on the streets of Iran. And as many would say that while the Americans would like to believe that they have completely finished the entire leadership, including the military commanders, but the pictures that have come in from Tehran tells us a very different story. A story of a resilient Iran.
Thousands flocked to the streets of Iran, gathering for a solidarity march on the Quds Day, the last Friday of Ramadan. Iran's flags flew high as everyone from ordinary citizen to the president of the country, Pezeshkian, turned up on the streets in a massive show of strength. The top wigs in the Iranian government, including Ali Larijani, Foreign Minister Araghchi, and Mohammad Eslami, the nation's atomic energy chief, were seen walking along the citizens of Iran.
Those are the visuals on your screen, the defining visuals, in fact, that have come out from Iran today. We're looking at President Masoud Pezeshkian, Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, as well as National Security Council head Ali Larijani.
The Iranians who gathered to mark the Quds Day were witness to an Israeli strike. But the strike seems to have had no effect to disperse the crowd, only uniting them in their protest against Israel and the United States. The blast from the strike took place quite close to where Iran's judiciary chief was giving an interview. One person was killed in the Israeli attack on the Iranian citizens marching in Tehran. Despite the incident, the Iranians refused to go away, the crowd only growing bigger. President Pezeshkian even shook hands with the citizens on the streets, and they took selfies with him. A clear testament to the solidarity among the Iranians, who remain steadfast despite being smack dab in the middle of the war zone. Different parts of the Gulf, ladies and gentlemen, continues to be pounded in the strikes from Iran. And in the latest, we're going to show you the video that has come in from Dubai. The financial center of Dubai in the latest has been hit. Visuals of the same. This was a missile attack from Iran, and the authorities in UAE suggest that it was successfully intercepted during the alerts across the city. You can see the smoke that is rising from the district, that building, and officials said that no injuries were reported and that the situation was quickly brought under control. But it does cripple the functioning of a very, very important trade center that Dubai itself is, and this is the financial center. This is the Dubai's international financial center that has been hit in a missile attack.
All right, more pictures. A drone strike happened and targeted the Lanas oil refinery in Lajan province of Iraq's Kurdish region. Footage shows damage at the refinery complex following the attack. The strike disrupted operations at the facility, raising concerns about energy infrastructure being drawn into the conflict. That's been the standing concern, in fact, with Iran retaliating and broadening the conflict and targeting oil infrastructure of all the Gulf countries.
Well, the other video basically shows how the low-cost military conflict has been carried out by the Iranians, where the Iranian launched another wave of drone attacks targeting the Israeli city of Beersheba in southern Israel. Iranian drones were aimed at the strategic Israeli military facilities. Now, in this particular area, including sites that have been linked to the Israeli Defense Forces, this happens to be the 49th wave of army drones that were basically launched by the IRGC.
And now we're going to get you this visual from Erbil in Iraq, from the airbase, where a strike has injured at least 6 of the French soldiers. This is a joint base where you see the visuals we are showing you. That's from Iraq's Erbil. And in fact, this is a facility that hosts both the French and the Kurdish fighters, the Kurdish Peshmerga fighters. And it's a drone strike targeting the base as the tensions continue to escalate. Wounded French soldiers have been taken for medical treatment. But you can see this attack that has been reported last night in Erbil of Iraq, as Iran continues to target that.
All right, more pictures, this time from Lebanon, where Israeli strikes targeted a residential area in Sidon in southern Lebanon. The strike reportedly hit structures believed to be linked to militant infrastructure of Hezbollah. Smoke and damage can be seen across the targeted neighborhood following the Israeli raids. Israel, of course, says that it is continuing operations aimed at weakening armed groups operating out of Lebanese territory.
In fact, we just showed you that visual from Dubai, where the International Financial Center was targeted. And now we're going to show you a report what actually has happened, because while the authorities say that it was successful interception, but the debris that fell off has caused some damage. We'll get you more what happened in Dubai as it continues to be targeted by the Iranians.
Iran's kamikaze drones are now pounding Dubai. Explosions are rocking the city, a city known for luxury shopping and ultra-modern architecture. The strikes were intercepted, but debris from the attack caused damage to Dubai buildings. Visuals show thick black smoke over Dubai's skyline, fire also visible in videos circulating online. Sirens blared as Dubai police cordoned off the area. Dubai officials say it was a minor drone incident. No casualties or injuries took place in the attack. This attack on central Dubai comes after banks in Dubai ordered their staff to leave their offices. This after Iran's serious warning to the United States, a warning to not just target US military bases, but also to attack US and Israeli financial institutions. Earlier, Dubai International Airport, one of the world's busiest airports, was also targeted. 4 people were injured, including an Indian national. Many cities in United Arab Emirates have also come under repeated Iranian strikes. Be it Dubai, Abu Dhabi, key locations are being targeted. Jebel Ali Port, Palm Jumeirah, Al Dhafra Air Base in Abu Dhabi. Since the war began, on February 28, dozens have been killed in these attacks. 24 have been killed so far, including 7 US service members and 11 civilians. No one can predict how many more lives will be lost.
Well, does America really have a Teflon coating? Because what we are essentially witnessing right now is not only a flip-flop coming in from the US president, but also the position that the United States of America had taken all this while vis-a-vis Russia-Ukraine. It turns out in order to perhaps cushion the impact of this war, United States of America has now lifted sanctions on Russian oil. In fact, a 30-day period has been given for all other countries. But one country that has objected is United Kingdom, saying that these are crucial sanctions that have been leveled against Russia, and that should continue.
With global oil markets on edge, President Donald Trump has made it clear that higher prices are of little concern to the United States. Taking to social media, Trump said that the US could benefit from rising oil prices as they are the largest producer of oil. He wrote that stopping Iran remains a priority even if it means markets facing volatility. The Trump administration's Treasury Department has issued a 30-day general license authorizing the delivery and sale of Russian crude oil and petroleum products. The waiver is narrowly tailored, applying only to oil loaded on vessels on or before March 12, 2026, those that are currently stranded at sea. The UK government, though, has rejected any easing of restrictions, citing the need to continue depriving the Kremlin of war revenue. Antonio Costa, President of the European Council, has called the move very concerning as it impacts European security. Trump, however, has temporarily permitted India to receive Russian oil shipments for 30 days to prevent oil supply shortages. However, White House's Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt described India as good actors and that this move was to appease.
The President and the Secretary of Treasury and the whole national security team came to this decision because our allies in India, as you know, Lalit, have been good actors and have previously stopped buying sanctioned Russian oil. So as we work to appease this temporary gap of oil supply around the world because of the Iranians, we have temporarily permitted them to accept that Russian oil. And this Russian oil was already at sea. It was already out on the water. So this short-term measure, we don't believe it will provide significant financial benefit to the Russian government at this time.
The comments come at a time when global markets remain jittery over supply disruptions in West Asia. Much of the world's oil flows through the strategically critical Strait of Hormuz, and escalations during the war have already pushed prices upwards. For now, oil prices remain high, with projections placing oil prices at even higher benchmarks if the war continues.
All right, one big theatre of war to another one mini one, but of course persisting. Tensions between Pakistan and Afghanistan are escalating sharply once again. The Taliban government in Kabul has accused Pakistan of carrying out fresh airstrikes across multiple Afghan cities, including the capital, and Kandahar, and Paktia, and Paktika. The Islamic Emirates' spokesperson Zabiullah Mujahid strongly condemned the strikes, claiming civilian homes were targeted and women and children were killed by Pakistan. In response, Afghanistan hit back, carried out drone strikes specifically targeting military installations in the Kohat region of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province of Pakistan. The tit-for-tat attacks mark a dangerous escalation along what's called the Durand Line. Just weeks after Islamabad declared an open war against the Taliban government, in fact, just 24 hours after China claimed that they had mediated between the two sides. Here are the details.
Afghanistan has accused Pakistan of carrying out fresh airstrikes across multiple cities, including Kabul and Kandahar. According to the Taliban, the strikes targeted civilian homes, leading to the deaths of women and children. Afghanistan has warned that the attacks will not go unanswered. Soon after the alleged airstrikes, Afghanistan launched retaliatory drone attacks inside Pakistan. According to Afghan defense sources, the Afghan Air Force targeted strategic Pakistani military installations in the Kohat region of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Officials claim the Kohat military fortress was struck during the operation. Afghan authorities say the site was used to provide logistical and operational support to Pakistani forces in multiple regions. The sources also claim that the strikes also targeted a war command center along the disputed Durand line, along with the office of the fortress commander. Military installations, ammunition depots, and residential quarters for soldiers were reportedly destroyed. Meanwhile, officials from Afghan airline Calm Air say Pakistan's overnight strikes also hit fuel reserves at the Kandahar airport. The fuel stock was reportedly stored for the upcoming Hajj flights. The latest escalation comes amid rising tensions between Pakistan and Afghanistan along the shared border.
Last night on 12 o'clock, Pakistani airstrike target civilian police in Kabul city. This is Burj Khalifa place, 21 district of Kabul, that last night dozens of civilians' houses are targeted by Pakistani jets, and in this attack more than 50 people, that all they are civilians, included women and children, they are injured, and one family that they have targeted on the jet bomb, they lost their life, and 4 killed, and more than 50 civilians are injured in this place. As I speak with the people in this place, they say that all the civilians residents and Pakistani army, they can't stand against Afghan Taliban on the border and the Durand land. Always they targeted civilian people.
With cross-border strikes, drone attacks, and rising military rhetoric, tensions between Afghanistan and Pakistan appear to be entering a new dangerous phase along the volatile Durand line.
While the headache of the Hormuz blockade continues for the entire world, there's a relief coming in from India. Iran has assured that the Indian vessels will pass through safely from this strait. In fact, the Iranian envoy to India has spoken exclusively to Republic TV in this regard and has also said that Iran never intended to attack an Indian vessel. Take a listen in.
To the Indian vessels passing from Strait of Hormuz.
Inshallah, we hope that.
So, what are the conversations between the Prime Minister Modi and the current President of Iran?
Please, the conversation between two leaders, officials, the Prime Minister of India and the President of Iran was very good, successful. And by conversation, by dialogue, we could overcome all problems, difficulties, and misunderstanding. And the conversation will provide a lot of opportunities for collaboration and good relationship. And this conversation was very good, and we will see the result of that conversation.
So what do you want to say about a Thai ship which was heading to India, was attacked in Strait of Hormuz?
Actually, we didn't want to attack anyone. We didn't want to create any war. We didn't want to have any problems and conflict in the area. But all of this is posed on us and created to us, and we hope that will be solve everything. We are ready for 2, 3, 5 years, because the dignity is not something cheap. Can you sell it easily? We are ready to share our blood on the earth, but we are not ready to submit ourselves and sell our dignity, our independence, our freedom. We are very strong. We have very good experience in the last
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho Befikar.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो
सर पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला। मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू, भेज दे रहा हूँ। ठीक है ना, भेज रहा मंटू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला ना लोगों का गाड़ी मार रहा।
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाई जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem.
We are reaching day 13 of the Iran-US-Israel war. Instead of showing any signs of abating or ending, It is becoming more intense, more fierce and more bloody by the day, by the hour. Where will it all end? The world is now at its wit's end as to this seems to be an Armageddon unleashed. It is easy to start wars. It is extremely difficult to finish them, as Donald Trump is finding out to his cost. To stop the bloodbath on the oil, on the stock market, on the oil markets, he called one of his favorite correspondents and told her that this is going to end soon. So that there was some relief in the stock market, some relief in the oil prices had gone up to $178 per barrel, the highest record number. Then it slid back to $130 a barrel because Donald Trump made that little hint of a promise that it's all going to end soon. I am in control. Sir, you are not in control any longer. Iran is saying we will not stop the war. We will not talk. The last 2 times that we talked, you stabbed us in the bloody back. You utilized the talks for a drama, a charade. You used them to build up forces to attack us. Attack us while the talks were on. Who can trust the United States after this? And I think Iran is in a way quite right in saying this. We've all seen this tamasha. So where is this war headed? Let me be candid. This Iran-US-Israel war will be one of the defining conflicts of the 21st century. It will determine, listen to this carefully, it will determine whether the world will slide back into unipolarity with the United States as the sole superpower and hegemon, or will the world see multipolarity now fully in play? Multipolarity in full play. Which is it going to be? From the looks of things, America seems to be an empire in decline. It was quite mortally scared of the BRICS coming up as a challenger, as a bloc that challenges the petrodollar, that is posing a challenge to US hegemony, especially Russia, China, Iran. They have been outrightly hostile. They have been outrightly hostile to the American triumphalism that is on display. You see, what is troubling is this the start of a new colonial era? There were previous American presidents who had attacked Iran, Afghanistan, Libya, etc., etc. But at the very least, they couched their language in terms of democracy, human rights, freedom, freedom of speech, expression, this, that, very, very comfortable sounding terms of, globalism, rules-based order, etc., etc. Donald Trump's rhetoric is pure Hitlerian. I will take what I want, I will smash, I will grab, I will kill, I will bomb, I will mutilate, I will kill civilians. No sin attaches to me. We heard no end of Bucha in Ukraine. 34 Ukrainians were killed, buried. Putin is supposed to be a war criminal. There are cases pending against him in the Criminal Court of Justice, International Court. What about, Sir, Meena, in Iran, where 168 girls have been murdered in cold blood? Little girls. What is their fault? Are they terrorists? They were studying in a school. They had gone to school to study, for God's sake. And you murder little girls, and then, you don't bat an eyelid, man. What guilt? What rule of law? What humanitarian gesture? You say you are trying to free the people of Iran by bombing them into happiness, by killing their little girls. What a way to free a country, man. Utterly amazing. And where does this rhetoric stop? Are you trying to get the world back to the colonial order? You will take whichever country's resources you need, you will just capture it, you will bomb it into happiness. submission, make it the 51st state of the United States. I'm sorry, you are living in a time warp, delusional time warp. I don't think the world wants to go that way. And you are not strong enough to drag it into that. So far, you were taking on pansy states like Venezuela, like Afghanistan, like Libya, right? Now you will face, you have come to grief when you have fought a middle tier power. The next time you pick somebody your own size, you will be in serious trouble at this rate. Every missile that the United States is wasting in the Middle East will detract from its ability to take on China or Russia. Russia could easily intensify the Ukraine war now. And if I was China, I would choose precisely 3 months later, the month of August when the Met conditions are right, to go for Taiwan once and for all. Because by that time, all your anti-ballistic missile stocks would have been fired away, would have been exhausted, and your rate of production is not getting any better. Not getting any better. You wasted plenty of missiles in Ukraine, for which they are now cursing themselves, and you wasted there is no end to the wastage, to the indiscriminate rates of fire that we are seeing in the Middle East, and not too much effect, please. Look, the simple fact of the matter is that Israel, very innovative people, the Mossad, one of the best intelligence organizations in the world, they had come up with a new AI software, pattern of life. The theory was very simple. Before World War II starts, kill Hitler. Before World War II starts, kill Stalin, kill Zhukov, kill Eisenhower, kill Patton, George S. Patton. And the war is over before it starts. Sure, it was a radical new idea, a paradigm shift. It worked beautifully well against the Hezbollah 2024. It worked very well against Iran 2025 June 12-day war. It worked quite obviously with a slight variation in Venezuela against Maduro and his poor wife, poor thing, right? After Venezuela, Donald Trump hit cloud 9 of triumphalism. I mean, short of Tarzan, Krieg, Bundolo, beating your chest like a wild ape. I mean, we haven't seen a war dance like that. He now thought that the time was ripe to graduate into kicking Iran, destroying the state of Iran. You see, all this talk that I will carry out regime change. What regime change? Mujtaba, the son of Khamenei, is now the supreme leader in Iran. Well, that's a joke of a regime change, sir. Is this what you were trying to do? Is this what all this tamasha was about? It is utterly amazing. It is utterly amazing. But you were carried away with hubris, with triumphalism, with sheer arrogance. At least previous American presidents were dressing up their attacks on the third world with very nice verbiage on we are freeing them, we are going to bomb them to happiness and freedom. Bomb them to happiness and freedom, kill their terrorist girls. All Iranian girls are terrorists. Says who? Says who, sir? The simple fact is that Iran has retaliated in a very methodical, well-planned manner. In fact, when you look back, the degree of planning, the degree of meticulous attention to detail on the part of Iran has been amazing. Iran realized it doesn't take you very long to learn. The blitzkrieg works very well the first time, as good the second time, third, fourth, fifth time, there are diminishing returns. By the end of Second World War, blitzkrieg was over. So kill Hitler on day one, very good in theory, worked in practice, 1 time, 2 time, 3, 4. By the 5th time, the enemy has the counter. The Iranian counter was as simple as the hills, as old as the hills. Decentralize, delegate. They delegated the control of missiles and drones to the 31 Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps districts. Each has its own set of missiles and drones spread all over the mountains of Iran, deep inside the caves, underground cities. They first hit, listen to this, they first hit the eyes and ears of the American-Israeli anti-ballistic missile architecture in the Middle East. In Qatar, Al Udeid base, they hit a $1.1 billion phased array radar facility that is supposed to track any missile launch within 5,000 miles. 5,000 miles. There are only 4 such American radars. And one of them was here in the Middle East, which on day 1, the Iranians struck and destroyed with the help of their drones, with the help of their missiles. Right? And with this ANFPS 132 radar, $1.1 billion cost. Khalas, finito. They have torn a hole in the skies. Previously, this phased array radar was giving a warning time of 10 to 15 minutes of any missile launch by Iran. Now the warning time has been reduced, sir, to 60 to 30 seconds. 60 to 30 seconds, and it takes time to detect, to react. The anti-ballistic missile capability of Israel, of America, is showing a marked, precipitate decline. They next attack, the Iranians methodically next attack the fire control radars of the THAAD batteries. And as per the latest media reports, 3 THAAD batteries out of 7 are kaput, gone, finito. The rate of production of the missile, that missile versus anti-ballistic missile mathematical equation, was already skewed in favor of Iran. With each day that passes, the missile shield is becoming more and more prone to leakage. Okay? Iran has hit every American air base. Every American air base. They have hit the central command and control node, the forward headquarters of the central command, very hard in Bahrain. They have hit the 5th Fleet headquarters very hard. They have repaid the compliment by going in for command and control attrition, command and control targets. They have been going for Netanyahu. They have said we will try and get Netanyahu, and not just said, they have hit his office in Tel Aviv. Then he was taken to a bunker. There was some report that he had been put up in an aircraft because the ground was considered too dangerous, so that would constantly be changing position, would not be a sitting duck target kind of a thing. They have hit the Israeli Knesset. About 200 Israeli citizens, unfortunately, are dead. Israel has very little space, no space to trade for time. 475 kilometers north to south, 15 kilometers at the west. This is a dangerous situation against such a this thing. That is why we were concerned. That is why we were trying to caution our friends. But now the worst has happened, and there seems to be no end to the missile attacks. Initially, Iran used its cheaper missiles, subsonic, supersonic. The aim was to make Israel, United States fire off its interceptors, get low on interceptors, to stop every incoming missile or drone. You have to fire 2 interceptor missiles, 2 Patriots, 2 THAADs, 2 Green Arrows. So how long is this stock going to last? It has already reached dangerous levels of depletion. Dangerous levels of depletion. For all the arrogance that Pete Hegseth is showing, he is trying to pose like some kind of a Attila the Hun or Genghis Khan, and he's trying to tell the American forces, don't show any pity, any remorse to these third world nations. Kill them, don't take prisoners. If somebody is drowning, shoot him in the head. Hell of a thing. You don't seem to have been, you don't sound like a professional soldier. You know, he doesn't sound any which way a professional soldier. He sounds like some Gestapo thug. Gestapo thug. And the Gestapo never used to fight on the front line like the German armed forces, the German army. You know, the Wehrmacht. They never spoke like this. It is these Gestapo thugs who spoke in this term. If there's a prisoner, shoot him, kill him, this thing, that thing. Are you nuts? Are you a psychopath? What are you trying to turn a decent, cultured people like the Americans into? What language is this? What language is this? You are just trying to scare the third world countries into submission. You want to scare the BRICS into submission. I'm afraid the BRICS is giving it back. Russia, China, Iran are giving it back. North Korea is saying, I will supply missiles, possibly warheads to Iran. And if that happens, sir, we've all truly had it. Iran, you have made Iran so desperate that it does not mind committing national suicide. Their philosophy is simple, we'll go down, we'll take you down with us. They've already taken the global economy down, down, down. The stock markets, there is bloodbath, sir. How long do you want this bloodbath? Donald Trump, you decide. You started this, you bloody well will have to end it. Otherwise, the American people will settle accounts with you in the November midterm election. Thank God that America is still a democracy. Thank God. And I'm using the word still because democracy is in danger. Sorry. Don't listen to me. Listen to patriotic American soldiers like Colonel McGregor, like Colonel Scott Ritter. Listen to intelligent scholars like Professor Mearsheimer, so many others. So many others. You know, and they will tell you that we are going dead wrong, America is going dead wrong. Donald Trump has walked into a trap. Donald Trump has entered a minefield. Coming out of there would be a major problem. You already lost 3 F-15s, by some media reports 3 F-16s, so many Predators and these, drones. You already lost so many of them. First reports were 6 killed, 18 wounded American servicemen. I was happy to see that Donald Trump had the decency to go and receive the first dead bodies, right? But there are about news of about 21 more in Iraq. How many more you are hiding, we do not know. It will come out by slow degrees. But you can't hide it forever. You can't hide it forever. So Donald Trump is now talking of opening the Straits of Hormuz. Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth are saying, we have sunk 20 Iranian ships. Sir, the Iranian ships were not the primary threat to the Gulf of Hormuz. The primary threat are the missile batteries strung all along the northern coast of the Gulf of Hormuz on the Iranian coastline. Their drones, their anti-ship missiles, their cruise missiles, their Fateh 2s, their Khorramshahr 4s, they are the bloody real problem that the shipping in the Gulf is facing. Iran has started mining the Gulf. There are 1,000 ships waiting outside. Insurance rates have gone to 90%. Donald Trump says, we will insure those ships. Sir, how will you save those ships? And if Donald Trump puts the American naval battleships now into the Gulf of Hormuz, they are going to be sitting ducks for the Iranian anti-ship missiles. China is supposed to have given them the C-302 supersonic anti-ship missile. Iran has its own hypersonics. It has already fired 8 missiles on the USS Abraham Lincoln. The aircraft carrier which was in the Gulf of Hormuz had to flee to the Gulf of Oman, had to flee 1,000 kilometers out of range. So much for carrier power projection. The whole concept is now under threat by the A2AD envelope. Anti-access area denial is now a reality. And you haven't seen the Chinese missiles as yet, the Dongfeng 21, etc. The Chinese have given their Bediao. The accuracy of the Bediao has been stunning. Plain simple, stunning. Where is all this going to end? Donald Trump was very worried about the bloodbath on the stock markets. So he called, like I said, his favorite reporter, a lady of course, and told her that this is going to end soon. And there was a relief in the stock markets, and the price of oil fell to $132 a barrel. And now what will happen tomorrow to the price of oil, to the stock markets? They are already bleeding profusely, not only in America, in India, in Asia, all over the world, in Europe. And Europe is now the worst off country, the worst off set of nations. They sucked up to Joe Biden and they have paid a terrible price. They stopped buying gas from Russia. Russia now says we will sell gas in priority to Asia and not to Europe. So what the hell will Europe base itself on? Thank God it's not winter. Old boys, thank God it's not winter. Meloni has started talking against this war. Stammer has refused to support it. You know, France may have sent its aircraft carrier forward. It will soon have second thought when the oil prices began to bite home. Look, in the last 2 days, the mayhem has increased. When Mojtab, the son of Ayatollah Khamenei, took charge, he ordered a missile offensive. He ordered a barrage of missiles against against Israel, and that has hardened attitudes on both sides so badly that getting an off-ramp will be a pretty difficult thing. I think Russia and China are both asking for a ceasefire and cessation of hostilities. I think it's about time that India should raise its voice. If we could speak up for ending the war in Ukraine, which had very little to do with us, but yet we did the Good Samaritan act there. I think it is essential that for its own preservation of our national self-interest, that India speak out and try and end this mad caper of Donald Trump at the earliest possible. And sir, the world is multipolar. I hope you have realized it now. I hope you have realized it now. With every day that you fight against Iran, your capability to fight China or Russia will be weakened. Every day, the choice is yours. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho Befikar.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा सिम, MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिम।
जीरा सिम, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी चाहे जो भी हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप?
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, विद यू ऑलवेज।
First we saw the people dying, the killings, and that's continuing, destruction of infrastructure, and now the economic impact. The economic impact will affect everybody across the world. You know, the price of LNG, cooking gas has already gone up. So it is a very serious problem. We're all going to suffer. So we all have to work to make sure it ends soon. And I hope that, led by our Prime Minister, etc., we will work on that.
ठीक है मंटू भेज दे रहा है। ठीक है ना भेज रहा मंटू। अरे आलू से नहीं होगा। तुम तो कमाल किया तो नीचे। अब तुम गाड़ी में पूर्ण वाला, ना लोगों का गाड़ी में चला।